audio check.
Yes.
Good time zones, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Road America for the final round of the MEC Series right here on the Major Series Network. I am Mike Taylor up here in the booth. Along beside me, the man behind all of the cams is going to be Khalid Ramadan. He's going to show you all the beautiful angles here today as we get ready for 12 hours of racing right here at Road America. And let me tell you what, this season, it has brought it all down to this. The air temperature outside is 21 degrees Celsius, and your track temperature is 29 degrees Celsius, partly cloudy with 32 kilometer per hour winds. And top split action will decide all the championships here today at Road America for this season. And let me tell you what, again, you guys, we are super excited. We're going to go ahead and cut over to our grid as the field is going to line up. And bear with me as I'm going to go through this as quick as I can, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to probably butcher names. I do apologize. So as soon as we get those grid results up and ready for you guys, we'll go ahead and take it over. Jeffrey Lawler and Nico Ferroni, they'll be on the front row, followed by Rafael DeSantis and Darren Barker. Kevin Toba and Lewis Rickard will be 5th, 6th. Quentin Verdonk and Felix Rippert will be 7th, 8th. Rounding out your top 10 is going to be Karen Parto Widjago and Tom Farr. It's going to run out your top 10. August Curtis and Henry Shelley will round out your top 12. And this here is your GT. Alrighty, Alex Smith.
So just a reminder to
and
the class leaders,
Preston
we
Lee
have
will
somewhere
bring
between a
13th,
5
14th.
and 10
Ricardo
second gap
Meeking,
to the
Ty
class in
Gill,
front. That will be
Drew
sufficient,
Glover,
please.
Scott
And
Warner,
the start
Sebastian
for each
Eisenberg,
class,
and Chad Nobles
you go when
will round
your
out
class
top
leader
20.
accelerates from the
And,
restart zone. If you're in
Yon
LMP2 or
Neshi
GT3.
and Euros
Good luck to everybody.
Giovanni will make you
hopefully
21
not have to talk to you too
and
much.
22nd. Charlie Bobby, Thomas Stravana, Nicholas Cinquini, Emmerich Padrins, Tobias D. Rump, Alan Aldia, Dan Maddock, and Masik Drozos will round out your top 30. And Simon Sylvester, Tyler Conley, Oral Trevino, and Lucas Canida will round out your top 34 in your, I believe those are your GT3 cars. Justin Eloff and Maxwell Phillips, 35th, 36th. Alexander Stresico and Sebastian Kalijas will round out your top 38s, and Jeff Kofold and Kenzie Vander will round out your top 40. Nuno Vanger, William Westbrook, Carlos Coxon, Coxino, Bryce Roberts, Garen Batten. Oh, those are your 2 safety cars. We don't care about those guys. No, I'm kidding. Your safety car drivers for today will be Garen Batten and Ed Adams. They will be taking care of your manual safety cars here today at Road America. And before we get going real quick, actually, I believe we're just about ready to go green flag racing. I'm not sure if we'll have time to take a look at our standings, but we'll let the race start up here very shortly, and then we will go over those standings with everybody. But ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready to go green flag racing here at Road America for the final round of the Major Endurance Championship. And let me tell you what, this season has built up all to this right now. And it has been an absolute blast as we see your race leaders starting to double up. MK Nexus Esports, Tatum ResTech 69 will lead the field to the green flag here for your GTPs, and we are waiting for it. And green flag is out right here, Road America, for the final round of the MEC Championship, as these drivers head down this very long straightaway down into turn number 1. Jeffrey Lawler, he's going to currently take it with Nicolo Ferroni. He's going to take home second, as your LMP2 classes now cross the start line to begin their race. Right now, Augustus Curtis, he's going to lead the field, heavy braking down into turn number 1. So far, both classes here. Oh, we got one into the wall. It looks like it's going to be Preston Lee in that number 313 machine. And he's going to get moving. And that's going to be a meatball flag there as your GT3 cars are coming out turn 1, heading down to turn number 2 as they make their heavy brake down into turn 2. And now here they come down the cheese long stretch. That's what I love to call it, because that Sergio cheese bridge. So I just call it the cheese lane here as they come down into turn number 4 here for your GT3 class. Quentin Verdonk in that 204 machine. He's battling hard with, let me see if I can grab that number here. The 01 of Lewis Rickard. As we have more trouble here with another, that is Preston, which is still dropping back. But right now the battle is currently showing here for that 7th position in your hybrids or your GTPs as they come down the front straightaway under green flag for the first time to complete lap number 1 of this 12-hour event. Lewis Rickard in that 01 machine, he is still all over the back bumper of that 204 machine of Quentin Verdonk as they head down here into turn number 2. For the most part, I got to give all these drivers props. That was pretty much a pretty clean start to this 12-hour race here. Everybody biding their time. They know that 12 hours is a very long way to go as they head down the straight down here into turn number 4. And these drivers, look at all that gravel already out on the tarmac as they go past the Corvette corners. And they're going to head down toward the short stretch over towards the carousel. And like I said, as of right now, everything was nice and dandy. Everybody's pretty much spread out at this point in time. And everybody is doing a fantastic job. Again, here early on, we've only had just a couple drivers go off track, but nothing significant. The only big issue we had was that number 313 machine of Preston Lee having issues on the opening lap. But right now we are looking at that number 88 machine. Oh, Preston Lee, he's going to go ahead and bring that 313 machine back out onto the racetrack after using a fast repair. So these drivers do have one fast repair to their arsenals here. And I'm already reading here in driver chat that we already have the 35 car having radio connectivity issues. So that's something that we're going to have to keep an eye on as we take a look here at the 81 of Yo Neshi, as he's holding off Euros Giovanni in that 37 Ferrari as they make their way down into the kink right here, or I'm sorry, Canadian corner, I should say, as they make their way towards the front section of the speedway. So right now, Negative Delta is out front here in your GT3 class. Cronus.gg, LMP2 race leader for the moment, and MK Nexus Esports is your current overall leader at this moment, as we ride on board here with that 37 machine of Giovanni, as you see them trying to track down your GT3 leader here down this very, very long straightaway. And I believe this is probably the longest straightaway on the circuit for these drivers this season. Because, man, let me tell you what, it seems like it takes forever to get down that stretch as they make their way out of turn 2 and head down the quote-unquote cheese straight as they go under that Sargento cheese bridge and heading back down here into turn number 4. I'm sorry, that's turn 5. Turn 4 is that little keep there on that little straight. And now they're coming here into turn 6, the Corvette corner. And let me tell you what, Neshi is doing an incredible job right now keeping Giovanni at bay as they head up here into turn 8, heading towards the carousel. What an incredible battle right now here for your GT3 lead. And this here currently is your closest battle on track, as your GT3s are pretty much staying right there together, whereas your GTP and LMP2 leaders have just about 2 seconds on their respective classes here, as we take a better look here at your current standings for your GT3 class. Negative Delta by simgear.gg is currently out front. Delta 5 Racing, or Delta V, I'm sorry, by Go Setups, currently second. SRP Racing by STK, then Wild Cardi Racing, Sorrento Motorsports, and Aerokinetics will be there rounding out your top 6. As we take a look here at the 232 machine of Simone Silvestri, as he is all over the back bumper of Maxwell Phillips in that number 12 machine as they head down into turn number 2. And let me tell you what, these guys are doing a fantastic job. And as of right now, here within the first 8 minutes of this race, everything is settled down. It looks like everybody's currently in a rhythm, and that's what we like to see here early on. So I'm going to ask kindly if Khalid, do you mind pulling up your championship standings for the moment as they are entering into this race?
Absolutely can. And hello everyone. I am the MC behind the MC, if you will, just running proceedings here, all your lovely camera shots, and focus on the drivers and teams of this great championship. We've tried our best to try and keep tabs on where the championship standings are, and I'm glad to announce that we can at least share what we're looking at for the standings. So if I bring that up now, you can see here that we've got the current leader in your screen, Jeffrey Laurer, currently driving for the MKX Nexus Esports team. As you can see on the standings right now, they are second placed. So we've got a good point system here that was featured throughout the championship. 100 points for your leader, and then 5 points down for each position after. So 95, 90, so on and so forth, all the way down to 0. I mean, we don't have that many GTPs at the moment, but for what it's worth, all those that are directly in championship contention are here in top split, so we'll try and follow the action as best as we can. As it stands at the moment, MK in leading this race will get the maximum 100 points. Right behind them is Tatum Resteg 69, which in second place will only get 95. So as it stands, Tatum Resteg will be taking the championship. So MK would have to hope for Tatum to be dropping back a little bit more, as we see them coming up to traffic just now. And we'll keep tabs on this as the race progresses and kind of what people need as the picture kind of clears up. And whilst we focus on just the GTP for now, we will be cutting through to all of the different classes and all of the fights on the table. So with that said, Jeffrey's making his way through some traffic, and I'll let Mike take over comms to do it justice.
All right, we appreciate you, Khalid, and Khalid, he will be here with you guys the entire 12 hours here today, whereas myself, I'll be switching out with a couple of my colleagues. Dakota LaRue, he'll be joining in here in just a couple of hours. And then we also will have Austin Erlewine. He should be joining us here as well. So we've got a long 11 hours, 49 minutes remaining here. And let me tell you what, all three of us, we are here to rock and roll right next to Khalid Ramadan as he brings you all the beautiful shots you get to see here today. And let me tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, I am absolutely jealous because I wish I could have this beautiful setup that Khalid can give you guys. And let me tell you what, he's done a fantastic job, and he's worked his rear off to give you these beautiful overlays that you're getting to see here today. And man, Khalid, you don't get enough credit, my dude, but man, you put in maybe 200, 300 hours into these overlays. And I want to personally thank you so much because they are absolutely gorgeous. As you see Lawler continuing to work through this GT3 field for the first time, as he's made his way right up to just about that 16th position, I believe, and continuing to pass like no other. He is a man on a mission. Currently just about 4 seconds out front of that 69 machine of Tatum Resteg, as we jump back here to that 88 machine of Kevin Toba, as he is under fire from Quentin Verdonk, and he's getting around Felix Rumpert now as we speak, heading into turn number 6. Side-by-side contact!
Safety car.
Oh no!
Pits remain open.
Oh,
Please
safety
maintain
car,
race
I
pace
think I heard.
until you catch the safety
We
car.
have
No
one
overtaking.
machine.
Safety car.
I believe that's going to be
Complicate, please
Drew
remain
Glover
there until
in that number
given permission to start.
58 machine. The 532 here involved as well. As we're going to go ahead and try to go back, take a look, see what happened with Ricardo Meeking and Drew Glover in that number 58 LMP2 machines. Alrighty, let's take a look here. The 23, the 520 or the 532 Ricardo. Oh, okay, that was not the incident here, but that was a really big off for Ricardo. Oh, he goes off again, comes back on.
Pits are open.
This happened over a little bit after the kink.
So this is a bit earlier before that replay that we queued. So something happened. The event viewer isn't playing ball, so we're just going to hang on a little bit with the Volca Motorsports orange car here, because I'm going to guess something happened in the kink here. So we've got the NP2s coming in hot.
Okay, we're going to wave some
Going
cars
through just
past
through the
the
queue,
safety
just
car
fine.
here
And
as it's
it
the overall
seems like
leader.
it's gone okay.
Has some cars in front of it. 532, you may pass the safety car.
We've just gained
41,
road
you may
from
pass the safety
532,
car.
okay.
717, you may
Waveway.
pass the safety car.
So nothing really has happened
Car
from
8,
here, so I
you
will
may
have
pass the
to
safety
go.
car.
queue through the replays to see what happened to them.
333, you may pass
We'll
the
cut
safety
back to
car.
live for now.
26,
Yeah,
you may
give us
pass
just
the
a
safety
moment
car.
while we go back and try to figure out what
Overall
happened here
leader, please stay behind safety car.
to
As car
Drew
16,
Glover and
other cars
as
away
he has
by shortly
requested
once
to
the
tow.
safety car queue is formed.
So we've just had a bunch of
Car
guys.
64, you do not have permission to pass yet.
Oh,
So we'll just stay with them here for a little bit, and we'll catch up on the replays from earlier.
Car 64, you would not give them permission to pass the safety car.
I just had it. If you want to find
You will be just
165740 in your notes.
I'll try.
Oh,
So 64 was just listed as having illegally
Car
passed the safety car.
58, you would now have permission to tow, but you have done it already without permission.
That might be a penalty.
That has been noted.
Yep. No surprise. It's a very tight ship here in the MEC. The safety car procedure tends to catch out 1 or 2 people every round when it happens. So it is a very, very tight ship in terms of when the wave buys happen, when people are eligible for them. It is all tied to where you are in respect to the overall leader and your class leader. And it can lead to some confusion if people don't quite play ball. But we'll let Garen, studious as always, continue with getting the cars in the expected order. And let's cut to the head of the field here. So we've got Darren Parker right there. And Mike, I'll let you take over comms whilst I try to find some replays for us.
absolutely. Did you get my timestamp a moment ago? Okay. Drew, it's going to be Drew Glover, lap 6.
Okay, cars approaching the safety car queue, they are
As
just
he is
coming into
working on
Canada's
that, we're
corner,
going to
so
continue
we'll
to
be back
follow
with you at the
behind
Canada's corner
our
for the process portion as you are approaching.
safety car, currently being driven by Ed Adams.
Just a reminder, the
Look at
pits
that
remain
beautiful
open.
SudSpeed.com
Pits remain
00
open.
base car. We want to thank SudSpeed.com and SudSpeed for everything that they have done, as they are the main sponsors here for the MEC season. And if you guys need any racing gloves or anything of that sort, head over to SudSpeed.com and get your racing gloves there. They have them pretty decently priced, good quality, beautiful gloves, might I add. And let me tell you what, I don't think I'm gonna buy from anywhere else. And I'm legit not saying that
Pit
because
exit is now closed.
they are sponsoring us. I'm saying that because it is absolutely beautiful work. As we take a look here at that number 41 machine, as he is oh, looks like we've got our replay. Oh, yeah, the 41 involved in this here as well. And that's going to be Scott Warner in the 41. Very unfortunate luck there for him. Preston Lee, the 313 machine, in more trouble. Oh, okay. I apologize. This is from the start of the race. I'm surprised he was able to drive that thing all the
Okay,
way
I'm now
back
going
around.
to wave bys for cars that are trapped between the overall leader and class leader. So please wait
Now he
until
has
given
a
permission
NASCAR
to
modified.
here shortly as a group.
Riding on bolt contact into that tire barrier, and I believe that was over on exit of turn number 2 or turn 1. I apologize. As we continue to ride on board, take a look at that tire just holding on by a thread.
Okay, can we please have the 170 car take a wave by? 27 car take a wave by. 29 car take a wave by. 21 car take a wave by. 313 car take a wave by.
All right, and while we are still continuing to look for these incidents, I'm going to explain how the safety car process works, seeing how it is a manual safety car. And if this is your first time watching the Majors Endurance Championship right here on the Major Series Network, so we do have manual cautions, meaning we have one GT3 car that registers as a safety car, and when a driver needs to tow or there's a massive incident, we will call for a safety car. And it's just like real life, everybody will line up behind the safety car, and then the process will work. If you're in front of the class leader, you're going to be waved by, and then after that group catches up, we will wave everybody that is a lap down to their class leader around them. So your race leader will not get a wave by because they are lap down to the LMP2s and hybrids. They're going to stay in line, but all the other GT3s that are a lap down to your GT3 leader will get a pass, and same with your GTP and LMP2 in their respective classes as well. And that is something that you guys are seeing right now, as we have had quite a few cars go ahead and get that wave by. Some of them elect to come down pit road if the pits are open. If they come down pit road because they're about to run out of fuel or something, they will get a, I believe, a drive-through or an EOL. I can't remember off the top of my head which one it is, but there will be a penalty if they need to come down and just do a quick dash for fuel while under the if the pits are closed. But that is pretty much how our safety procedure works here in MEC, and probably just about halfway through this lap, they're going to get up to just about 80% race speed, just so your GTPs can get warm up their tires once again, because trying to go on cold tires, it's not very good for the GTP. So they will run at just about 80% race pace, and they will start getting those tires heat up. And then once they get to turn 10, or is it turn 7? Turn 10. Once they come out of the carousel, they're going to slow down to safety car speed, and then right about turn 13, or 12 or 13, your safety car will quickly pull away, and then it will be put in the hands of your current race leader, which at this point in time, it is that number 35 machine. Oh no, that's your LMP2s. Your LMP2 leader is... Yep, let's go ahead and go for it.
So, taking a chance to have a look at some more title implications. We've got the 34 Ether Trackworks car, currently driven by Ty Gill, leading the LMP2 field right here in the Road America 12 Hours. Unfortunately, quite a ways behind from the the title fight in terms of points, as you can see on the right of your screen. That honor is held by the Fusion 19 car, which is just about second place. Very important, 6 points cleared from second place to
Okay, whilst
Moradness.
we're catching back up to the overall leader, can I please get all cars to move to the right, and we're going to get a class split started to try and get back green earlier. Can I get all GTP cars to then move to the left of the track and past any GT3s or LMP2s that are in front of you? That includes the 35 car, which is 4 position, please pass.
Yeah. So we've got kind of a very nice timing there with the message. Ty Gill currently very high up on the safety car queue position, so you can see a lot of GTPs will make their way past as we continue the point we were making of the Fusion 19 car being 6 points ahead of Moradness. So if they were to finish second behind a Moradness win, they would still be able to win the LMP2 championship overall. So as they are at the moment, Fusion 19 is ahead of Moradness and pretty much anybody else that's directly within title contention. So very, very good job by them at the moment, as I actually cut to the...
Yes, there'll be a process for lap back.
That will be the red and yellow just behind.
A 64, yes,
Apologies,
permission to get in front of the 29 car. That was where you were when you were not full finisher. So yes, you may get back in front of the 29 car.
So this is,
Yeah, Moradness
can we now get all LMP2
has a lot of work to do, as they are currently sitting in that 8th position in class at the moment. So they've got a lot of work cut out for them, and so it's going to be interesting to watch what Moradness squad can do in this remaining 11 hours and 30 minutes of this race. And back to you.
Yep, and I've shared one of the many commands that we've got available in the YouTube chat. If you have a look at the pinned message, you can see all of the commands that are available to you, one of which is the standings, if you want to keep a manual eye on things.
It's okay. It's okay. For anyone that doesn't know, Tommy and I have some work.
We'll let Garen finish his reply. So any links or...
Okay, pit exit is closed.
Let Garen finish his words, yeah. So any links such as standings, protests, telemetry, we do have a track map available. We've got the standing page available. As the LMP2s just get into their correct position in the safety car queue. If you're interested in any of that, make liberal use of the commands. And as always, if you have any requests, any feedback on the broadcast itself, if you want to see someone featured, I will keep my eye out on YouTube chat as well. So yeah, fire away your requests, and 12 hours is a lot of time to fill. So we're more than happy to oblige with any requests. So yeah, back to Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. 12 hours is going to be a stretch to, definitely fill the air with.
Okay,
but I know that we have some...
Lap cars will now be given away by momentarily.
There he goes. I know that we do have some race teams who are willing to give us a good little chat here. And I believe we also have a couple members of our steward team and race control willing to come in to talk to us at some point here today. So we're definitely got a lot of things going on here today. And let me tell you what, again, just really great racing here early on. And I mean, we still got 11 and a half hours of this. I'm down for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the teams here have done a massive effort to stay in contention, at least quite a few of them to stay in contention.
For some reason, my system is not doing the automatic wave buys. 58 car, you may take the wave buy.
I could not
23 car.
More with that.
Sorry, 25 car, you may take the wave buy. And 38 car, you may take the wave buy. As lapped cars.
Okay, so you just have to do a few manual wave buys, but yeah, I'm so happy to see all these teams get involved, especially the last few rounds I've had the pleasure of running the broadcast for, to come on and do these spotlight interviews. The first of which is an hour and a half from now, and that will be the leader in Pro-Am GT3. That would be the Valhalla Motorsports car. If you take a look at all of the GT3s at the moment, currently they are way back in the grid, getting a wave by. We're happy to have them on for the first of, I believe, 6 spotlight interviews. We've tried to grab as many title contending teams as we could, and we've got quite the slate. And if you happen to be listening in and you're on a team that has some feeling of wanting to get the title at the end of this race, whether that be especially in GTP, as we always want some more at the pointy end of the field, or a bit further down as well in some of the other classes, do let me know. I'm watching the YouTube chat. I'm also in the Discord. Always a ping or a message away. So, but yeah, currently on your screen, as mentioned, Valhalla Motorsports, the first of the spotlight teams. Currently ways down on the GT3 order, but of note is that these guys are in the fight for the GT3 Pro-Am championship. So if I try to do my best to bring up the standings later, you can have a closer look at indeed how close this fight is. But yeah, back to Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have had, you know, like I said, this season has been absolutely crazy. A lot of these drivers are, I'm sorry, a lot of these teams are in contention in their respective classes for a championship. So the championships are not set in stone yet. It can come all down to it. And I hear a knock at the door. And ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome in Austin Erlewine as he makes his way here into the booth. Austin, man, welcome in, buddy. It has been a very exciting first 30 minutes of
Can I
this
please
race.
get all
And,
GT3s?
man, are you ready to get this
on the
thing
left?
rolling?
There will be
Happy to
a
be here. Looking
an
forward to calling the
LMP2 car
race
that
with you
will
guys.
pass
Had a
you.
small technical difficulty with my alarm this morning because I'm not always the real bright. I'm kind of a hick from the sticks of Wyoming. But I'm here now. Looks like we're under a safety car. So
Actually, no, they're pitted. Never mind. Okay, the safety car will now increase
here anytime.
their speed to 80%
Yeah, absolutely.
of
I'm
race
going to
pace.
stick around
Give
here
everybody a chance
with you here
to
probably
get
just
some
about
heat
10 more
into your
minutes
tires.
now that you are
Excellent.
here, as I got to run back to my race team and
Well, good luck
finish
with that,
out.
man.
Yeah, got to finish
There
out the
will be a
final
chance to catch
couple
back up
hours
before
here
we resume
for
racing
the
again.
Krevitec
So please, you do
Spall
not need to
12
be up the
hours.
back
So
end of the car.
last
in
I
front of
checked,
you.
we were running P2 in the Porsche Cup, so I'm super excited to get back behind the wheel. But like I said, I'm going to stay with you here for about another 10 minutes, and then I'm going to have to take off.
Okay, works by me. Thanks, man.
Okay, and I think that probably gives me a nice window.
A reminder to everybody, when the race resumes, there will be a 30-minute period where request to tow will not be enforced, and there will be no safety cars. There will be a text
Do
advice
we have
to
any
everybody
indication as to how long the safety car
communicated
period
when
is going to be
request
here?
to tow is required again.
So how long the safety car period we've had? I believe
I apologise
we've
for
done
the couple of
3
mistakes that I've made in that.
or 4
The
laps on the
system
safety car right
is
now.
not
Yeah.
quite operating the way
Always
that
feels
I'll be
long
doing
at
a
Road
full
America
restart
because it is almost a 4-mile
of
track.
everything between now and
Absolutely.
when request to tow and safety cars can resume in 30 minutes time. Hopefully there will be no more failures on my end. So apologies for the extra time we've required behind the safety car. We will do one more full lap before we recommence. One more full lap.
Okay, just letting Garen finish his point. So, oh, it's me. No, I thought he keyed again. He didn't. Right. So, just gonna take the chance to just wrap up a few things. So, a few comments in YouTube chat. Maimonid, 10 minutes wave buys are still happening. It's just so slow, annoying to watch. Yeah, it is. As mentioned by Austin, like if you're gonna have a track for wave buys and such, Road America is an incredibly long track for it. Though at the very least, we're not going at the iRacing safety car speed, which is dead slow. So that is
Wait,
some
why is this
consolation.
just so scrolling too much? Yeah, it is, as mentioned by
Khalid. But and we've had another shout out. So Brian, shout out to Fusion 19. Yep, they've been doing quite well from what I
Also, whilst it's
remember.
going, can I please get cars 28 and 71 to defer position to the 64 car, please? They lost those positions because of my mistake.
So the 64 car should be trying to catch them up. Got the NP2 trying to catch up with the class, so that should be fine. And in the meanwhile, whilst that's happening, we can take a look at the championship implications for Pro-Am GT3. So we mentioned that Jeff,
Thank you for that.
at the moment,
Okay, the safety car is now reducing pace back to 50 miles an hour, 80 kilometres an hour to get the pack to close back up again. So you have to be mindful as you are catching the safety car queue, which is just through the kinks now. There is no need for class splits on the restart. And there is to be no overtaking prior to the end of the restart zone. Safety car is in this lap.
nice.
Wow, that is a pretty tight point standing there, tied at first.
It is,
So,
very much so.
so, this is only my second broadcast with you guys, so I'm wondering, does that mean that should they tie? I mean, obviously they probably wouldn't, but if they were to tie in points, would it come down to race wins?
I would assume so. I have not had a chance to look at tie breaks, so I will have to follow up on that request.
Oh, that's great.
So we do have the leader coming up to the start finish, so we will be cutting to that.
Okay.
So we'll check back in with the championship implications later, and I'll let you take it away for our race start.
Excellent. Thank you, sir. All right, we'll be turning down onto the main straight here and headed up towards the start-finish line up the hill. See them bunched up, heat back in the tires. I've been working hard through the green, or excuse me, through the caution. Here comes the green. This is, in sports car racing, one of the more thrilling corners to watch as they all come down. Since they're single file on the rolling restart, looks like they're all going to get through cleanly. Got some too wide action in the back in the prototypes. That's Edward Shelley in the Fusion 19 car. Beautiful livery. Darren Parker maintains the lead. Clean slate there. Seeing gentlemen use every part of the track right now, which is absolutely essential at Road America. It is big, it is long, it has some very challenging corners, it has some of the best elevation changes of the entire North American continent. So one of the best things to see about it is when the cars do adjust their line and do adjust what it is that they're doing to try and get a break going on. By now, everyone's tires should be up to temperature, so we may see some overtake attempts here as we head down into different parts of the track. Once they come down off the carousel and set up for the kink, it's an extremely fast chunk of the world. Right now, you can just see everyone setting up into the slipstream. It's still very early in the race. One of the things that I believe was Sir Sterling Moss said at one time was the fact that you can, to finish first, you must first finish. And a lot of drivers, whether they're sim racing drivers or real life drivers or both, know very quickly that you can't win the race on the first lap, but you can certainly lose it. Right now, we're taking. Right now, we're looking at Felix Ruppert in the 27 Venari racing car. Looks like he's got some damage to the left front quarter panel. In fact, his entire suspension is destroyed there. Be interesting to see if he can limp it back to the pits or not.
Oh, and I'm just going to unmute myself here because What this means is that he does have the chance to tow. He
Okay.
doesn't have to wait for the request to tow, as Garen mentioned earlier. Though of very big importance is that we've had the Maratna squad, one of the teams in the championship fight, in the pits. And fortunate to say that I've got the replay. Unfortunate that it's been one of the teams that we wanted to see fight for the championship so early on in the race. And what's happened? Oh God! Yeah.
Gone off and met the tire barrier, it appears.
Yeah, and then
And that could be could very well be a combination of cold tires and depending on their experience level of zealousness. It is unfortunate to see anytime a championship contender goes out that early in a race. Goes back to the point that I made about you can lose the race early, but you can't win it.
Oh,
wow!
This was just earlier as well. So this was not now. This was before the restart. Goodness me. I've got no idea how quickly that happened. I think that was some of the Vulcan cars that were involved as well. So this was, I believe, what caused the safety car in the first instance, because actually earlier he had to request a tow. So we've got Maradnus leaving the pits, just as he's getting lapped by the GTPs. So way down on the order. And we'll see how things manage to continue on.
One of the advantages. Go ahead, Mike.
So their race just got a lot more harder. And real quick, just hold on to that thought for a quick second for me, Austin. So I did figure out the answer to your question, Austin. It will boil down to race wins.
Okay.
And then it will go down to division wins if it needs to.
Absolutely.
And just go down that ladder. So, however, GT3s, I did hear your top two teams in your GT3s on top of the leaderboard. Only one of those two teams can win.
Right.
And that will not come down to a tiebreaker whatsoever. It is mathematically impossible for it to come down to a tiebreaker. So, one of those teams are going to win it. We just won't know for another 11 hours. So, that's what I got for you guys. And Austin, on to your thought.
I was just saying that something about the fact that the individual that was in the pits there, Mr. Nobles, I believe, that puts them off strategy in terms of pit stops. And as is often the case with endurance racing, that can sometimes pay dividends as the race progresses. If there is another extended yellow and they're able to get their lap back, if they're off sequence and have several laps more worth of fuel and tires available, they're not out of the race yet. I mean, we have 11 hours and 18 minutes left of this race, so it's very important to remember that off sequence sometimes becomes an advantage if you're able to roll the dice effectively.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely will do that for sure. But with these guys out here rolling around Road America for now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have to bid adieu. And I will be back in, roughly about, maybe 4 hours or so. But until then, guys, I will see you guys later. Austin, have an amazing call. Khalid, keep these beautiful shots rolling, because you can bet your bottom dollar I'm going to be watching.
Excellent. Take care, Mike. Good luck in the race.
Appreciate it. Good luck. And, I think that probably gives me a chance to segue into the overtake we saw for P2. Augustus managed to get past the, I believe that was the JWR car. If I can manage to get it up on the screen, that would be very nice. So I believe that was Augustus passing Alex Smith for P11 and P12. So in quick succession, we'll show the positions gained by Augustus. This was him passing Felix earlier, and then now to show at the top of your screen. Apologies for these slight issues. So he managed to send it straight into kind of the corner. Very impressive, and he's managed to keep it going just fine. So very good to see. Very good to see. The JW car there wanted to fight back for a little bit, but Augustus managing to put his foot down and keep it going. believe that might be the Latvian flag there in the driver details widget. My flag isn't exactly great, but very good racing.
Good to see the outbraking is working right now. Seeing that it's a fairly nice day at Road America right now, I can expect the track to get slippier as the race wears on and they put down more rubber. I'm not certain whether or not there's any situations where any kind of rain would occur. Do they use local weather in these races?
So there is rain forecasted. I believe we've got it slightly easier than Split 2, but there is no word yet on whether there will be rain immediately on the radar. I do have the radar available for us in the widgets, but it will take some manual hand cranking to actually get it to appear. Oh, as we've got
fair enough.
Augustus here lapping the Moradness car.
Yes, we do.
Managed to slot in just fine. As Alex from behind in the JWR car gives it a few flashes there.
Letting them know he's coming by.
And so does the rest of the MP2 field. We've got Shelley and Mecking in the Fusion 19 and Vulcan Motorsports orange car passing by as well. Preston Lee. We saw them have the issue earlier, but they managed to get back onto the lead lap for the NMP2s thanks to their fast repair and the safety car. So I'm not sure if you saw that earlier, Austin, but yeah, they got into an almighty incident in the tyre barrier on the opening lap. So good to see them make their way back.
It is. It's a testament to the length of the race. One of the things that I frequently point out just in casual watching of endurance racing, because it takes a different kind of attention than some casual fans have. And that's not to say that this racing is better or worse than, say, IndyCar or NASCAR. It's just different. But one of the things that one has to take into account is that 12 hours is a pretty long time compared to, say, the Indy 500, which is 2.5 to 3 hours, or the Daytona 500, which is 2.5 to 3 hours. And they don't extend their races, over the course of, well, if I was working my day job, that'd be 1.5 shifts. So a lot of those early deficits, if you're going to make mistakes, it's better to, or you're going to have incidents, it's better to have them early in the race, because then you have time potentially to go off sequence, you have time to make up laps, you have time to do a lot of different things. And with rain in the forecast, rain is called the great racing equalizer for a reason. So we'll see what happens if that happens later in the race. Nicola Fioroni looking very nice in the Tatum RES Tech 69 car. Smooth inputs into it. It'd be interesting to see how some of these guys are...
Did he just disconnect? I think he might have just disconnected.
Well, there's a nice ad for Skip Barber Racing School. They've been around a long time too, so...
I'm just going to stay with them a little bit just to see if iRacing decides to show them to us again. But
Okay.
no, they are gone. Like, it's refusing to bring us back, seeing as we're still on the very to the trees here on the scenic cam. So I think we've just lost
Well, that's
Nicholas
unfortunate.
Fiorini. Wow, we were just going to wax lyrical about how well they've done, because that was the 69 Tatum Restec car, and they were in a fight for the lead. Like, not just the race, but for the championship. So that is very unfortunate to see. I don't know if I can bring it up on our feed just now. I believe I can, so let's bring it up. So you can see the Tatum Restec 69 car was third overall, and now they've just disconnected an hour into the race. Very unfortunate.
Not even an hour. I mean, yeah, that's
not
very
even.
bizarre. I hope that that's not some unplanned technical error on their part. Everything's all right, but if that's one of the unfortunate realities, is that that's just another layer added to sim racing, is that the tech gremlins can get you on your user end just as much as they can at a real track.
I'm trying to select them in my overlays at the moment just to keep tabs on them, but they are dropping like a stone. Obviously the safety car period has effectively given everyone like laps back from the lower classes, so if they are stuck in the pit at the moment, then effectively the entire field will be passing by them. So that's very, very unfortunate to see on their end. We hope they manage to make their way back in. The lack of a safety car anytime soon probably compounds things. But as it is right now, that was third place in GTP, trying to rejoin the race. They are out on track, so that is very good to see. As they come into shot here, we can see at the bottom of your screen the KTM Restec 69 team in 9th place in GTP. Whilst we've got, if I can bring up the leader on the main screen, we've got Obsidian GTP just behind them by about, I want to say 5 seconds. And the entire GT3 field effectively between and around them. So, yeah. See how things manage to continue on.
Boy, that Obsidian Edge GTP in the lead there, the 16 car, that's a hard one. Of Jared Parker, that's a hard one to miss. They definitely made the livery fitting this year. It appears that when, okay, I'll hold that thought for a moment. This is Quentin Verdonk racing in the Vulcan Motorsports 204 machine. Placed number 6 in what appears to be LMP2. We had a fight, side-by-side racing just a moment ago. Looks like he's gained some position there. Right now, if you look at the right-hand side of your screen, you see the battle for 5th in class with the number 5 car, Lumen Motorsports. Yep, getting held up by traffic. Boy, beautiful, beautiful rolling chicane there. Oh, someone's off. Someone's off in the gravel trap quite a ways. Yep. Clean overtake. That it is. It's what is it? They're just out there putting on a clinic. Yes, indeed. And what we'll see is some of that stuff, you know, they're not going to fight too hard about it at this stage. Well, I would hope they wouldn't fight too hard about it at this stage of the race. They can't, you know, track position is important, but one of the things that strikes me is, particularly if we do see some precipitation as the day wears on, it's going to be tire management and being able to have effective pit stops when it comes time to adjust tires. So right now, gaining that one space is only important in terms of protecting your delta when you do go for a pit stop. Absolutely. Let's do that. Got a hell of a slipstream on him right up in the gearbox right there. Coming down, a little bit of debris on the track. That may not help him much. Shouldn't be too much longer. He's clearly got the car to do it. Be caught up in traffic like that, hopefully, yeah, now he's going to try and set up for the outside. That should give him a run down through the carousel here. Probably make an attempt at Canada corner. Yep. Boy, he is really dialed in on the draft right there. So, you know, he could be just content also to kind of settle back and save some fuel through the draft at present, too. Taking a look at the in-car right now of Maddox, and what you can see is that his steering inputs are very precise. There's not a lot of fighting back and forth to correct. So he's got his car dialed in. Looks like his balance is really working for him. Yes, it is. That's it's a testament to MEC and the majors in general wanting to give opportunities to drivers at all skill levels and the opportunity to be worked up. You don't see that in every iRacing league out there. The unfortunate reality is iRacing caps often rule the day. Well, it's one of those things that sometimes, you know, and I've been watching motorsports. I'm 40, coming up on 43, and I've been watching motorsports my entire life since my dad had built hill climbers down in Colorado back in the 70s and 80s. And one of the things that always blows Road America is just how long it really is. I think that, you know, when you talk about you're almost an hour in, and even with the safety car period, to think that we're only working lap 23 for our fastest cars because it's nearly 4 miles around. That just that's not common in motor racing these days. It really does, and I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but it reminds me some of the Tilka track trap that F1 got itself stuck in for a few years. That all the circuits seem to look the same, all have the same character. Excellent. That's great. Yes, we do it. So we got Preston Lay for SRN Esports Gold in the 313 car, making short work of meeking, and then losing it right back. Yeah. At the over under. It's almost like he overshot the turn there, overcooked it coming out, which you'll see at some of these. That was a particular corner. I forget which one it is off track, but it did not look like it's a high percentage corner, just simply because it leads into another complex right away. Yes, it is. Changes the entire balance of the car. Uh-huh. Yep. Ricardo Mecking. Outbreaks him into the left-hander. Evidently, because we would be in shot. Press the hill. Whoa! Just had to check up some and was on the curbs already. Probably had some wheel hop that took him out. I think now. I was just going to say, it looks like he lost 2. Side by side, headed into the left-hander. Whoa, little contact, and he's going to be spun around. That's Preston Lee for SRN's Esports Gold. Oh no, gets tagged in the back, and now we'll take out Mecking again. Wow, Mecking's just having a heck of a lap right now. I would assume so as well. Yeah, almost like well, the door got closed, but boy, he was pretty well off the racing line too. So I don't know if Mecking is going to make that corner as it were. And he could still have tire deg from getting off here just a couple corners ago. Not have the grip that he wanted, why he was out of shape. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It is. Well, here is I imagine both of them will be pitting. And again, you see people getting off sequence here with just a little over an hour and not even 5 minutes in. See him up on the jack there. And he'll be changing tires, probably topping off on fuel. I don't, since I had technical issues this morning with an alarm clock, I didn't happen to see what pit windows look like. But you got to assume that they're going to be off sequence right now, which, particularly with the threat of rain coming in, gives them options. Maybe not the options they had planned on, but definitely gives them options. Uh-huh. For sure. With Alex Smith for JWR flagger. Yeah, I'll work on that one. Being threatened by okay, by Edward Shelley of Fusion Motorsports, running along in the 19th car. Running into some slower traffic right now, which will definitely figure into how he tries to defend here. Looks like he almost attempted to use the touring car as a screen, but that didn't work out. So we've got Ed Shelley still in pursuit. We're down underneath the bridge. We're setting up for the big sweeping side here. Sweep to the right-hand side. As long as Shelley holds on to that draft. You see that 2.4 interval right there. And battle for second in class, correct? Yes, it is. So JWR has gone up one spot since the start of the race, and Fusion has gone down one spot since the start of the race. So effectively, they've just traded positions since the beginning of the race. Excellent. Talk Sensation Motorsports having a heck of a day, moving up 3. Lumen Motorsports Luxury, Lux, whatever that is, having a heck of a day too, also up 3. So anytime you see that, you know, it could very well be a situation where they've discussed what their strategy is. I recall Bobby Rahal talking about one of his years back, talking about one of his early IMSA races back in the 80s, and at the Rolex 24 Daytona, and his more experienced counterpart on the team said, hey, we're not going to pass anyone, we're just going to let the race come to us. And that individual, whose name escapes me right now, came back and was getting out. Whoa, someone diving for the pits. Lucas Caneda headed for the pits. Yep. Well, yep. Yeah. Absolutely. Spun it out, tapped the Armco. Yep. It is. Very distinct. Well, that makes for a long morning. Yeah, right. That gives them a very effective platform, though, since they can potentially be sharing any technical data, any setup data that they can, just to make each other competitive. Because since the other team, the Big Brother team is looking to fight for the championship, that any data that they can provide to them, they get back in favors on track, I would think. Right. DeSantis is moving up through that scrum of cars right there too, so it looks like they're going to go down by 2 before too long. Well, oh, they would be down. Okay, fair enough. Never mind. There's Ed Shelley up on the jacks, and Alex Smith also up on the jacks. Several cars in right now. So it appears that pit windows are starting to open up. For sure. It'll be interesting to see how people decide to manage their tires and manage their fuel, because at this point, you figure you've got at least one more tire stint and one more fuel stint before, of course, teams can determine whatever they like to do, but often you would see at least closer to a 2-hour stint from the first set of drivers. And right now, depending if you're off sequence or not, this would be the time to just stick with consistency. Whoa! Both of them wiggled. There's no contact. Did so well. You see it happening. Get the tail end of a tire stint, and we have warm track. We have guys trying to maintain because they might be trying for the overcut or the undercut, depending on what their pit strategy is going to be. And if the rear tires are worn out, then sometimes you'll see that oversteer or understeer happening. It's really interesting that they got listed as a crash by the computers, since it didn't appear from where I sat, watching it on a 50-inch TV screen. It didn't appear that there was actually any contact. They just both lost it right at the same spot.
A lot of the times I will mention that it's a crash, and what will happen is that really it's just SDK listing as a car went under a certain threshold in terms of speed. So at that speed, you'd argue, as far as the computer is concerned, yes, something happened. But that crash could be either full-blown into the tire roll, as we've already seen in this race, or a very innocuous half spin that just keeps them going. Other times it might be certain hits against the wall where they keep above this threshold speed, and they've got a meatball, but it's not listed as a crash.
Right.
Oh, we've got Johan getting a bit wiggly, and yeah, I believe that's the negative Delta car, and is that the Delta V car deciding to stay right on top of each other? Oh, just having to watch the merge there. That was the...
Boy, that's a
close.
heck of a blend right there. Yeah.
That's the Dr. Chooch car just ahead. And that is for position. As Dr. Chooch is yet to pit. Let's look who that was in the car. Bryce Roberts, one of the Spotlight teams. So we'll be having them on one of our scheduled interviews soon.
Excellent. I would imagine that he's going to want to pit this lap by, because these guys on new tires are just going to eat him alive if he tries to stay out for another lap.
Absolutely, absolutely. You can see it right
I mean,
there.
he's running 12th right now anyway. So there's nothing to be gained by trying to push his tires any further.
Absolutely. And it might be the case that yeah, these guys will be pitting soon. So Dr. Chooch, Bryce here, having pitted lap 9, a bit later than the cars ahead. So we've got Tyler Connolly here. I believe this is about as early as it goes. No, apologies. Lap 6 is the earliest we've got for the GT3s that have pitted. So we'll be seeing the GT3 field kind of filtering in and out of the pits over the course of the next few laps. I think likewise for the GTPs. And we'll see how things manage to continue on. See if we can grab a very close fight at the moment. We do see the Tyler Connolly Arc East Motorsports car here in focus. Tobias the Rumpf, FZR SimSport, another Spotlight team that will be hopping on later. I believe we will be talking to Tobias as well, if not his teammate. We also talked to him in the Indy 4-hour a few months ago. Very nice guy, very forthcoming as well. Kind of where FZR came from, kind of the setup of the team, being able to run multiple teams. I believe they've got 3 in GT, 2 in GT3, 1 in MG2, I believe. And kind of every time I want to kind of segue into something else, we segue into something else. The GTPs are into the pits, and I'll let you take this.
Okay. See everyone rolling down right now. That is, we see about the middle of the screen, second car showing. That is Kevin Tomba, Simitok Sensations. Here the 88 car. He'll be swinging in right now. You're looking for tires and fuel. Everyone jacks up. Oh, we do have driver change clearing.
It's just behind as well. Rasmus Borg.
That's Rasmus. Yep, for Lumen Motorsports.
Further behind, Quinton is deciding to stay in the car. Tomba's off the jack, Rasmus off the jack, Quinton off the jacks. So this is just fuel.
Race to the line.
No surprise.
Short blend line.
Apologies. These TV camera cutoffs can be a bit finicky.
So Kevin Toma going to quickly overtake this touring car, and clean stop all around. Well, the other two gentlemen must not have had such a clean stop, because there's quite a big gap to where they blended out, which is where, yeah, Medonk right there.
See the
Quite a number of car legs.
So the pit times here are this time spent stationary in the pit box. So you can see on the GTP standings, we've got the 3 teams in view. So very similar, almost identical pit stop times. So
Must have ran out of traffic, I'll bet.
It was mostly just kind of getting into the pit lane and out of pit lane and out of the pit box.
Sure.
Quite fast. So. Nicely done. Oh, we've got the leader in the pit lane.
Yep.
That's the Tatum Restec 96 car as well. Just in behind in shot. No driver swap from what I can tell.
Nope, it appears that way. So they'll be looking for at least fuel, potentially tires, I would think, being an hour and 20 minutes in.
100%.
But maybe not. They're already off the jack.
Yeah, no, this is going to be a full stop, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I think Jeffrey.
Yeah, I would if it was me. That's for certain. You can't afford to start losing position early, because you know, I hate to equate it to other sports, because, you know, stick and ball sports exist in a completely different logical sphere, but it's kind of like the All-Star game this past Monday for Major League Baseball, when you find yourself in a hole early, rather than playing for the win, you're playing to catch up, and that's not a place to be as you start really thinking about the strategy that goes on in the middle part of an endurance race. It's one thing to do a 3-hour or a 4-hour race. It's a whole different thing to do 12 hours and 24 hours. One really needs to make sure that you don't find yourself in a major league deficit through things of your own doing.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think at the moment we've got both the GTP net leader, as we've got the actual leader in the lane, so we're expecting Jeffrey to make their way past. Jeffrey in shot, being given pretty good chase here by, I believe that's Quinton Verdonk, and then Eros Giovannini, bottom of shot, giving chase to the negative Delta car. So pretty good running. And I don't think we've got much closer fights than this at the moment. We'll focus in fully on the GTP fight because that's where all the action's happening.
That works. Going to get caught up in trouble. Whoa, a little loose there as he comes off the corner.
Yep.
That could be the opening that... that's Jeffrey Lawler of MK Nexus. So that could be the opening that Quentin Verdonk needs, although it doesn't look like he's capitalizing too much. And again, a lot of this in the early stage, I think it's important that any viewers recognize is that sometimes these guys may have the capability of overtaking, but they simply won't. Because when you're driving in the slipstream, you're using less fuel and you're using less of your tires. So it doesn't sound like a lot to gain, you know, to save a half a gallon of fuel over the course of 5-6 laps. But in the long-term deal, if you're looking at an undercut or an overcut strategy with your pit stops, that becomes very, very valuable real estate on track.
Right, absolutely. And there's so much at play here in terms of kind of cold tire warm-up, end of stint kind of wrap down as well with kind of like grip. The traffic lottery, as we've got Jeffrey coming up to some traffic here as well.
I think that's going to be one of the big telling things as we wear on here is where do your GTP cars encounter slower traffic and how that affects someone's pursuit of the driver in front of them, how quickly they can navigate it, because it's a whole different thing to encounter slow traffic as you come through the kink as it would be at the top of the carousel.
Exactly. Just switch around the cameras here just to get a better sense of if they are coming up on any traffic, but I don't think that will be the case. They've passed most of the GT3s from what I can gather.
Yep, it does appear that way.
And I think this was a point that we alluded to earlier as well, the fact that we had the Tatum Restec car, so the 69 car, get to that incident. And one thing that kind of jogged my mind back then was we might see kind of alternating strategies by happenstance now that they are a bit further back. We see in F1 oftentimes that second car might be way down on the field, so maybe by due to incident or whatever else, and it kind of turns into the second car being almost like a guinea pig in terms of trying out different strategies, trying out different tires and such. I think the person in the case that comes to mind was Sergio Perez at Red Bull a few years ago, where he was kind of so far off the pace that it became a case of, well, you might as well try tires. I believe it was like a wet Silverstone race at the time. Oh, well, Perez is going to be our measure of whether we should be changing tires or not, and completely ruined Perez's race. But I think at that point he kind of knew what his job was. So
Right.
perhaps it's not as kind of a number one, number two thing with someone like the team with Tatum Racetech, but it is something to keep in mind how strategies can play out in terms of if rain does make an appearance.
And you know, you allude to a point that is understood with a lot of racing disciplines. You know, I grew up watching Formula One in the days of, well, I'm old enough to actually remember seeing Senna when I was younger. And,
Great.
you know, in that case, it was 2 number 1 drivers, period, when he was with Prost at McLaren. But it's one of those deals where, you know, I've seen it in IndyCar, I've seen it in sports car racing back in the early 90s with the IMSA type deal. One of the things that always stuck out to me is when, so the All-American Racers brought the big Eagle Mark IVs to IMSA in '92 and started dominating everything in place. But if you saw Juan Manuel Fangio II, or if you saw, I forget who the other driver was, it's been a long time. Either way, if someone had a mechanical failure, that's exactly what happened. And it wasn't necessarily like, hey, you're number 2 on the team, as much as, hey, help the team out by gathering data as much as you can. And I think that's how functional race teams will work. If everyone's just out there to be cutthroat, it's not a team. It's just 2 cars with the same livery.
Absolutely. And at the moment, off the top of my head, currently the Racing Bulls with Liam Lawson and Arvid Lindblad is one such case. I think the last few cases they've had, last few races, they've had like a few flare-ups in terms of the team wants this, I want this, and I think they can kind of get away with it because it's kind of like a Formula One of 2 halves, and they are at the top of the second half of the field in terms of getting the last few points. So as long as they don't throw away points, they're kind of fine.
Yeah.
And not to distract too much from the action, we do have the front end of the GT3s pitting. So I think we'll start to see the negative delta and delta V cars we can see here in shot at the top of shots making their way past. We've got the FZR in the pits, we've got Arc E Motorsports in the pits. I believe that's Scimitar GT3 at the back of shot on the bottom of the screen making their way past. Tobias just losing the position there as well.
Yep, but he'll be blending out, and here in about half a lap, he'll have heat in his tires. Ought to be able to, if he wants that position back, he really can. But the other part is he may just wait for that position for the car that just passed him for position to pit, because as we cycle through, there's no reason to burn up your tires fighting for position when you know that the car ahead of you, maybe a couple of cars ahead of you, are yet to pit in this window.
Exactly. I think that would give us hopefully a good chance to start looking in at some protests. So we do have the ability to look at the dedicated protest page, and at the moment in Top Split we only really have one protest. So Top Split, this was the Vulcan Motorsports orange car protesting SRN Esports Black. I'm trying to find it on the field. So this was so Kenzie van der Werken currently in the car. This was lap 27, so it was a few laps ago, though I don't think I've got the relative incident in view. I do see them having gone off track, so let's see if it was. It might have been that, so they went a bit off track here. Oh lord. Nicely held. Oh, I believe that might have been the Valhalla car just behind in shot as well. So.
I think so.
No, it was not. So, God, we're going to have to catch up with what happened there, because they already lost their wing at that point. But for what it is, currently the only open protest for unsafe rejoin, so it would have been a separate incident. They've not been listed as off track anywhere else other than the replay that we've shown. So it might have been either Kenzie's teammate that I just do not have access to in the replay view, but that is where we stand at the moment. So let's see if we've got any other action up and down the field. We've got a few cars pitting. Dr. Chooch, Pro-Am leader, tied leader in the pits. Where else do we have issues? We've got a fight right at the front of the field.
Oh,
wow.
Absolutely. Look at that.
And this
so
was,
Johan Nechev presently defending against
that's Eros.
Eros, yes, what it is. Yep, Eros GSB. Giardini staying right out of his gearbox, almost, well, when we joined the fight, he was right up in it. Now looking to the inside, not quite there. He's going to set up for a run down here.
And we've got the
This could be...
GT3 leads pitting as well. Continue your point.
Okay. One of the things that happened is they also have the prototype behind them that hopefully he doesn't make a move about the time that Giannini.
Eros is an option.
Eros is an option. Takes a dive to try and make the pass. One of the things I can respect right now is he's not trying anything that's low percentage. Another moment when you can recognize the experience in a racer. You can respect their appreciation for the fact that they know what they're doing, and he does. He closes it up. It appears like he's got the car to do it. He's just he's going to let this prototype go forward and see him make a move alongside the prototype. At the bottom of your screen, we got Alexander Strutsenko taking off. Former leader taking off from the pits, having had service. Looks like it was fuel, and I don't know how long he was down there, what his delta was, but we can probably...
41 seconds.
So probably a full stop then.
Yep.
And then Luis Marino blending out right here in 12th place.
Cold ties there. We've got Marino getting passed by Charlie Bobby of Aerokinetics. And it might be going from back to west there on the exit. So we've got Marino. I believe that's Thomas Travana in the Mirror Maker sports car trying to make their way past. He's decided to take that inside line.
Absolutely see the difference in tire temperature right there, because Marino is probably more or less at speed, but there's just, you get eaten alive on the cold tires.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that's Alexander Strutsenko. Not quite, I think, a slam dunk pass, because they're on the same lap tires, like brand new. So there he goes. Strutsenko.
Clean overtake, easy textbook braking.
Apologies, that was Thomas Travana, Mirmika. And then we've got Strutsenko behind. Strutsenko at the top of the shot there.
Yep, see it. I was going to say that Eros is continuing to work on that situation, but he was pulling within a car length at times. I don't think he wants to pass at this point. I think he's just filling up some mirrors and making sure that he doesn't let off.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, as far as I'm concerned, it was kind of death taxes Delta V Racing on the bumper of negative Delta. I think that's a conscious decision, really. We've not seen them go for any real move there. So we've got
no contact there.
Yep, thankfully. I think that might be the 6-9 car. It is. See if we can bring up the gaps to the leader so we can kind of get a sense of where everyone is on track. 6-9 car, so obviously they had their disconnect earlier. Only 48 seconds from, well, 49 seconds off the lead, so within a lap of the leader. So really good pace shown by them. We saw that they were pretty much fighting to stay on the lead lap. They've managed to keep it going just fine, so very good to see. LMPX GG car behind by about 2-3 seconds, and then
both those cars right there taking a very wide line coming out of the corner. I wonder, because again, right now conditions are saying that, the sun is shining on the track and everything. See drivers taking those wide lines a lot of times to protect the rear tires.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and see if I can try and bring up some weather widgets. You will have to bear in mind, as this is a very manual process at the moment. But in the meanwhile, I shall give you a fight for second place.
So this is Cinetalk Sensation. Oh, excuse me. This is LMP2. So this would be JWR and Fusion presently racing for second place in LMP2. They are locked in, pretty much in lockstep right now. Be interested to see Fusion if they can close that gap and move up to a point where they can set up an overtake.
If I may interject here, we do have the forecast up directly in the broadcast. Very happy to announce. So currently, approaching the midday kind of sim time, as you can see in the bottom right, and we've got rain on the forecast. So it kind of goes from 0 to all the rain all at once at 1 p.m. So yeah, whatever we have, the drivers will have slightly more in terms of going past that 1:15 p.m. time slot. And it is a credit to iRacing to have this kind of forecasted weather that is not a rigid timeline, so things can kind of ebb and flow in terms of where the rain comes in from, how strong it is. The 100% is not a measure of the intensity, it is simply how much coverage we are expecting at 1 p.m. So we're expecting to see a massive rain front moving in, and it will pretty much cover the entire track. We've seen cases where rain has made an appearance where it's just a little strip of clouds moving their way across the track and then clearing away. I'm not expecting this to be the case. Instead, it's going to be a very big rain front all across the track all at once. I will keep an eye on the radar to ensure whether it will be a very hefty downpour immediately or if it will just be a little sprinkle, which will allow these cars to stay on the dries for a lot longer and hopefully make a more educated guess as to when to switch over to wets.
And that is, you know, they can have all the data points in the world when it comes to weather, but it is ultimately a guess. I was actually watching the 1996 Spanish Formula One Grand Prix the other day, which was in torrential downpours. That was long before they had this level of algorithmic weather prediction that we use in today's real-world races as well as virtual racing. And just seeing the guesswork on whether they wanted to switch to inters or go to full wets was absolutely stunning. It was a different universe in those days, but like I said earlier, rain is the great equalizer in racing. And so knowing that the drivers and teams have access to the same weather data, we're going to be seeing guys go ahead and strategizing and seeing what kind of position they want to put themselves in for when the wet weather begins.
Absolutely. Got the 35 acre track walks in the pits. A bit off-putting that they're numbered as 35, but the name is listed as 34, so I don't know what the source of truth is here. We're going to keep the forecast widget up because it will switch over to adding another slot, so I believe that's the 1:30 p.m. sim time slot. So we'll have a bit more info. It's time to look at the map. This gives us a chance to keep eyes on the fight for second place in LMP2 Championship hopefuls Fusion 19, giving JWR a good chase.
It really has been a tremendous battle too. Another situation where there may be a conscious choice right now for Fusion to hang tight and just kind of ride in the toe and fill some mirrors right now. You know, it's a lot different mindset in terms of letting the guy know that you're there. Now the season versus the first race of the season. Whoa! Sent someone way wide there. See, now as I come up with some traffic, a little bit more aggressive driving because it is important for Fusion to stay in contact with JWR right there. And
without contact.
Yeah, without contact. Also without being bogged down by a slower class car.
Right.
Which is precisely what we were seeing right there.
Exactly, yeah. And I think them starting the lap just as the next time slot appeared in the forecast. So it does taper off a little bit. So I'm thinking perhaps it might be the case the forecast that moves in will be of not as large, but it will definitely cover the entire track at once. So, and that is an hour away. So these guys will have to start extrapolating their stint times and deciding, okay, we want to give ourselves the best opportunity for strategy. Sometimes that means foregoing, doing tires, maybe even short fueling, because you know that when you have to switch to wets, you will have to take all four, no doubt. The day that you can off-put wets and dries at the same time is a day I'd be very happy to see. But alas,
Yeah.
a full tire change, about 23 seconds. So teams may elect to short fuel the first swap, and then so probably short fuel the first stop, and then forego putting on another set of dries perhaps, and then in the second stop elect to, obviously if it is too wet for dries, to swap to wets and then fill up the rest of the tank so that less time is lost in the pits. Absolute worst case scenario is a team that elects to do a full tank, full tires in their first stop, and then if they have to then change to wets, they'll be sat on the jacks for 23 seconds and no fuel is going in. So it's kind of like a wasted opportunity to save some time. Oh, I believe that was the JWR car going very close to the GT3 ahead.
Yeah, close the gap. The other part is you were saying that it doesn't appear that the rain is going to last it can last a long time, but we're still, we still have 10 hours left in the race, and so there is a very good chance that at some point the track may dry out, and that adds another layer to how much position can I gain here as we head towards the rain in about an hour, whether it's with the short stop or whether it's, particularly as they burn off fuel, some of these guys will be trying to put out qualifying flyers to make up track position before they move to the rain tires, and then taking that educated guess as to when is the racing line worked out enough that we can switch back to slicks.
Exactly. And just going to Rafael DeSantis here, because we do have a passport position. So they managed to pass Rasmus for P5. I'm going to assume this is a very decisive move here. Rasmus letting go a little bit early as well. Give Rafael the racing line. And that's P5 for them. So good job. And I believe we are joined by Dakota. If you want to say hi for the for the stream.
Howdy, how are y'all doing this morning?
Very good, very good. Well, it is technically afternoon here where I am, but I will hang up on
Fair.
that point.
Fair enough. How are y'all doing this morning, afternoon, whatever time zone you're in, depending wise?
Well, it's daylight finally in Wyoming, so we're doing good right now.
Absolutely.
Extrapolating our discussion about if and when the rain comes and what's going to shake down when it comes to tire strategy and pit stop strategy here as we approach it.
So it is about an hour to go, I think, until we start getting some sign of rain. The iRacing forecast is not necessarily 100% clad. It is a very dynamic system with clouds and such. So we're going to be relying on the radar quite heavily. We do also have, I'm glad to announce, one of the first spotlight interviews coming up. So Valhalla Motorsports. So hopefully we might be able to borrow their brains in terms of what they're planning soon.
One of the things that should be mentioned too, you were talking about we'll be relying on radar, but rain comes with clouds too. We've been running this entire race thus far with sunshine on the track, so that's going to give it a lot. It's going to be slippery, it's going to be greasy because the track temperature is going to be high. As soon as that shade hits, regardless of whether there's rain or not, we're going to see the track tighten up significantly. So it's going to be interesting to see how people are going to adjust their setups, whether it's through I can talk, I promise. Whether it's through brake bias, whether it's through setup changes in the pits if they elect to take a short stint pit like we were talking about. A lot of variables to be considered here because, rain is the big one, but even if it goes overcast for 30 minutes before, that's a significant change in track conditions.
Absolutely. And never mind the exact transition as well onto when the rain actually drops, because as you mentioned, we've had we're kind of expecting the shade kind of to come in and change things, and then once the rain actually drops, you can see how heavily rubbered that racing line is. So what's going to happen is that racing line that everyone has clung to so dearly for the better course of 2 hours so far is going to be an absolute death trap in terms of how slippy it is as the rubber and oils makes its way to the surface. iRacing does make a very pronounced effect as well, with kind of the car sliding onto and off of the racing line. That kink is going to be a very fearsome corner. Oh, so we've got the
Oh,
Simotok.
who's off up there? Yeah.
I think that's one of the Simotok GTP cars. Kevin
Oh,
Tomba.
yes.
Electing to cut some grass, I think. So.
Yep. Just wanted to make sure his splitter was splitting.
Yep. Let's bring up the.
But I think that as we discussed this potential for rain, I think that one of the it's not just the rain coming down. And for any viewers that are new to auto racing, it's important to understand when we're talking about track conditions. The other part is that when it does rain, even if it's not a huge amount, it rinses a lot of the debris, the clag is what Steve Matchett used to call it, the balled up rubber, the marbles, off of the track, and it washes a lot of the oils off of the track as well. So when it does dry out, it's what's called a green racetrack. It will be tighter, it will be faster, and then a lot of guesswork as to
The Fusion.
a lot of guesswork as to when the racing line is going to come back and where that racing line is going to be. I've seen in the past in both real life races and sim racing, beautiful overtake there, have seen when the race line can shift up to 2-3 feet just because of the change in track conditions.
Absolutely. And it's definitely a very fierce. There are worse tracks to be in the midst of that transition. I think Bathurst this year was a sobering experience. I don't think I've ever had the pleasure of red rain in an official, let alone the Bathurst 12s. So, and that can very quickly make these changes happen. I think in the course of one lap, once the red rain dropped, we had to immediately go onto wets. So we'll keep an eye out on the radar, what exact color that is going to be. So we'll see how things manage to continue on. We did see that fight just now in Fusion 19, managed to drop back quite a ways from the JWR car. Edward Shelley having to get up close and personal with the GT3 leaders behind. So we kind of go back and we saw that time delta kind of increased quite a bit. So Giannini, who's at the back of shot there, currently getting passed by, I believe that's the Simotok LMP2, was pretty much within 0.2, 0.3 for the entirety of the race, and then just lost about 1.5 seconds. So we're going to keep an eye on that gap, because I do want to see if Eros actually has a lot of pace and has decided against fighting the negative delta car, or if that gap will stabilize at that 1.5 seconds and will truly show whether they've just been exactly the same pace for pretty much all of the race. Apologies, that's the SRN LMP2. So they were the ones that had the incident earlier as well. And whilst I've got the floor, I will take the chance to bring up the GT3 Pro standings. I do realize that we pretty much had a chance to have a look at all of the other teams, but we've not actually had a chance to see the elite in terms of the championship fight. So we've got here Negative Delta leading the championship ahead of the FZR SimSport 742 car, who are currently in 9th place, so they're just off of shot in terms of the standings. So you can kind of see there, 9th place right there. And then the Aerokinetics car quite a way back. So that's not the one that's in 3rd place, that's the Aerokinetic Orange. So they're in 4th on the season standings, or rather the Aerokinetics team in 9th. Apologies, I can't do number. 12th place on the field right now. And 355 points to 324, so that gives us a gap of about
21.
21, yeah. So I believe Negative Delta can afford to finish about 4th, possibly 4th, depending on where. Well, FZR is way down on the order, so they do have quite the gap. And so
They
is
do.
Aerokinetics, yeah.
It gives them the
If I
opportunity.
could chime in for a moment here. I'm very surprised by the amount of Ferraris in the field today. I was expecting just a little bit more diversity, but just Ferrari is not typically what I see when it comes to GT3 racing.
Yeah, I think the way these car strengths kind of show themselves, and as far as I'm aware, people are able to switch cars throughout the seasons. So if you have the deep pockets to afford the entire GT3 class in terms of cars available, then I think you do stand to gain quite the advantage by picking what's the flavor of the month for whatever racetrack comes up on the schedule. So Ferrari it is. And I don't think
see that.
fights really. Apologies, I just cut you off there.
That's all right. I was going to say that, you know, sometimes that parallels real life a lot of times, you know. Again, with, you know, between disciplines, I've probably watched more sports car racing than the average guy, just because of the fact that when I was a kid with my dad having built race cars before I did some shifter karting, any discipline was interesting to me. And you see that happen sometimes, is that for one reason or another, one chassis comes in for a couple of years until they have new parity rules, or they adjust the rule book just in terms of eliminating a class or reforming a class. People rely on one chassis engine combo for you know, 50, 60, sometimes as much as 70% of the field. You saw a lot of it during the IMSA the Grand Am American Le Mans split, and thankfully Don Panos had the business acumen and the understanding that they were hurting the sport and brought it back together. And now we see, you know, just like we see here in the MEC, we see a very diverse set of manufacturers, OEMs, and factory teams being able to come out to the grid every week. So that's one of the reasons when I called the 24 last month, I was really impressed with just the diversity. And I think you're definitely onto something, Dakota. Evidently the Ferrari's delivering for people, because if you look right there, the top 4 positions are Ferrari chassis.
Yeah, 100%, but just still very surprised by that. You know, I typically see a lot of BMWs and stuff like that. You very rarely see the Ferrari being used in this high of a demand, in my opinion.
I mean, me personally, the BMW has a soft spot in my heart, so seeing only one GT3 being the BMW is kind of a bit painful. I guess the other backup safety car that we have is a BMW, so I suppose that's some consolation. We've had a few offs.
It'll lead the field.
I don't know exactly where this was. Let's see what happened here. So this was huge. One of our spotlight teams. Oh,
A little loose.
good
A
save.
little oversteer.
Very regal livery on my end.
Yes, purple and gold. Colors in my fraternity in college.
Lovely.
Well, he seems to have recovered pretty well from that, so hopefully he gets it back under control. It could just be, you know, it's a long race. Sometimes drivers make mistakes. This is a track, though, and for all the years I've watched it on IndyCar and with sports cars, this is a track that rewards consistency. So, you know, it's the guys that can hit their marks consistently, lap after lap, as the fatigue, as the mental load wears on, that typically, you know, I was talking about Bobby Rahal some years back, and he learned very quickly at that Rolex 24, which I want to say was in 1982. His partner, who was a much more experienced road racer, had told him, "We are not going to pass anyone for at least 6 hours of the 24-hour race." About 4.5 hours in, Bobby Rahal's leading it, and when they went to change, this guy is yelling at Bobby about trying to lead the thing. he hadn't passed anyone. Everyone else had just dropped out due to attrition, and they were suddenly first in class. And so I think that, we've seen a lot of guys that have moved up close to fellas that it looked like they could pass, and they have not, and that could just be kind of the strategy that they're running here with 10 hours to go.
Apologies, just trying to sort out some of our spotlight teams for interviews and such. There's not too much action on the field at the moment. Closest on the field in terms of action is, as always, the negative Delta V fight at the front of GT3. We've seen Eros getting quite close to Johan over the course of the stint. They managed to get separated a little bit due to traffic, but if I manage to bring up the time delta, let's see, versus. It's refusing to play ball with me for a second. There we go. So we saw they were about 2/10 out. And then around the lap 47, 48 mark, they got separated by, I believe it was the LMP2s fighting at the time. And now Giovannini has managed to get within half a second, so very, well, 8/10 now. So he does have the pace, so it just depends on whether traffic plays another part in this. So we'll see how things manage to continue on.
They've got a clear track for quite a ways right now, so they may just be settling into a rhythm for the moment.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. We can see we've got the P6 and P7 GTPs approaching from behind. So that would be Pablo Labraña, Heracles Performance Zeta car. Running in 6th place overall, 3 positions up on where they started. It's very good performance here. We did have Heracles join us earlier in the season as well in one of our interviews. So that's very good to see. I'll leave the floor to you guys as he makes his way past the GT3 leaders.
I will say my worst part to this track would be like turns 5 and 6 as you're coming to the downhill and the 2 sharp lifts there. I'm more of a NASCAR driver personally, but I did like running quite a bit of road course stuff, and those 2 turns just seemed to always give me as I run off there. As I've been watching some of these guys, and they really make sure to use almost every bit of real estate coming through there. And I am a little new to majors, so if there's any teams I need to be trying to keep my eyes on or anything, and y'all would like to let me know, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We've been trying to do the championship justice by kind of keeping our eyes on kind of who's in for a title fight. Thankfully, for the most part, most of the teams at the head of the field are indeed the ones fighting for the championship, which I think is probably of no surprise. Though I do realize that we're coming up to our first spotlight interview. Unfortunately, due to the production issues on my end, I did miss the SudSpeed interview that we had planned for earlier. The safety car period was a bit hectic, so in the meanwhile, we do have the Valhalla Motorsports team represented here. They'll be coming up very soon, so bear with me as I will transition us in. It will need to take a little bit of time, so I will let you guys know when we will segue into our interviews. So I'll let you guys continue on with your take on the floor here.
For sure. You know, one of the things that you brought up there, Dakota, was at the end of a downhill section and discussing how that has affected your driving. One of the things that's really important to remember is that for the most part, oval track racing doesn't involve the level of, oh, you can see it right there, it's on screen, does not involve the level of elevation changes that road courses do and naturally occurring road course. Even street circuits, for the most part, don't deal with major elevation changes. And what happens when a car is going either uphill or downhill, particularly into a braking zone, is it changes how the front tires and how the rear tires bite. So you were talking about turn 5, which is at the end of a downhill run. All of the weight, particularly if it's in a NASCAR style car, which is front engine, all of that weight is biting onto the front tires. And even in one of these, which is rear engine, all of the weight is being pushed onto the front tires. So downhill is typically where one can see a lot of oversteer. And when you go uphill, a lot of times you'll see some understeer by someone who's fighting the car.
Oh, 100%. And then, you know, this track, just as y'all were talking about earlier, is just naturally really greasy. And then it's very easy to get rocks and stuff kicked up on the track as well. So it's a hard battle depending on what car you are driving here.
That it is. And it's funny to see these guys using all of the overrun area when they've got it without the curbs. And I just think of, you know, how many years I've watched. There was times when IMSA back in the mid-90s tried to enforce track limits and different things like that. And it really took away from the racing. It's very much I'm glad to see that MEC mirrors WEC and IMSA in terms of just letting them use all of the pavement. And I guess if they want to use grass, go for it, although we all know that wouldn't work very well.
Hello again. So this is me, Khalid, talking with Gage Hyams, I believe, from Valhalla Motorsport. So they've been in center of shot for a while. I promise we've not had too much other actions that I've skipped otherwise, else we can just go back with replay. But Gage, so happy for you to join us in the midst of our Spotlight interview here at the Road America 12 Hour. How are you?
Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm ready. I'm ready to do some Road America.
Lovely, lovely. So, Valhalla Motorsports, do you want to let the audience know kind of like what your team's about, how things have been going? You've pretty much got the floor, so.
Yeah. So currently Jeff Koffel's in the car. Jeff is kind of the leader of the team per se, and you know, this is my first time doing majors this year. And it's been great. We've been fortunate enough to have some good results, and fortunate enough to have some really good battles with Dr. Cooch and the Poodle Walkers. And so it's been awesome. It's been awesome to race against them every week. I can't say enough about how well this series is put on, and how well you guys do in the broadcast. And we're happy to be a part of it.
That's great to hear. And I think from the first time we started doing these spotlight interviews, so we've already heard from Chooch, kind of Austin O'Neill as well. It's a very casual kind of chat that we've had. And I think that's kind of been the impression that I've had. I've been so used to fights being tooth and nail, oh, we can't
Yeah.
stand the other team and such. So to kind of see this kind of interaction between yourself and Chooch has been very interesting to see.
Well, I mean, I can bring the WWE style, banter if we want here, but
Attitude era
yeah,
in MEC, I guess, yeah.
there's some of the best poodle walkers in the business, absolute elite poodle walkers, but they're gonna need more than that to beat us today.
Yeah, that's great to hear. That's great to hear. And hey, I mean, Chooch, they've got their own time slot, so I want to make this all Valhalla. How have
Yeah.
you found kind of like the season? Like, just for my understanding, is this your first season with MEC? Obviously, technically it's the season 2 for us now. So have you raced before, or have you raced in majors around as well? Just trying to.
Actually, no, actually, this is my first year being involved with majors. I almost did the 24 last year with Jeff and some of the other Valhalla guys, but wasn't in the cards. But yeah, this is my first year doing majors. I did the majors 24 as well. But the MEC series, it's been great. We started Daytona, and we were in second split that race, and ended up fortunate enough to get a great strategy call and win that race. And we've kind of taken that momentum and rolled it into the rest of the season. I think we had a very terrible race at Indianapolis, very bad, no sugarcoating it. And so lucky enough, we've only had one bad race, and we've been able to minimize damage at other races when we get into situations and whatnot. But yeah, it's been awesome. It's been a great experience thus far.
Absolutely. And I mean, Daytona seems like a lifetime ago. And,
It does.
How have you been finding kind of like that progression to? Oh wow, look at that! We're leading pro-am. Neck on neck heading into the final round. Like, was that always on the cards? Was it a see how it goes?
We always we want to shoot to do the best that we can, obviously, but we kind of came in with an open mind. We didn't have too much expectations, and then as Sebring finished up, we were like, hey, we're doing pretty good in this MEC stuff right now. We might need to put some more work into this, and so we've been preparing a lot, and dialing setups and getting in some team practice. And Jeff, he is, out of all the people like I've driven with, he is just so smart when it comes to strategy. He's making fuel calls while he's driving, doing calculations, pulling out his calculator while he's going down the straight. He's a very sick man, but he does a very good job of it.
Yeah, I've had the pleasure of racing on various teams in the years I've been sim racing, and it is. I've been on both ends of, like, sometimes like push comes to shove, work strategies out on the fly whilst in the car, and other times having the luxury of having someone else worry about it. So yeah. And I mean, hey, like, you've got rain here.
Yep, it's coming.
What's your plan for this race specifically? I mean, obviously you're going neck and neck with Chooch at the moment. Do you have any, if you can share it with the broadcast, like, what's your idea with, like, the rain coming in? We've got the radar up on the broadcast as well.
Yeah. I will more than likely be hopping in the car when the rain comes in, and I'll take care of that. And depending on how long it stays, I might stay in through the duration of it. And if it's going to stick around for 4 or 5 hours, yeah, I'll take a break. But yeah, I plan on hopping in the car and taking it easy, keeping the car alive. I'm not that good in the rain, but my goal is just to keep the car undamaged, and don't be one of the people that have to request a tow when the rain comes in.
Right, absolutely. I think it is a question that I wanting to ask. So is this kind of like the way that the stint plan worked out? You happen to be in the car when the rain comes in, or was it like, hey, if it rains, I'm hopping in kind of thing? Or
it was kind of the latter. If it rains, I'll hop in. And Jeff has great pace anywhere, but he has great pace in the dry around here. This is this is, I think, one of his favorite tracks. So I want to give him as much dry time in the car as we can, especially since we're two-manning it. We're flexible with the entire game plan, but yeah, we have some options open, but the plan is me just hop in the car and try to ride out the rain.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, and I suppose I have to ask, like with Valhalla Motorsports, is it just you guys at the moment? Do you have other teams elsewhere? Are you racing elsewhere as well? Just trying to find a bit more out about the team.
Yeah. So the team, we have a bunch of guys. I can go down the list. We got a bunch of great drivers on the team, and so we do all the special events together. We run a bunch of leagues together, and what else do we got going on? I think that's about it. We've been focusing hard on majors this season, but yeah, we got a group of about 10 guys strong, and all of them great guys to drive with, great people, and it's a great team to be a part of.
Absolutely, love to hear it. Love to hear it. I think it's one of the testaments of sim racing that yeah, sure, sim racing itself is great. Being able to race by yourself and officials and such is great, but like just finding a nice team to gel with, to struggle with as well, I guess.
Yeah, some of these guys have become good friends of mine. So yeah, I've fallen into a good situation with a good group of guys, and I'm glad I did.
That's great to hear. That's great to hear. And I suppose I've got to ask, like, what are your future plans? Are you thinking about joining for season 3? Was that on the cards? Are you not going to?
You heard it here first. I think we're gonna try to have 2 Valhalla teams in MEC this for the second half season. So we're gonna try to get 2 teams together and see what we can do.
Absolutely, mate. That is great to hear. That's great to hear. And
yeah, we're excited.
I suppose with the way that the MEC has kind of like played out in terms of kind of how intricate it is with all the splits, the procedures and stuff. Do you have like any highlights in terms of what you've enjoyed the most with the league so far?
I've really enjoyed the strategy aspect, and with the safety cars. Yeah, safety cars can be annoying at times, and you can get the raw end of the deal when one comes out, but it really opens up, a lot of other opportunities to, if you're not having a great race on pace, you can try to get a good result off strategy, and you can't really do that in, iRacing official special events and stuff with the lack of safety cars. But yeah, I've really enjoyed that aspect. This is the first series that I've been in where, request to tow is a thing. And yeah, I do enjoy that aspect of it.
Absolutely. I think, yeah, I suppose iRacing itself is kind of lagging behind in terms of safety car procedures and all the extra stuff about strategy, especially the endurance stuff. So the MEC being so accessible and having all of these features available kind of makes it definitely allows us to kind of laugh a little bit in terms of doing pretend racing and having all these intricate details and procedures going. So it's good to hear. Good to hear you enjoy it as well.
Yeah. I mean, the people who organize the event does a great job. They've really knocked it out of the park with it.
Absolutely. And I suppose we've kind of focused in on Valhalla and kind of Chooch as well in terms of your fight for the championship. Are there any other teams within Pro-Am that you've been able to kind of like figure out a little bit more over the course of the season, get to know a bit better, fight a bit on track as well?
Yeah, I believe it's the iRacers Lounge team. It's Will Westbrook and Will Weaver. And those 2 guys we've been seeing, we see on a weekly basis in leagues and whatnot, but racing against them and chatting with them has been good. They're a good group of guys who've got a lot of pace, and it's been cool getting to know the other teams and, being able to talk about the races and look forward to seeing them out there.
Fantastic. And I suppose I am somewhat running out of time here, so I'd like to give you the chance to do any shout-outs. So is there anybody you want to shout out? Anybody you want to give props, or just list off names for the broadcast? I mean, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Shout out to Connor Burns for being our sponsor this morning, or being our spotter this morning. I mean, he can sponsor us if he's got money, but a spotter, he woke up. It was an early start for Jeff, and he's also on the East Coast of the U.S. So he had to wake up at 4 in the morning to get in the car, and Connor hopped in there with them and gave me an extra hour of sleep. So shout out to him. Shout out to all the Valhalla teammates. Matt, Daniel, Austin, Mark, Brandon. I know I'm forgetting somebody, forgetting a lot of people, but shout out to all the Valhalla guys.
Amazing. And I think the radar probably showed it a little bit earlier. Like, it is inbound, it is happening. Yep. I don't know if you've got the exact time where you need to be in the car. Like, do you know how soon? I'm assuming end of stint you'll be hopping to the car regardless.
Yes,
Okay.
that is the plan. Jeff, he's older, and so he's got a little arthritis problem. So I got to give him a break every now and again,
Oh, mate, that's fair. That is fair. So, you know what? I'll give you a break, and I'll let you head off. It's been fantastic hearing from you guys, and we'll definitely be wanting to check in over the course of the race. So, yeah, all the best.
All right, Khalid. Thank you. I appreciate it. Y'all have a good rest of the broadcast.
I'll try. We'll try.
All right.
See you, man.
Take care.
All right, and I suppose that does give us a nice segue into the radar there. Just the center of Valhalla Motorsports, driven by Jeff Caulfield. We've had its teammate Gage. We'll be hopping into the car soon. Getting a bit crossed over there with the Labroca LMP2. I believe that's... oh, that was the GTP, not the leader, but that was one of the cars from earlier. If we can bring up them. It was not the Vulcan or Tatum Restex. Let's move track position. There we go. Callan Shepherd, MKX Nexus Esports. Currently giving chase to the Vulcan Motorsports car driven by William Foyle Will. Saw them get involved earlier in a very aggressive fight. And we've not actually had too many fights for position or overtakes. We know that we've got Obsidian Edge at the lead of the GTP. So that's been going
Obsidian
just
Edge stepping out to almost 9 seconds on that. Everything else is a little closer. I would imagine with the, you're showing the radar on screen right now with the thunderstorm inbound. Some of these guys got to be starting to think about how they're, just like you were saying in the interview, how they're going to set up the next stint here, because it's coming and everyone's going to need to see that pit lane before, probably within, I don't know how far out it is, but when it gets here, everyone's going to be diving for the pits to change tires.
Absolutely.
And if you look coming down the front stretch, not even just at the radar, you can see the clouds really starting to darken and form even worse, as we had a really good view on board with the MK there coming down the front stretch.
Yeah. I'll try and cut to that pit straight just to give you justice on your point there. But those clouds are definitely there.
And one of the interesting things that can happen at a course that takes up as much space as Road America is, at one end of the course it can be a dry race, and at the other end they can start to see the rain. And so it'll be very interesting to see how teams adapt to potentially changing track conditions, who takes the chance on wets first, and then later, after the rain is left, who takes the chance on going back to a dry tire, slick tire at that time too.
Absolutely. And I have brought up the pit laps from each team, so we can kind of see the leader of Obsidian Edge GTP, lap 53, about pretty much the earliest pit lap we've got on screen. We do have the current lap by the leader on as they're starting lap 67, I believe. Yep. So you can kind of see the top shot like that. It's all cloud, really. Very miserable looking grey. Kind of struggling to tell where the track ends and the cloud begins, really. So we'll see how things manage to continue on. So currently the leaders are on about 14 laps, if I remember correctly. And I can bring up the pit strategy as well, so we can see how long teams have been going. And yeah, I'll let you guys make do with what you're seeing on screen.
So, real quick, you were talking about there being rain on part of the track and not rain on the other part. Would you rather, in your opinion, have a full racetrack covered in rain, or would you rather have the switching conditions for better, like, grip and stuff?
I would not want it to be one or the other, because I can think of 100 times over the course of the years that I've seen cars try to stay out on slicks and wind up in the wall because they get offline. So if you say, you know, one part of the track is wet as the rain moves in, or just kind of skirts the track and one part is dry, a lot of times the race line will stay dry. You're not going to be able to overtake there because you don't want to get off the race line, but because cars are driving over the race line, it'll still keep that area relatively dry. If it's me, I want the entire track wet, because then I know I can go to the rain tires and go ahead and continue racing.
That's a very fair point.
But, you know, I think about Simone Pagenaud when he won the Indianapolis Grand Prix in 2019. He dialed in right away and was the first. I mean, it was a wet race the whole time, but of course, he was in a class of his own that day. But it looked like he was channeling some Ayrton Senna when it came to handling the car in the wet. And one of the things that was about it was, even as the tail end of the rain went away, he stayed on his rain tires, and they eventually went to the dry tires first and was able to secure the win that way too. So that's the other side of the equation, is when does the racing line get dried out enough to risk going to slicks?
The Vulcan LP2 almost got in the way there of the Lumen Motorsport car, giving chase to the other Vulcan Motorsports. Oh, as he goes off.
Whoa! He
Whoa.
does go off.
What happened there? So we've had two crashes at the exact same time in the log. I'll let you guys take the replay here.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks clean through there. Looks like it. Yep, just over snapped the back end around.
Yeah.
Go out into the kitty litter for a moment.
I will say he does have a little bit of damage from earlier, as someone did make contact with his left rear, so I don't know if that might have something to do with that as well.
Absolutely. We've got another crash. This is Preston Lee. So he crashed the SRN LMP2. He crashed on the opening lap. Did very well to get back into the top 5. And a very slow spin there.
You can see
And
right
that
there. Go ahead, Dakota.
That's exactly what I was talking about earlier. I believe this is turns 5 and 6 as you're coming to the downhill there. And we were literally just talking about that not too long ago.
We were, and I would also point out that at that area particularly, we're seeing a lot less sunshine. So the track conditions are already starting to change on guys. John Chisholm on screen right now in that Aqua machine for AMR Endurance. Looks like he's got a very clean line. He's taking his time through not taking his time, but hitting his marks through the turns. Just like to see a car dialed in like that, knowing what he's up to. Currently running P4 in LMP2.
Yep.
And it does look like he's starting to chase down that number 19 Fusion 19 team there, so.
And we were talking about it. I think you might have been here, and maybe you weren't, Dakota. One of the things that we were talking about with the rain approaching is that when these guys find out that it is imminent, they were probably going to start trying to turn out some qualifying style laps in terms of getting as much track position as possible, so that when the inevitable stop happens to switch to wet weather setup, they could short stint on fuel before that. They can do a lot of different things in terms of strategy. So that may be what we're seeing right here with this fight right here, with Tom Guest being Tom Guest Meow.
That's the last time you'll see that on the screen.
Listen, he said he wants P3 and he's going for P2 right now.
Right now.
Yeah, lost the translation in my head, so fair enough. And just a reminder as well that we do have the second spotlight interview in about 35 minutes. So on the hour, we will have the other Pro-Am car, so the second car in a
fight for Pro-Am Honours. The Dr. Chooch car will be joined by them, though with the rain inbound, I'll probably have to give them a little bit of wiggle room if stints and stuff get shuffled around. So we'll see how that manages to progress. Up the radar again, just for reference.
We can just see it creeping closer.
Absolutely.
And it looks like that cell. Now I can't, of course, I can't tell how wide it is as it moves there to the northeast, but there in the middle of that cell, you can definitely see some orange, definitely a lot of yellow. So I think we're going to see a pretty significant amount of rain when it eventually hits.
100%. 100%. And I definitely want to add on as well, like the fact that you've highlighted the yellow as well, like you can see at the very center of that is red. So what we'll probably see is that you'll see the drops kind of come in from that blue kind of edge, and then it gets to green. So we'll be seeing teams be forced to put onto wets soon, once that rain actually hits. But then once the red hits, I think lap times will just completely crater. And from what I'd like to notice as well, you can see on the bottom left, the very bottom left of the screen, right next to the loop indicator that gives us the nice animation, we can see that it kind of clears up. So I'd like to think it's just a straight band of rain that will be moving across the track. So whether that will be a full stint of rain or kind of a bit beyond that, or whether it will be drying up as the stint gets to an end, but I think nonetheless we'll probably get one full stint on wets, though I think my guess is as good as anybody else's, so see how things manages to proceed. Got the forecast here as well, and
That's a lot of dark rain clouds there.
yeah, and I think the forecast probably lends credence to that thing we saw in that bottom left corner on the radar, that I think it's just going to be a strip of rain kind of moving across the track and then just dissipating. So we'll see how things manage to continue on.
Right now, teams are probably doing the best they can to figure out how long they've got. I know that it was about 40 minutes ago we said it was an hour out, maybe a little less. So I don't know. I expected a lot more teams to be aggressive in this last 40-some minutes, trying to get as much track position as they are. But if they're seeing the same radar images that we are, they may be thinking the same thing. If it's only one stint, we're not even 25% into the race yet. So it's just it's endurance racing. There's a lot of wait and see that goes on with affected teams.
Ooh, that made me a little nervous watching that GTP
Yeah.
just way through there.
Just threading the needle. So that is Sergej Zagorski for the Araconitex orange car, running P9. Like that livery myself.
I've got the sister team as well in here. I say sister team. It is the Aerokinetics car, so I'm assuming they're the A team really. And their default livery, as far as I'm aware, is instead of the orange, it'll be yellow, which is very striking. Very nice to see. So just keeping the radar up on the screen because
It's about to hit us.
yeah, I'll zoom it in once it actually gets close enough. And let's see if we've got some fights for the lead, I believe. So this is, as far as I'm concerned, this is not the net lead. That would still be the Delta V, negative Delta cars from P3, P4. And once these guys cycle out from their pit stops, you can see the pit laps for reference as well.
Now, is there a possibility they will be able to stretch the fuel enough that they won't have to pit until the rain hits here?
So let's have a look at that then, because thankfully with SDK we can answer that question. If you bring up the pit strategy, you can see, I believe, obviously those are for the that's for the leader. I will have to manually get it to. Yep, there we go. So Mourinho in P1
well.
in the middle of the screen there. Oh, well, they've answered the question directly. I didn't even get the chance to look at the data. So teams are doing about 27, 28 laps. We've got 30s by the leaders. There you go. So I think that was a short fuel, wasn't it?
Yep, that was definitely fuel only, no tires. They know they're just stretching it out long enough to get to the rain stint.
Okay, so that's a very interesting angle there. So these two cars kind of gambled on putting on the absolute minimum they can get away with. And two separate teams on two completely different, I guess, pit walls decided on pretty much the exact same amount of fuel to put in. So very impressive there.
Here's Eros. We're just going to stop there since I've been struggling with his name all morning. P1 in, yeah, look at that. In Delta V Racing. Leading the GT3 field right now.
Yeah.
By about 1.5 and excuse me, by about 2.7. Hey, look at that. We got some rain happening. So we ought to be really, really interested in see what's going to be going on in the pits here in a second. Anyone want to take a guess as to who goes in first?
I think it is definitely too early for anyone to pit right now. The wipers are wiping, the rains are raining. I'm going to guess whoever gets it very right on with their stint length, they will probably pit relatively early. We do have the pit in signs on the leaderboard, so we'll see how things manage to proceed. Oh, we've got Fusion coming in.
Yeah, there we go. Fusion has peeled off. And see, and there's exactly what I was talking about. There's a part of the track that's getting rained on, and right here on the front stretch, we still don't see any rain coming down. So, you know, the danger for the, well, now I'm making me eat my words. The danger for anyone that's new to watching racing is that rain tires heat up very, very quickly in dry conditions. So if you wind up having a part of the track that's dry, or if you wind up putting them on too early, your tires are going to burn up, and particularly if they burn up on a dry part of the track, you lose the tread and you lose the rain tire advantage anyway. The treads cycle water away so that you can still make contact with the racing surface. If those treads are destroyed, you're back on slicks effectively. You may as well drive on an ice skating rink.
Absolutely. I think the thing that comes to mind was the Lewis Hamilton race in Turkey. I believe it was 2020, where he drove his Inter so long in drying conditions that they became slicks and they lost all the tread they had, which actually worked out quite well for him because it was going wet onto dry in the first place. So I can't quite tell which tires they have put on. So it could be either wets or dries. We do have some spray coming off the back of that Fusion car as he does get a bit sideways. Yeah. Oh, we've got the GT3 leader went off at some point. So I'm going to keep that radar off because it does give us an indication of the strength of rain. Like blue is nothing to worry about. Green, and then as it gets darker, is oof.
And we're starting to see spray come up from the cars, like you mentioned, and so that indicates. Well, look at how he's just tiptoeing around that corner right there. That Eros he's not glued to the track the way he was, where it looked like he was on rails earlier. Like I said, I watched the Spanish Grand Prix from 1996 the other day, and in that torrential downpour, it was really interesting to see Michael Schumacher on intermediates in that dog ugly, whatever, I forget the classification of the chassis, for Ferrari, but it looked like he was driving on tarmac because he was bright enough to go to full wets instead of inters at the beginning.
And I think we've hit that point of you know what, it is way too wet for slicks, and the entire field is pitting in. So I'm getting a lot of people going off track. We'll see if any one of those actually turns into an issue. We've got Chooch off. I've got it on my second screen at the moment. We've got a bunch of guys going off. Let's grab people that are actually out on track. We've got Obsidian Edge, and they are struggling. And this is the start of the lap as well. Oh!
Whoa!
Oh! You got it! You got it! You got it!
And that's just telling right there. He tries to accelerate, the back wheels just jumped out on him. So he's going to be tiptoeing all the way to pit road.
Yeah, so...
you know who this is going to pay off for if they took wets momentarily ago? The people that pitted just about a lap before everyone else.
Yeah.
Yep.
We're going to see how he managed to take the kink here. I'm praying for Finn right here. Stays on the outside of the racing line.
A
nice.
very, very Midland line right there.
Very, very nicely done.
That's significant spray coming up now. I don't think anyone can afford to
not pit.
To even not pit. But what I was thinking of is when they do pit, you know, go ahead and get a full tank of fuel as well, because it's going to take a little time for this. Even if the rain stopped now with that amount of spray, it's still going to take the better part of a fuel stint to develop a new dry racing line. And I don't think the rain's going to stop quite right this particular moment.
No, no. It will lighten up very slightly. There was a band of blue in the midst of that rain cell. But let's see if these guys can manage to make their way down to pit lane. No issue. Very nicely done. We've got a few cars that are out on track now with wets, no doubt. The entire field is pretty much pitted. I can't see anybody out there. We've had a few crashes. Dominic Isenberg went off. Though I'm pretty sure this is wet. It should be wet. So we'll see what happens to them. Let's bring up the replay. Right on the racing line. The FZR car. Oh, goodness. I could have
both of them having a moment of skid.
Yep. But it's good to see. Good to see that they've managed to keep on going. Everyone has pitted after the rain has hit. So I'm going to put my hat on everyone having put on wets. Lewis Ricard is having shown as having gone off the track. Look at that spray.
Quite a rooster tail he's putting up right there. That gives an indication of just how wet it is in some of the spots here. Now it looks like some of the track isn't quite as wet. We're not seeing that huge amount of spray, but I think that's only going to be temporary.
And I think it's a credit to iRacing. Like they've made rain fearsome. Like it is so difficult to follow a car, where you'd think like a GTP could make light work of the slower classes, but the moment you put in these rooster tails, and then suddenly everything becomes scary. So. Yeah.
One of the cool things, and I'm even seeing it here on my feed through the Discord, is that iRacing has done a tremendous job with their physics engine of, just like in a real world race, when it rains, you can actually see how the air is moving over the cars.
Exactly. Nicholas Cinquini?
Cinquini here. Running P4 in GT3. Doesn't look like he's going to have much of a challenge because, one, the spray is there, but what it's really illustrating is that the dirty air and the aero wash that they're going to be dealing with, and people are going to be making adjustments on their steering wheel with their brake bias and the weight jackers and every tool available to a driver is going to be employed here for the beginning of this wet stint, because the track has changed in a very significant way. Now, Dakota, you're the one that drives, and you said that you did mostly NASCAR, but in your experience, how long does it take to dial in to a wet track setup?
Oh man, well, with these cars, the main things you're going to be messing with is ABS and traction control, and you really got to find that spot to where you're not
Whoa!
losing
A little bit of contact, and we got 2 off. That is Kirill Kononovich and Adam Cox making contact.
I thought he had that move done, but
I did
not
too.
quite.
I did too. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Dakota.
Oh, you're good. Anyways, all I was saying is basically you got to find where you're safe, but you're also not losing out on speed with the traction control.
It looked like Cox had some oversteer there, like that pass would have worked, except he snapped around. So there's a concrete barrier there. Found it.
Let's see if we can get a view of Kirill Kononovich. I think like you can see like he had to track out a little bit, kind of unsteered straight on, and then just straight to his the rear there. I think he went off track again. So this is just after into kind of the corner. I was wondering why he was listed as having lost some positions. Oh goodness! Car decided not to stop. I'm pretty sure he is on wets, so...
Car decided not to turn, too.
We've got another off. This is in GTP, Richard Hernetier. Ooh, he tried to tire up the outside.
Clear out of, yep. Out there having a... Wow, he really recovered well, though. Wow.
Nicely done.
Right at this.
Up the radar again so we can get a sense of how things are developing. Yellow rain for the first time, I think. So if it wasn't bad.
You see it angling out too through some of these camera shots, which means the wind's coming up. That can also affect handling on these type of aero-dependent cars. And you're starting to see the areas where there's standing water in various places.
Absolutely. And of particular note here as well is thanks with this Whiplash drone cam, you can see where it's cooling as well. So we could get to the point where there's going to be so much rain falling, these cars aren't exactly going to be clearing it up quick enough. So it'll get worse, and then get worse like progressively quicker, especially as the rain increases in intensity.
You can see that prototype behind Adam Cox. If we were in dry conditions, we'd see it just make quick work of it. We didn't even have to think about it. He actually tucked back in at one point and taking his time to turn around him right there.
Oh, that's Marcelo CBO. He's a lap down. Grab a good camera angle here. So he did go off. Let's have a look at what happened to him. So, car deciding again, slowing down is not on the schedule.
Looked like there was some standing water there. I wonder if he was aquaplaning just a little bit, and that's what caused the understeer.
It's such a valid point you've raised as well, because we started in the dry. Nothing stopped the teams from putting on a dry setup that is like kind of slammed to the ground. So if it then causes the case where the moment there's too much water, those are going to be the guys that are going to be aquaplaning very quickly. So we could also just easily get to the point where there's just so much rain that the tires just can't clear them, and then you've got wet tires just aquaplaning on the track. Like there's nothing you could have done to make things easier for you at that point. So.
No, and so when I was calling the last stint of the split with the 24, that was one of the things that I saw a lot, was that it became quite processional for about 2 hours because it was just an absolute downpour for so long. And any overtake attempt meant that you went out on standing water. And so but it did change back very quickly though, because as soon as the rain broke, the sun came out, and there was a major advantage to some guys that took a chance on, even though they drove conservatively, they switched back to slicks earlier. This is a great camera angle right here, showing the amount of spray and how hard it washes out the vision entirely. You see, even as they approach corners, they can't see the curbing, they can't see, so it effectively makes every corner a blind corner. And you got to take a leap of faith as you look for your braking point and your apex.
And I think the roll bar as well gives us a nice view of the lines that they're taking relative to each other.
Safety car, safety car, safety car.
What?
Pits remain open. No overtaking.
The scariest part about the rain is not being able to see. So if someone does end up wrecking in front of you or slowing down or something, you literally just run right up on them. And I mean, sometimes you just have no warning.
Absolutely. We've got someone off track. I think this might be what caused the safety car. Oh, goodness.
Oh, that's a
engine's gone.
big oversteer.
Yeah.
Snapped his back end around, destroyed the back end and his suspension, threw off the wing.
This was the safety car, because requested tow means he can't go until race control gives him permission. And, well, he's yet to get it, I think, at this point, so it's very unfortunate to see. Can we get a view of the onboard so we can just see how violent that was? Oh, yeah, very tired, just like on the
Little.
Gets real quiet once that engine gives out.
Yeah, just kind of stops everything.
Yeah, and it's probably an interesting feature of the requested tow that in sim we kind of, oh, we've crashed, we just tow, it's gone. In MEC here with the requested tow, you get to do that real life angle of like, I'm stuck in the car, it's gone, I'm just left to my own thoughts, which I think is captured so well with kind of the onboard showing there how quiet it gets once you realize like you're done. So
wow, and how heartbreaking it is when you hear cars zooming past you as well.
Okay, car
Thankfully in the sim world we
overtake the
can't
car.
see guys and their frustration,
Car
or drivers and their
717,
frustration,
you may
because
overtake the safety car.
that's been, I always joke, you can tell
Car
who the
35,
professionals
you may
are
overtake the
on a
car.
broadcast versus who the
Car
entitled drivers
170,
are.
you
I
may
think
overtake the
of
safety
Surfers
car.
Paradise in 2008 when IndyCar made their last appearance at the Gold Coast, and Danica Patrick, who I've never cared for, spun out and she's throwing a fit in
13,
her
you now
cockpit
have
because she
permission
wasn't the
to
first
tow.
one to be restarted.
I'm just gonna not say anything about Danica Patrick, but
Yeah.
I think all across motorsports,
Yeah, we'll
everyone
take
has
as
the
long as this
same
needs everybody, so don't
thoughts.
feel like you have to catch a safety car up at a million miles an hour, but do maintain close to race pace, whatever race pace is in the wet pace.
Garen just giving teams the not hurry up. If there were going to be any conditions where you want to take it easy and not crash on the safety car, this is it.
Yeah. The crashing under a safety car is never a good practice. I haven't seen it too. There was the race at Talladega many years back. I want to say it was 1987, where no, that was when the pace car got stolen. But there's been a couple of incidents where I've seen the actual safety car crash.
Just picking a comment from the chat, Maymonid. The lines are very similar to racing karts in the wet too, which is the only thing I can relate to. Rubber lines versus non-rubber lines. This is a game changer. Absolutely, absolutely. I think karting is about the closest thing that most people will get to experience kind of like dry versus wet conundrum. I have had the pleasure of being in a kart in absolutely pouring conditions, and it is a sobering feeling to turn right and the kart just refuses to turn right until it decides, you know what, I think you're slow enough, I'll turn. So yeah, that's a very interesting view. Okay.
Well, and one of the things that individual Naamanide points out
Safety
is
car
that the
queue
non-rubber
currently
lines,
at
but
the
by the
key,
time it's all
so
said and
please
done,
approach
particularly
with
with this safety
caution.
car period, the track is going to be very, very, very green when it does dry out later. And like you were saying, it looks like that streak of rain is going to be taking off here not too long. So as the track is green and as guys are trying to find out where the line is, and as they contemplate when to go back to slicks, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens. This safety car
The
is
car
really
is
interesting
off
though
the
because it's going to
circuit
bunch up the entire
and you
field,
overtake another
and
safety
depending
car,
on how
those
long it
positions are
is,
lost.
it gives
That
guys a
car
little
is to
bit
then
more leeway
maintain
in
the
terms of
position in the queue
fuel
that
and
they
tires.
resume.
Probably see some of these guys diving for standing water to keep the tires cooler if it stops raining. I don't know. We'll just have to see as it shakes down.
Okay, we're going to wait until the entire safety car queue has formed and everybody crosses the line one more time to make sure that the data is correct. Then we will wave by cars that are trapped between the safety car and their class leader.
Boy, that is a
You
lot
know-
of water out there, though. Wow.
Yeah, 100%. The only downside to having a safety car right now is, I mean, all these guys are going to be bunched up. So if there's one mistake out of someone, I mean, there's a good chance that another vehicle is going to be caught up in it as well.
Okay, the pit exit is closed. And the pit exit is now open. Okay, we're going to commence the first wave by. Can I please get all cars to move to the right of the track? The wave by cars will pass on the left. Okay, text isn't working for me, so I'm going to do this verbally only, please. I will do this with numbers as well afterwards. Can I get the 232 car to take a wave by? 64 car, take a wave by. 71 car, take a wave by. 25 car, take a wave by. 91 car, take a wave by. 45 car, take the wave by. 21 car, take the wave by. Those are all of the cars trapped between the safety car and their class leader. Apologies for the lack of text. because they will wait until all of those wave-by cars have caught back up to the safety car queue, and then we will commence the second wave-by for lapped cars. Pit exit is closed. Just while we're waiting for those cars to get back around, I just want to say that was some really good and heads up wet weather driving from everybody to go that long before there was a big incident. So yeah, well done. Pit exit.
Hello everyone. So we've taken a little break in the midst of this safety car period. As you can see from the radar, you can see that there is still some rain hitting the track, both at the moment as well as upcoming. The rain band is kind of moving, as the wind suggests, eastwards, kind of a northeast approach. So we're past halfway in terms of the amount of rain that's hitting the track. Of particular note is that it looks to be clearing up, as you can kind of see from that gap just on the west side of the track, represented by the black dots on the radar. So I wouldn't be surprised if the safety car period is a chance to let the rain cell clear the track, as obviously we've not had the chance to clear a lot of the stagnant water, so you probably not want to restart whilst there's a lot of uncleared water. Safety cars do beget safety cars, but we'll see how things manage to continue on. No word yet on the wave by process. I think.
Okay, we're now ready to commence the cars that are 1 lap down wave by. So again,
Oh, never
if I
mind.
can get all cars to move to the left and the following cars pass on the right. 69, 38, 28, 34, 170, 13, 532, 27, 45, and 21. Those are the wave by cars.
Garen proved me wrong there, so we've started the wave by process. This might take a little while, so I think these guys will appreciate the chance to let some of the rain pass by. You can see the sheen forming on the track, the mix of the rubbered racing line as well as just the build-up of water. We've passed the 3-hour mark, I believe. So we do have an interview set with the Dr. Chuch team. Though in the midst of this safety car period, it is probably likely that these guys are going to be very busy trying to sort out what they want to do for their team. Dr. Chuch team at the moment is quite a ways down. So currently at the back of the grid. Getting the wave by. It's Austin O'Neill. As you can see there.
Just whilst cars are going past and waving by you, not have wind in. Thank you.
I shall take another break whilst I leave you
Okay, I
with
believe
these,
all of the wave by cars have now passed the safety car.
I'll leave you with these sultry tones of Garen as he sorts out the rest of the safety car procedure. Meanwhile, we'll keep the camera
Pit
focused
exit
on
is
the
open.
safety car
I'll drop
leader.
that for a little while. Thank you for waiting at the pit exit. Car 717. When we get to the front straight, we will start the class sort once we get onto the front straight. So as you come out of the last corner, can I please get all GT3 and LMP2 cars to the right of the circuit, and then GTPs move to the left and past the GT3. if LMP2s and GT3s could just maintain 40 to 50 miles an hour, 70 to 80 kilometers an hour, that'll just help the GT3s get past you a little faster, and then we'll do the next class after that. Okay, there's still 3 more GTPs to get past everybody, so just maintain your position on the correct side of the track until they are through. Okay, can LMP2 cars please now move to the left and go past all GT3 cars? Can the lead GT3 cars please slow and allow the LMP2s to go past you?
So hello again, still in the midst of the class split. Rain is starting to clear up, as you can kind of see, the clouds have started to clear up. Taking the chance to have a look at our LMP2 standings as it stands. This is not live. These points that are currently on the screen is the points haul heading into the race. So giving a look at the standings as well currently on track, we've got Cronus GG leading the field, though they are considerably behind in the points haul.
Car 81 and 37, could you just slow and create a gap for the LMP2s to come into in front of you there? Thank you. Appreciate that.
Nice. So the tail end of the LMP2s trying to slot in. We've got Fusion 19 up to P4.
Okay, the class sort has now been completed. If we can get everybody to catch back up again, then we will do a full lap and a little bit more to give everybody a chance to get some temperature into your tyres.
Nice. So that gives me a lap or two to catch up on this LMP2 fight. So, as mentioned, Fusion 19 in 4th place, behind ahead of, rather, Moradness, who had that incident earlier. So that means that Moradness at the moment are about, what's this, 9th position, so 45 points shy of the full 100-point haul they could get for winning. So Fusion 19, well clear of them. JWR, on the other hand, second place.
Okay, so car is going to increase to around 80% of race pace to give everybody a chance to get some temperature into your tyres. We will do 1.5 or close to 1.5 full laps. We will pack everybody back up again before we resume racing, so you do not need to be up the rear wing of the car in front of you. You will be given a chance to close back up again before we resume. Please use this opportunity to get some temperature into your tyres, but do so with caution given the nature of the wet circuit. Any positions, if you run off the track, are lost.
Yeah, so very important to keep that thing on the black stuff. JWR currently second place, so that's 90 points for them versus Fusion's 80. So plus 10 for JWR does mean that they slot in right behind Fusion 19 at a projected 340 points. So Fusion is in a bit of a tricky spot here. In terms of the cars that are random, obviously Cronus, GG, not necessarily in for a fight directly for the LMP2 championship. Moradness is way behind, JWR right there in the picture. And then SRN, Esports, Cronus, as we mentioned, ANR, kind of too far behind on the points haul. So this is ideally between Fusion and, I believe, is that the Venari GTP that went off there in back of shot? I'm assuming he's allowed to pass the LMP2s, though Garen did say that whatever you lose, you lose. So it's all to play for here, and JWR will likely, almost got caught out there, but kept it on the track. JWR will want to get that P1, because at that point then it means Fusion 19 would be losing the LMP2 championship. So interesting fight here. We'll be checking in with that later.
Okay, the safety car will now start to slow to give everybody a chance to catch back up. So please approach the cars ahead with caution. We will be resuming at the end of this lap. A reminder, no overtaking until you are through the restart zone.
So we've got the
Car 88 as the leader. Please maintain 50 miles an hour, 80 kilometers an hour until you reach the restart zone, at which point you may choose when to accelerate and resume the racing. A reminder, there will be 30 minutes from the point of going green until, without requested tow being enforced, and there will be no safety cars during that 30-minute window. You'll be advised via
All right, we're on board with Richard in the 88 machine here as we are getting ready to go back green flag racing once they get into the restart zone. Track is starting to dry out a little bit as rain has finally cleared up, but the conditions will still be slick for a few laps here until we get a little bit of temperature build up on the track. The rain isn't completely gone, but it is starting to slow down quite a bit as you're able to see the puddles are clearing out here. But we are back green flag racing, and Hopefully these guys are able to keep things straight as we're heading into turn 1. So far, it looks like everyone is doing okay. We did have a little bit of a wiggle out of 3rd place there. I believe that's going to be Finn for Obsidian Edge. So it looks like we got a potential pass for the lead. Side by side coming into turn 5 here. Does look like Tatum team is going to be able to keep the lead here. Oh, my bad. 2nd place. As these drivers are going to be battling really hard, trying to manage their gaps and stuff so they don't lose too much time here on this restart. One of the best things about a safety car is it bunches up the field and gives everybody a good shot at being able to gain some positions here. Man, sorry if I butcher anyone's name today. I'm not the best, as we had a little bit of a wiggle out of our leader there. Able to keep it going straight though, but he is going to lose the position to the 96 machine. And we're going to have a new race leader, I believe, Raphael. So one of the things we're going to have to consider here is the rain is starting to slow down and head out. How soon before these drivers are going to come in and get some dry tires, some slicks, and I believe it's still going to be quite a bit before they're going to be able to do that, as they're going to really have to build the track temp up here. Looks like we got a battle for about this 5th position here. Side by side coming down the front stretch. Ooh, a little bit of a wiggle out of the 43 machine. So he is able to get back in front of Lewis Ricard there in the 01. But Lewis fighting back strong, coming out of turn 1, able to get the position. As we're now heading down into turn 3, I believe. And this is one of the most difficult parts of the track for me, as I was talking about earlier, as we're heading down into turn 5 here. A little bit of a downhill section into a 90-degree left turn. But these guys are some of the best drivers for the major series, and they are doing a phenomenal job even with underweight conditions. But right as I say that, it looks like William in that 13 machine had a little bit of an issue, possibly a bump from the car behind him there. Not quite sure who that was. Also William as well for Tatum Res Tech 69. So we're going back to look at a replay here. Looks like they made a little bit of contact, and unfortunately the 69 machine getting the worst end of it. So he made a little bit of contact to the wall. Looks like they had another issue with the Vulcan car here. Gotcha. Ooh, a little bit. Another issue for that 69 machine is you see him slide off the track. They're able to get stopped or just right before he hit the wall, luckily. But that is going to cost him a lot of time here. As he was able to safely get back on the track here, but now is going to have a lot of company and potential people to work through here. So we're going to hop back on board with 2nd place of Richard here. And the track is drying out fairly well, but still a bit of mist going on here.
Oh, just interrupting you here. I've got Adam Cox the bottom of the screen here. Lost a bunch of positions there. We saw that the GT3 field going 3 wide into kind of the corner. We've got that Tatum Restec car as well, the 6.9, entering the pits. So let's see what happened to Adam Cox as he's managed to rejoin. So he went off trying to avoid that massive mess. It's top of your screen. So he managed to avoid that insane fight there for a little while. He's managed to keep it going just fine, so that's good to see. Trying to pick some fights elsewhere. Fusion 19 car. We saw them P4 on the restart. And they are now literally right on the bumper of the JWR car. That's very good to see. Oh, never mind. Commentator's curse. Spins up the wheels and gets it out of the way.
Commentator's curse in full effect there.
Ah. Oof. And that's the other LMP2 for the championship, the Maratnus car. Trying to get past as well. So this has gone from good, slightly better to way worse now. Fusion 19, all they really needed was that P4 behind JWR being in second. And now they're in 6th, so they're going to really need to get it going and also not lose any positions to the Maratnus car behind. Wish we could do it justice with a kind of like a live championship counter, but you'll just have to trust me and manage to look at the standings mid-race to keep tabs on where exactly things are going. And if you do wish to have a look at the standings yourself, give the YouTube chat a gander for the standings link. You can see all of the points hauls, all of the teams involved, who's in with a chance for some silverware today, all on the website link shared in the YouTube chat. Let's give Dakota a nice fight here. We can give the P3 LMP2 in our Endurance Esport, driven by Sean Chisholm, given chase by the SRN Esports Gold car of Kyle Bassett.
I am noticing a lot of the guys having a little bit of issues on the exit of the corners. Still getting a little bit loose as track conditions are still decently wet here.
Yep, absolutely.
But this gap between 3rd and 4th is definitely closing down, as I believe he's closed in another 2/10 or almost there. It looks like he might have lost it in that corner. Looks like we had William Linder got in a crash there.
Oh, yep, we've got some crashes on the feed here. So let's cut to that real quick. So William Lindler, this was in GTP. He's still on the track, still throwing up some gravel. So we'll go to the crash just before he went off. This was in turn 5. So again, a crash, more like a half spin. Didn't lose any positions there. And then just now, at end of shot, this is William Armani. This is the 6.9 car running a few issues. They did pit, and I believe they used their fast repair as well. And then one more off. Alexander Dobitzberger. So this was the JWR car. So there goes Sean Chisholm and Kyle Bassett as well. And we've just had another crash. So what's happened here? Cyril Nausbaum. This is heading into kind of the corner, I believe. Ooh, and he went fully round. I'm kind of surprised how most of these guys kept it on the track earlier in the spitting rain. Now that's drying.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, it's It's very hard once you start sliding in the rain to get the car back under control, but a lot of these guys have very, very good skills here. And I mean, it's really showing. We are having a lot of people running off the track and stuff, but just being able to save the car and not completely damage it is saving the race. So,
Absolutely.
and we still got quite a long ways to go. I believe about 8.5 hours left in this race. So,
Oh, and just want to draw your attention here. So, Scimitar Sensation second place. That is not P1 in front of them. That's the sister team. That's the sister team, blue flagged P10. I want to say playing the team game. So you can see P1 exiting shot. So it's right there at the end of the straight. So, oh, he managed to hit him just there. Oh my god, what happened there? Oh, and the Scimitar car went off, just as Armani did as well. Oh, he's not gonna like that at all. I don't know if he managed to hit the wall. Dear Lord, I hope they don't got any damage of that, because they will feel very aggrieved from the 6.9 car.
no, they got a little bit of
yeah,
left
that's
front
gone.
wheel damage from the looks of it there.
Oh,
Very unfortunate.
goodness. So they're gonna try and keep going. Very unfortunate to see, because I thought that was not quite on. These guys are theoretically in with a chance for the title, but there are 90 points behind, so oof, that is very tough to see. So let's see if we can get the replay on, and definitely want to hear from you in terms of how you feel about this. Let's see. Oof, so you just hit him on the rear there.
I kind of want to say, you know, the 69 car shouldn't have been there, but at the same time, it looked like the other car was coming in with a full head of steam, and I mean, just kind of missed their braking zone and got into the back of the 69 at the same time, so.
Oh, that tree got into the way of our drone cam real quick. And then right there. That is very unfortunate to see. And we do have the roll bar that we can use as a fantastic cam. Much appreciation to Whiplash for placing these. So just hit him there. No chance of making the corner. You can see the tire like just going in and out of locking off as well. Very unfortunate to see. So both the Scimitar car and the William Armani Tatum driven Tatum Restack car, that is crabbing quite heavily. So they've gone into the pits there. And did Scimitar stay out? They did? No. Okay. So they are making their way to the pits here. Sorry, were you about to say?
I was going to say, I do believe it is going to score them a lap down now, unfortunately. Having to go in and get the damage fixed, and
yep.
That's just very unfortunate to see, as they were running phenomenally well there right before that happened.
Yeah. Very big shame. He's gonna struggle to make that right turn there. They'll manage to dive out of the way of the racing line there for the twin turn LMP2. And, there he goes. So at the front of the field, what that has caused rather, is you've got the Leuven Motorsports car being given chase to the Obsidian Edge GTP, and then the dare I say beneficiary, the Tatum Restec 96 car, is managed to eke out a 2.6 second gap, and is coming up to lap some of the GT3s very soon, probably the start of the next lap. So we'll see how things manage to continue on there. Let's grab you another fight in the meanwhile before we get to that traffic by the leader. Giel Koppen. Giving chase to the Lebroca car. And I don't know, LMP2 is probably my favorite class in this kind of like IMSA grid. I don't know if you feel the same.
I mean, driving wise, coming from, I don't have a lot of road course experience, but I've drove, you know, GTPs, LMP, and GT3s, and LMP, it's definitely one of the funner cars to drive, especially like the Daytona 24. That was the funnest car for me whenever I was racing there. And it'll definitely keep you on your toes. It's a good mix between, what's the word I'm looking for, grip and power. As if you get on the gas too soon, it will spin around, but it does have quite a bit of downforce and grip, so it's still decently, I wouldn't say easy to drive, but not as difficult as, per se, like the GTP.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we've got the MP2 fight on the top screen, the GTP leader on the bottom, making his way up to some GT3 traffic. So,
Well, the track is pretty much like getting almost dried out here, so I would imagine they're going to be able to switch over to slicks before too much longer. Really not seeing a lot of spray come up off of the track as they're driving around. Still a few puddles though, so it's going to be a little iffy on if anyone decides to switch here soon.
definitely. I think it is a acquired art being able to time the switch just perfect. Like, you might argue that dries is a no-brainer straight away once the lap time starts dropping, but with so much traffic to contend with, as we bring the main camera back to Lewis Ricard. Oh, I believe that was one of the GTP. That's the Scimitar car going off. Lewis Ricard in a fight there with the Obsidian Edge GTP. He's backed up quite a bit. But yeah, like the point I was making was, imagine you're on dries, and then on the slick line, you would be very well served to make up a lot of pace in the rest of the field, or deadly on the wrong tires. But try and convince a driver to overtake on the wet part of the track on slicks.
Yeah, I mean, you can really see a groove starting to work in, but, you know, as you're saying, basically, you're going to have to let the track get a little wider, in a sense, with the dry spot before you're going to be able to really switch.
Yeah. We've got Finn Norgard trying to follow through the Living Motorsports car to make the way past the traffic. Of note is that we've got the Obsidian Edge in view on the top screen, the red Scimitar car behind. Oh, much there. This red Scimitar car is a lap down. So we'll see how things manage to continue on. We've got some questions in chat. Lap car in front of P234 battle already had damage. Yep. So that was from earlier. Can you spectate this live iRacing? Yes, you can. You will need the password for it. I don't know if I should be able to share, but I'm guessing no one can actually join the session to drive. So let's see. At the Iceman. Cheese is the password. So make sure you spectate, and you should be able to follow on just fine. And yeah, if you want to ask any questions, there is the Majors Discord as well.
And watch these GTPs work their way through these GT3s. It's just absolutely scary, as all the GT3s are kind of running a little bit different lines. Oh, a little bit of an issue from Finn there.
I was just trying to sort out YouTube chat, so I must have missed what happened. Was it just a contact, or was it just the car just getting loose on the braking?
Just got loose under braking there.
Okay. Well, we can have a look at it on the track. So in the top shot, Bomb is live with the leader. Ooh, went in really hot. All right. So just trying to get the Discord for the Majors server up, just so that people can get a nice view of it. Invite to server. Apologies. I will share that Discord link later. Just bear with me, as I will let Dakota get in his comms on some action further back in LMP2.
Really good battle between the 35 and the 41 here, as I believe Gil.
I'll just say that it's Dutch, so it's probably Giel, but you can just say Kappen if that's
So
easier.
Gil?
Yeah.
Alright. Heel all over the back of that 41 machine there. As you see, they made a little bit of contact, but now they're heading down into turn 1 here. A little bit of a wiggle out of the car in front of them there, but they were able to maintain a speed. You see them coming down into turn 3. Fell back just a little bit, probably trying to play it safe as the car in front of them did get a little loose. But they do have 200 GTPs coming behind them here. Oh. Almost a little bit of contact between the GTPs there, but no harm, no foul. And it does look like the 34 machine is starting to fall back a little bit as they are passing them. Trying to leave plenty of room to make sure if an incident does happen, he will be alright here. Looks like we're going to be on board with some GTPs. They are currently coming down the pits there. Almost got to the back of that GT3 Mustang.
And I'll just unmute myself because I don't know if the broadcast caught it just there. We saw Lewis try to enter the pits, and dear Lord, he chopped right across the Supertop car, I believe it was. So let's see if we can get Lewis Ricard when he entered the pits. Let's have a look.
Yeah, it
here.
does look like he's got a little bit of front end damage as well on the splitter there.
Yeah, he did. Let's see this. So the Simitok, eyes on the Simitok car. Simitok pitted already, so he's going to keep going. So you see that Simitok having to go into the grass to try and rejoin the track proper. So that was a very hairy moment there. Let's have a look if the Simitok car... There we go. So we've got the view here. So it's listed as him having gone into pit lane, but it was him trying to avoid the Lumen car there. Very naughty. Don't know if that's going to be worth the protest, but we'll see how things manage to continue on. Reminder that Simitok did suffer that incident earlier in turn 1, so they are a lap down, but they are staying out on track. So these cars will be pitting for slicks at this point. A very short stop for these guys, so let's bring up the pit times for each. So 20 seconds is roughly changing onto just your tires, so not going for a full fuel stop. So see how these guys manage to get the pace down as we bring up the lap times from each car. So this is the sort of lap times that people were doing previously on the wet tires after the restart. So with this being their out lap, we are expecting to see probably slick lap times following these guys. Oh, a little bit of blink here or there. Should be fine.
Yeah, and as the commentator earlier was saying, you know, the track's going to be a little bit green, a little virgin, however you would like to call it there, as the rain has probably washed most of the rubber off of the track here. Looks like we're on board with Kevin as he is doing his pit.
Just sorting out some interview availability. The rain has really thrown a spanner in the works, so we've not been able to get on our scheduled interview with Dr. Chooch. In the meanwhile, we've got a bunch of guys pitting, a few guys pitting, so it's not as immediate as it was to go from dries onto wets. it can be kind of a slow burn when people decide that, okay, as comfortable as I am on the wets and not wanting to risk it with going off on slicks in the wrong part of the track, you will start to hemorrhage a lot of time. You can see at the top of the standings, the Heracles Performance Zeta car setting a 1:57 compared to the low 2 minutes 6s 7s that the leaders were doing. So it is about that time. JWR in the pits, SRN Esports Gold in the pits. Some cars streaming on by. So a bit of luxury with cars deciding if they want to take the full fuel or not. I probably would elect to take all the fuel. See how the JWR car merges here into traffic. Perfectly in shot there behind Delta V Racing. Leading by about 16 seconds. Not quite able to get their livery up on the stream, but see how things manage to continue on. So if we bring up the pit lap, we can see the we can see that the top of each class have very early lap counts, which I think kind of makes sense. Those who have decided to stay out on their wets are continuing on, though with it being so dry and these lap times are tumbling, I'd assume you would be losing a lot of time right here. Oh, I believe we've had a crash further back. Lucas Moncla getting going again very gingerly, so let's see what's going on here. Lord of Dakota wants to give this a look.
Might have to change the camera for me real quick. I still have not got the car cameras fixed. I'm working on that. Sorry about that, folks.
It's all good. Yeah, no, it's just a very obvious spin there from Lucas trying to send it in on the GT3. Meanwhile, further ahead, we've had Lewis Ricard. So one of those, we saw on the pit entry. Oh, so he was the one that shot by, avoiding the incident, so nicely played.
I'm gonna hop on board with Lucas. Oh,
Tom Farr.
another incident there.
Yeah. It's listed as having gone off track, so I figured I'd try to cut to him directly. I don't know if he's got damage from that.
It looked like he made a slight bit of contact with the wall there, but does it look like he has any damage from the looks of it on the left side of his vehicle?
I thought he might have been crabbing, but he's still going on wet tires, so I'm assuming.
I'm very surprised there are people staying out on wet tires as much of the track that, I mean, you can see as we're coming down the front stretch here, there's quite a bit of the track is dry now, so.
Yep, absolutely. So we've got Rafael DeSantis, the 96 car GTP championship leader, being given chase by Philippe Rupert, by Vanari Racing, just behind, tucked up under that Ferrari rear wing. Assuming we would see a move shortly. We can compare the lap times here, and we can see that is you can see Tom Farr in the P3 car at the bottom of the lap time widget, 6 seconds slower on pace. The 16 seconds was because of the off earlier that we managed to get in the broadcast. And kind of a pickle here. Rafael on dries way faster than Farr on wets, but he can only overtake on the wet parts. So
yeah, You can see him trying to get his nose somewhere where he could possibly make a move, just not able to do so. But
Felix not a fan of having to fight Tom for this. Desperately trying to stay off the wet parts of the track and managing to do so. And yeah, Tom is the last car yet to pit on wets. Around the outside, Callum Shepherd. Surely you go in now. And he's... I am perplexed. I don't know what you want to say here.
hey, they might have some kind of strategy or something cooking up here. We don't know. Let's see how it plays out here in the long run, though.
I think we had an off from our former GT3 leader, Ross Giovannini. It did seem like a bit of an off, so what happened to them? Heading into the carousel. Ooh! Saw this earlier as well.
Man, these guys are just doing a really good job of keeping it from sliding into the wall there, so...
Yep.
A lot of off tracks, but minimizing the damage gain from it.
Absolutely, absolutely.
We're now on board with, I believe, Eros for Delta V Racing here. Delta V's been doing pretty good today. Looks like dropped back to the 5th position, working their way back up currently.
Yep, yep.
Has the 26 pit yet?
No, they've not. Listed as pit lap 69. Currently on lap 94. So, as far as they want to go on wets, I'm pretty sure they're going to be forced to pit at some point. I've had a few guys go off track.
As much time as these guys are losing staying out on these wet tires, I probably would have brought it in at this point.
We saw Tom Farr was losing 6 seconds in that LMPX GTP car. I mean, after what, 5 laps or so, at that point, like, you are losing a pit stop. So we'll see how things manage to continue.
And I mean, the track is pretty much completely dry at this point. There's a couple of corners and stuff where it's a little more shaded that it's not really dried out yet, but I mean, not enough to warrant needing wet tires at this point, I feel.
Yeah. And I think you might have been able to notice there at the final corner, like, it got a bit loose. These wets are going to be hanging on by a thread. They're going to be overheating like crazy. Most of the track is dry, and not just necessarily the length of the track, but also the width. Like, look how much the kind of like the dry, clearly colored asphalt is taken up across the width of the track. It might narrow in a few places, but nothing to worry about wanting to keep wets on for that. Like, this is pretty much well past the point for putting on slicks. Like, you can see Boychev, Ivailo Boychev from the negative delta car is about 7, 8, 9 seconds faster now.
I mean, you're not really seeing these guys try to hit really any of the puddles or anything to keep the tires cool as well, which is kind of odd in my opinion.
Though, if I was gonna elaborate on what is happening above the track, if you will, it's probably a good chance to bring up the apologies, overlay's getting a bit funky on me right now. There is more rain inbound. So
Oh.
Yeah. That probably
So
gives a
maybe
lot of context.
Maybe a potential trying to save the tires, keep them from getting too hot here, and just stay out so they don't have to pit again.
I would argue that that is what they're doing. I'm running out of reasons as to why they would want to stay out of any other way. But of note is they will burn through their tires considerably. Like, I would rather have to pit onto dries and then pit onto wets for the rain than keep these wets and have them be 40% wear, maybe even 30% wear. Like, these guys might be running so long on these wets that I wouldn't be surprised if they get a time meatball at some point.
Yeah, and I mean, to be honest, I don't believe that second cell that's coming in looks nearly as bad as the first one. And then also, you know, to the point of in one lap, second place in the 81 machine of negative delta there has closed the gap from about 9 seconds down to 2. So that's really showing you how much of a speed difference there is just between the wets and the dries right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, that time delta is from them having been behind by 20 seconds to being pretty much right there. Like, they are in shot.
Matter of 3 laps, basically.
Yeah. And there they are. Assume that this would not be a fight. Yeah. Oh, we've had a crash. Will Weaver in GT3. Just launching down the order. Are they going to pit here? So let's see what happened to them. Decides to go for the move, and then I'm assuming the wet part of the track just decided that that move was not on.
Yeah, it just looked like a lossy grip there, and again, luckily able to keep out the wall stuff. So
let's see some fights on track. We've been focusing on the biltong bangers for a good little bit. Andrew Lizowski, RKE Motorsports, chasing the Dr. Chooch car. Again, Dr. Chooch, the tied Pro-Am lead in Pro-Am GT3.
that is a very long team name.
Yeah, I for the sake of the broadcast, I've decided to chop off most of their names, so it's just Dr. Chooch in there.
That's fair. That is completely fair.
I can apologize to them once they manage to make their way in. They were supposed to be on an hour ago, but with the way the rain has played out, that was just not feasible. So we'll see how things continue on. But yeah, pretty close fight behind. We'll leave that for the fight for P2 and P3. I say fight again. This is now Eric Muxka. I always get my Slovenian and Slovakian flags confused, but making their way past very easily there. And I think
This at this point, that Mustang's kind of looking like a sitting duck. I mean, I feel like I'd be forced to come in to get tires. It's going to end up hurting them more in the long run than it is helping them here, I feel like.
I mean, with the rain being imminent, they're now kind of forced to make it work, if you get what I mean. Like, they'll lose time going onto dries and then having to go onto wets maybe within 5 laps or so. So it's kind of like
the only downs. Go ahead.
It's kind of like a point of like end of the race. There might be 1 lap remaining, and you're on slicks. Okay, slicks maybe is the wrong way. So you're on wets. The track has dried up. If you go onto slicks, 1 lap is not enough to offset the time you would gain by being faster on the correct tire, if that makes sense. So like now, if it's only like, let's say 5 laps until it's wet, I mean, they are going so slow, but maybe
yeah, but the issue here is going to be like they're heating their tires up so much that even when it does rain, they're going to be at a disadvantage on grip. I feel like
they need new tires, full stop. Yeah. Well, we'll see how that manages to continue on. Well, we've got a genuine fight here as well. Carbono Esports making their way past the Wizards Esports car. Maciek Drost, I believe.
It looks like they're a little bit off pace right now.
I think they're also on wets.
I mean, very bold strategy. If it ends up paying off, I mean, I'll tip my hat off to him, obviously. But I'm not the best road racer myself. So, I mean, as I said earlier, maybe they got some kind of strategy cooking up here.
We'll see how things manage to continue on. Like, they are one of 2 GT3s that are yet to pit for slicks. Meanwhile, further up the field, I think everyone else has, other than Tom Farr, we saw them dropping back quite a bit. So they were in the lead of the race based on staying out on their wets, but now they've lost, if you bring up the gap, about a minute. So they are not far. Well, they are halfway to getting lapped. So let's see how things play out for them. You can see like the wets are deciding to give up. And
Well, that's definitely not going to help any there, but luckily kept it out of the wall again.
yep. That's the scimitar car going by. And you can see the lap times to that car. The scimitar car almost 10 seconds faster. And yeah, they are stuck in their strategy. Like, this is what they're doing.
Say though, that sail is very close to hitting. Like, we're right on the cusp of it hitting here.
Yep, absolutely. Let's bring up that transition again.
As a matter of fact, it might be starting to rain down around turn 10.
It is.
Now, actually.
It is. You can see it right there. And we can cut to the leader. Because he was managed to make his way past it, though he's just clear of the rain cell. Let's grab someone else. About Rafael DeSantis, they've cleared it. So this is on the straight heading onto Canada quarter. We can see some drops already there.
Now's going to be the time to see if that strategy of staying out on wets is going to pay off or not here.
I'll put my hat on it not being the case, but we'll see how things continue on. We've had a request. Austin Magill, how's Valhalla Motorsports doing? So, they are... Oh, I want to cut to them, but Justin, having stayed out on wet the entire dry spell, has decided to pit for tyres. For his sake, I hope they're wets, because if he goes on to dries and then has to pit for wets again, I will be heartbroken. I kind of wanted this to work, but yeah. Valhalla Motorsports.
Looks like the 28 might be getting a drive-through penalty here.
Oh. We'll see how things manage to continue on. So let's check in with the leader. Lewis Ricard going well through the rain right here.
Yeah, it still looks like the track's relatively dry, even with the rain coming down here. But very, very light rain at the moment.
Absolutely, absolutely. Oh, it's just blinking. He has been blinking in and out of the session for us for a little bit. Of note is the fact that it is blue rain. So what that means is that it will be very, very light rain. So these guys can afford to stay out quite a bit. The only thing that would temper expectations of how dry it stays is the fact that technically there is still moisture on the track. So I don't know if that helps to make the track wetter than it would have been if it was rain onto a perfectly dry track. And we can also see the green cell moving in from the bottom left of the screen. So it will get really wet really quickly. We saw teams were pitting within 2-3 laps of the green rain hitting the track. JWR is into the pits. So they've called it early. Drivers swap for the JWR team as well. Let's see if we can get up the normal radar as well. got Marcelo Eusebio for the Grow Racing Team Red in a fight. Currently behind the SR, ahead of the SRN GT3 Ford Mustang, I believe.
Safety car, safety car, safety car.
Yeah, that's a pretty tough battle right there, actually.
Pits remain open.
Safety car.
No overtaking. Safety car.
That's definitely going to make things a little bit more difficult here with the rain coming down, because that's definitely going to make the track a little bit wetter. Because the cars are not going to be running as hard here.
Someone is stuck on track, I assume. Let's see what happened here. Steva Corns. So he went for a move here, I'm going to assume. Oh, goodness.
Now
caught the curve.
Please approach with caution.
Let's get Taylor Conway's view on that, because I think that was the car that was behind. So Obsidian Edge, no. Did they tow straight away? They did. Oh, they were not allowed to do that. I was looking for a team that was stuck on track, but I think they were the trigger for the safety car. They weren't supposed to have gone. So there goes Obsidian Edge. So the other Lumen car in the race. Oof. And took out the LMP2 for good measure as well.
Yeah, I believe unfortunately Taylor just caught that curb, and with the rain coming down, it just really kicked that thing sideways. And unfortunately, I don't think there was anything he could do about hitting the LMP there.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I wonder if we can get a better view of that. So let's see if we can see eyes on the right rear, actually on the far end of the shot, directly on the white line, and it just goes straight away with no warning. Took out the Obsidian Edge car. I'm assuming that's the Aether Trackworks car, isn't it? Yeah. Straight across. Wouldn't have seen it coming. Very, very painful to see there. And then one more time, I don't mean to make things a bit difficult for them. Where is the Aether car? I can't quite see them on the... There we go. So he was just turning in and then all of a sudden just went. I don't see a meatball for them, so they've managed to keep going, and that seems like a relatively clean car to me. So we'll see how things manage to continue on. Just check in with the leader here.
I mean, that was very unfortunate, but it's very wild. Just he barely touched the curb. I don't even think that like
you may take a
an inch of the tire got on there and it just kicked it loose like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was the only car that was trapped in front of their class leader. So that is the first wave-by process complete.
Yeah, I don't think we were too long away from the other from the previous safety car. So the fact that Maradnas is now able to actually catch up to the back of the field gives them a good shot of trying to get back into this title fight for LMP2. So we've been focusing on the LMP2 fight for a little while. We can give the GTP field a good view in terms of how things are continuing on. So we bring up the standings, and yeah, pretty close, don't you think, Dakota?
Yeah, I mean, only about a 15 point battle there for first and second. Third place, not too far behind as well. Vulcan in fourth, a little bit farther out, but still, I mean, relatively in the hunt here with if they get a decent finish today.
Yeah, and a reminder that it is 100 points for a win here, and then 5 points down per position. So 95 points for second, 90 for third, and on and on and on. If we have everyone pitting, if you've not pitted for wets at some point, then I would be very surprised. But
yeah, especially with the safety car coming out, I mean, it's kind of causing the track to get a little bit more moist and built up here. The lack of people running across the track, obviously. I will say I do really like that Lumen team's paint scheme, that gold, black, and gray.
Yeah, yeah. It's livery gold right there in terms of a design that works. And just to focus in a little bit more
Pit
on the
exit is now
standings.
closed.
Obviously, we've got the pits shuffle here. Vanari Racing, I think, have decided to stay out on track.
Car 45, you were out of the pit lane already. You are okay.
Car 45, a bit worried about having made the pit exit, because again, pit entry is always open. Pit exit closes until the safety car queue manages to make their way past. So we'll see them wait here. Hopefully no one gets any damage here. Oh, I think that was the Heracles car blinking in and out of existence. And then again, just wanted to check. Obviously, we've got MK in a relatively good position, definitely compared to the other cars. Though Tatum Restec 96 championship leader, 15 points, so they can afford a third place finish, depending where MK ends up. So we'll see how things manage to
now
continue on.
open.
So we need Lewis Ricard to pull off there, and there he goes.
You know what's wild? Obsidian Edge, which I believe had a little bit of issues earlier and did end up having to come into the pits, possibly putting some more wets on earlier, actually getting put back into second place there.
Yeah, yeah. Obsidian Edge is listed for me at the moment in 6th right now.
Oh, well, my relay is just now updating. There we go. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's all good. That's all good. It does give us a chance to maybe have a look at some of the other championship fights. So we've got the GT3s as well. If you bring up the championship standings, it is a bit of a manual process, so we'll have to bear with me. That's an MP2. Obviously, that's GTP. There we go. Oh, it took me a little while. Negative Delta by SimGear leading the championship, though they are quite a ways behind here. They were at the head of the field for a really long while, so I don't understand what's happened to them here. Velo. Also, they did crash, and we can give it a better look here. So let's empty out the screen here and cut to the replay. So they crashed at the 4-hour 12 mark. I'm assuming this must have been a slow spin, surely. They've managed to continue on just fine. Oh, this was just the safety car queue. Okay, so it wasn't really an issue per se. So they must have just lost out under the pit stop shuffle. So very unfortunate to see. They're way down in P19 in class.
When we get to the front straight, we will commence.
Oh, they've had
the
such
second
good
wave by
speed
process for
since
all
I've joined
cars
in and
that
started
are one
watching
or
here.
more
I wouldn't be
laps down.
surprised if they worked their way
So
back
once
to the
you get to
field
the
here.
front straight, can I please get all cars to move to the right of the track, and then wave bys once called to the left.
So again, off focus here is the fact that they are in 19th, which is quite a ways down. I'm pretty sure they're just about getting like maybe 5 or 6 points. Next car for the championship is FZR SimSport 742. So these guys are in
Okay, as we have
very
cars
good position.
pitting, please stand by. We will wait to commence the second wave by process until all of these cars are redoing, just to make sure we get this right.
It does look like we are doing way bys
Pit
this
exit is
lap,
now
I believe. So
We were until the pit stop shuffle decided to make an appearance. So we've got Kyle Bassett here in shot, entering the pits, and P2 leader in the pits as well in our Endurance Esports. So there we go, just ahead of them. And then JWR is the only car that's still out on track from the LMP2s. Lucas Moncler in the twin-turn SR car, making their way past at the back of shot there. Right there. Earning second place by staying out on track. They've pitted 5 laps before this current point. So no particular desperate need to pit. We'll see how things turn out. And continuing on with our GT3 championship view. FZR SimSport, like we said, currently on track to gain, I believe that's 90 points.
Pit exit is now open.
Which is well clear of whatever negative delta is getting at the moment, but 7 hours 50 to go. It's a lot. It's a lot. So,
I mean, I imagine they would definitely love to get the 90 points, but you know, as you said, still a long time to go. Anything could happen here. Now, even after I get out of the booth here today, I think I might sit and actually just sit here and watch this, because it's been a pretty interesting race thus far.
Absolutely. Oh, we've got the Venari car going around. Oh, watch your rejoin.
Got a little worried there for a minute.
The second wave-by process for cars that are one or more laps down. So again, we get all cars moved to the right, please, and then wave-bys to the left.
This is one of the cars that should gain, and they are a lap down. And then PX, GG, Tatum, and the Tatum Restec cars as well. If we could bring up the gap to the leader. They're
Okay,
down.
can we please
Tatum's
get
down.
the 268 car you may take a wave by. The
There we go.
532 car you may take a wave by. 69 car may take a wave by. 25 car may take a wave by. 45 car may take a wave by.
I'm kind of curious about something. Is there any chance we can check on this weather cell that's currently going over us? I got a feeling it should be coming to an end before too much longer.
Absolutely, we can. Again, it's a bit of a manual process, so do bear with me. Dual mini. There we go. So we can see at the moment is pretty much the heaviest part of the rain cell. If I zoom out, we can see we're pretty much at the middle part, which lines up quite well with the same time we had when we had that first rain cell. We were kind of like halfway through, though this is a far more patchier forecast, so it shouldn't hopefully get anywhere near as wet.
I actually thought we'd be a little farther along than that. This one might actually be a little bit wider than the last one I came through. Just a tick.
Of note is the fact that the wind speed is far less than what we had the previous time. So at the moment, the wind is actually dropping as we speak. It's about 20 kph. It was 30 the previous time round.
Yeah, 12 miles an hour, 20. Oh, it's still going down, actually, as a matter of fact.
Yep. So,
coming from someone that doesn't do a lot of road racing, so I don't race a lot in the rain, how much does the wind affect you whenever you're in the rain here?
So, in and of itself, wind can affect just the general handling of the car, especially if you're a very aerosensitive car. It may directly affect if you have a headwind versus a tailwind, in terms of what helps versus hinders you if you're out on track. Unless you're fighting in a battle, tailwind obviously will help you a bit more than it would if you had a headwind. The fact that if it changes as well very abruptly, like right now, like it just jumped from like 20 to 27. So like if it jumps very abruptly, you may feel like very caught out mid-corner, where you were expecting something from a lap ago, which is absolutely not the case anymore. You'll notice some streamers will run with a wind kind of like overlay on their streams, because it does help to keep track of it, especially when you're in a session that has a very strong kind of like blustery sim conditions. And also, obviously, here for the rain as well. Like, you kind of have the rain kind of coming in from the southwest, so to say. If the wind were to just completely reverse direction, then things would probably become a lot more difficult to anticipate in terms of a forecast. Yeah, it matters a lot. I assume on the oval side of things, it probably changed the handling of the car quite a bit.
Oh yeah, 100%. It'll completely make the car taut 1 minute, you'll be loose the next. I mean, but where I don't race in the rain, I don't know if, like, for instance, say you get a good gust of wind coming from the side and it changes like it did just a second ago. It goes from like 20 to 27. Would that potentially cause you to break loose there if it hits you in the wrong spot?
Absolutely. Just giving some cars that probably did not feature too much on track a chance to feature on the broadcast. Hardline Racing Team 1. We've got Ronin PT. They were one of the other cars that were, I believe, in for a championship shout. Let's bring
just waiting for the last car to catch back up again, and then we will commence the class split.
So the Ronin PT car, see right there in shot, about, was it 57 points behind, so they would need a win, and then for someone like Negative Delta to drop back like 6-7 or so positions, which
okay, so we're now
they've
going
got one
to
of two.
class split. Can I please get GT3 and LMP2 cars to the right of the track? GTPs move to the left and pass the other class cars. No weaving, please.
Yeah,
on the other
a
classes.
couple of these guys,
GTPs
looks
are
like
going
Delta
past.
V Racing down there
As
in 10th
the,
place, about
GT3
100 points
and
out.
LMP2s
How
complete
many
slower
more
than
races
to
are left
enable
in the
this to
season?
happen a bit quicker.
This is the
If you don't
finale.
mind me asking.
This is the
Oh,
finale.
finale?
Yeah,
So
fantastic time for you to join.
basically, looking here, a couple of these guys are going to need a very, very good race and some very good luck on their side.
Yeah,
Is what I'm seeing then.
absolutely. As far as I'm concerned, really the only guys, especially for GT3 Elite, that I'm looking at right now, I'm pretty much only looking at the top 2, maybe 3 if Aerokinetics manages to keep things on the up and up. I mean, they are ahead of their sister team at the moment. They are in 6th place. You see Tom Ford there in the LMPX car going by. I believe that's the Tatum Restec 6.9 car going by. They've been involved in a few incidents here, but managing to stay on the lead lap thanks to the wave buys, so good to see. In the meanwhile, if I can bring up the...
Okay, get LMP2 cars now, please. Start to move past the GT3 cars. So GT3s, please stay on the right. LMP2s on the left.
Few open protests. We've got Maximum Effort Motorsports, but those are second splits, so we're not too concerned with that. So we'll see how things manage to continue on.
Well, on a side note, it does seem like the pit incident we saw earlier was not protested so far.
Yep. So let's bring up the rest of the protests. So it is a lot of protests that kind of came in. So I will just manually bring it up for you guys to have a look at on the screen. Obviously, if you want to give it a bit more of a view, then you are able to use the protest
Can I please
page.
get all GT3 cars to slow to 50 miles an hour until all of the LMP2 cars are passing through? Once the 532 car has
I
gone
remember the
past,
24-hour race we did
that is all
not
of
too
the
long
LMP2,
ago.
so you
I was
can then
watching the
start to
protest
follow
list for that,
from
and it was absolutely insane.
Yeah.
To be fair, we did have quite a few splits of that, so
Figured it probably would be helpful to actually have the penalty itself on the screen. So we've got a few NFAs. If you are at all interested in finding out the steward's reasoning and as well as videos for the relative incidents, going onto the protest page gives each individual protest a drop down that has all of the attached data. So if you're wondering maybe the safety car procedures that you're seeing listed on the protest page or any of the NFAs as to why there might not have been a penalty, just give the protest page a look, and that would be hopefully something that helps answer the questions you may have on any of the protests. On the screen at the moment, I've only got
Okay,
a
thank you
filter
very much.
for
Plus,
split
this is now
one.
complete. Cars may now pack back up again. Please do so with caution. There's no need to do it in a hurry. Please drive to the track conditions.
Right.
I'm very impressed by your overlays and stuff here, sir.
Oh, thank you very much.
I can tell you put a lot of work into it.
Hey man, it's credit to Majors for giving me the creative freedom to try different things. I think it's of note that it's such a very data-rich league as well. We've got the website, we've got the Discord. The fact that we've got all of the information in such a central place gives me the chance to just pull whatever I want into the stream and just make it a technical question in terms of if I can actually make it work. So
Okay, the safety car will now increase to around
That guy
That's very
80%
fair
of race
point,
pace to
but
give a chance to
I just want to
get
give you
some
a
heat
little
into
bit of
the
a shout out
tyre.
there, because
We
as
will
someone
do
that's
this
done
lap
broadcasting
and
for other
another
things, I mean,
before
I
we
know
resume
you can
racing.
put hours
Just
and
gives you a
hours
chance to get
in
some
doing
heat in the
things
tyre.
sometimes.
Again, there will be a chance to pack back up and catch the cars in front of you before we resume, so you do not need to race.
All
within
right, looks like
half a
safety
second
car
of
is
them and be up there
increasing
really
pace a little
okay?
bit here. So it should be going green before too much longer, I would imagine.
we've got 2 laps until the safety car peels its way in, so it gives everyone a chance to actually get nice and warmed up as well. Let's see if we can grab a word from our sponsors from Whiplash. Like, they've been very helpful throughout all of the season to help us put on the fantastic cameras that we've been able to use throughout the season. We've had some of the drone cams. We've had some of the we've had a lot of the kind of drone cams, blimp cams, scenic cams, blimp interview cams as well that we've been able to feature throughout. So we'll let the ad roll play, and we'll be back soon.
So just a reminder, there will be one more full lap before we resume. Okay, the safety car will now start to slow to give everybody a chance to catch back up. We will resume at the end of this lap. Approach the cars ahead with caution. We will resume at the end of this lap. A reminder, there is no overtaking until after the restart zone, and there will be 30 minutes from the green flag until request to tow is in force again. So you are free to tow until race control advises otherwise.
All right, just let me know when we're fully in.
Car 96 as the leader.
Welcome back,
Maintain
everybody. We
pacing
should be
speed
going green
until you
here
get to the
momentarily. It
restart
looks
zone.
like Alessandro is going to be
Safety car
leading
now
us
pull
back
away.
to the green for Tatum ResTech 96 here. We're going to be waiting until they get to the restart zone. Conditions have got a little bit rainy and muggy here as we have been pacing around. Track has definitely gotten a little slick. Pedals have formed, so it's going to be an interesting restart here. So we got about 2 more corners before we get to the front stretch.
Safety car is in pit lane, restart is in the leader's hand.
We also have Alex Smith's point of view, I believe, for the LMP2 leader.
Green, green, green.
But we should be going back green right now as we're on board with the 96 machine yet again. They're coming down the front stretch, getting ready to go into one. Let's see if everyone's able to keep it safe without any mistakes here. Does look like we got a little side-by-side action going on there as they almost went 3 wide coming down the front stretch. Does seem like the first few cars able to make it through turn 1 relatively safe there. Oh, we do have one car going off into the rocks there at turn 1. It's going to be Tom Farr in that number 268. He has been having a little bit of bad luck here, but we're going to check back in with him in a little bit as we're on board with Kevin Tumba, I believe. Or Samatok Sensations. Number 88 machine. Currently running P4 in his class. As we're coming out to dreaded turn 5 there. Everyone actually makes it through relatively clean. It seems like we're doing a little bit better on this safety car restart in the rain this time compared to last time. Everybody's got single filed out and kind of spread out. We do have one car off in the grass. They were able to get back onto the track without any issues. No contact made there. As we are currently heading into turn 9 and 10 here. One of the things I love most about the safety cars is it really brings all the racing action back together as we are starting to get a little bit of a battle here for 6th place. So we're on board with Lewis Rickard for the Lumen Motorsports Lux. And that number 01 machine. See him trying to find a way around the driver ahead of him here. I believe that is the 88. Actually, just overtook him there, so as we are working our way towards the back, or the end of the track here, coming to the final few corners. And it does look like we got a crash. Justin, who was actually leading a little bit earlier, stayed out on wet tires. It looked like he made a little bit of contact with the wall there, some right front damage, possible wheel damage. So he's probably going to have to come into the pits and see if he needs to get anything fixed here. Looks like we're going to be switching to the LMP2 here with Joshua and that 297 machine currently running P5. 6th place, not too far behind him here. Going to have a little bit of a battle as they are heading down into turn 1 this time. Looks like both drivers are going to be able to make it through relatively safely there. A little bit of a wiggle out of Joshua there, but did not hinder his speed any. Another little bit of a wiggle there. They're going to be side by side going down into turn 5, and I don't know if that's the place you want to be side by side at, but it does look like the 170 is going to be able to clear for the position there. So I believe that's going to drop Joshua back to possibly P7 here. It does look like the 88 did get a drive-through penalty as well. That GT3 machine we've seen run off track earlier and get a little bit of damage, so bad luck going worse. We're on board with 7th place of Kyle still at 313. As it looks like he's trying to make his way around the 297 here. Looking for a move on the outside coming through the carousel. Does seem like he has a better run, able to get the position. It's going to move him up to P6. Does look like we have another pass for 7th position. They thought otherwise, though. Drew Glover. Josh was really having some trouble out here with the rain currently, but doing a good job of keeping it clean. I think it's a smart move to get the positions now and potentially get it back later. But it does look like the 5080 Drew Glover did fall back a little bit. So Josh was starting to fight back now, potentially getting some heat in his tires and feeling a little bit more confident here. And it does look like we got a fight for P6 here in the GTPs. William Lindener for Hercules Performance. As they're going through turn 3 this time, heading down towards turn 5, the very sharp 90-degree downhill corner here. See if he's able to get any kind of a move lined up. Ooh, started to take a look to the inside, got the door closed on him. Felix there closed the door very fast, trying to battle hard for that position. These drivers doing a pretty phenomenal job for the wet conditions we're in right now. Every time I say that, right as I say that, Felix runs off the track. They're able to keep it out of the wall and rejoin somewhat safely. Just commentator's curse, we'll call it. Ooh, it does look like 7th and 8th place both hit with the black flag there. So they're going to have to come in and serve a penalty. That's definitely going to be detrimental towards their day here, as that's going to put them quite a bit of ways behind. They're going to have to work and claw their way back up here. And it does look like Felix is going to build pitting this time for his black flag here, as possibly a drive-through, I would assume. Yeah, it looks like that 88 machine going to be Semitalk staying out there. That 88 machine. So potentially going to come around the next lap to go in to clear that black flag. And it does look like Felix did have a drive-through, so not too bad, but he is going to have to work his way through the LMP2s again to get caught back up to the GTP class.
So we're just going to take the chance to have a look at the fight that we missed just after the restart further back the field. We were focused on the leader for quite a bit. Lewis Rickard being listed as one of the guys that was really involved in this fight. So we'll just see how things managed to continue on. So if you can go full speed for once. So he managed to pass Kevin Tomber, who I'm assuming went off maybe. he did. So he lost a bunch of positions there. And then we had William Lindler getting passed as well. So I believe this might have been a case for Seba Korns having gone off. So let's see what happened here. Right around the outside of the Obsidian Edge car, keeping our track quite well, and managing to stay in front of the Obsidian car, which then gives the Venari car, which has to actually fight back and try and make it 2 for the price of 1.
Yeah, that was a very scary pass there in the first place, going very deep into the corner.
Absolutely, absolutely. And then we've had a few other ons and offs, so what's happened here? So this will cause them to go all the way to the back of the field. So that lost them a lot of positions. And I'm assuming that might have been what gave them the black flag for incident points.
That is quite possible.
Yep. And then we had Tom Farr. So he went off. So I think we did catch this at some point. Okay, so that caused the 16-second off, so he just had to recollect himself. Yeah, gravel does not give you a lot of purchase in the iRacing rain. Quite counterintuitive, you've got to give it like less than full throttle just to be able to get out the gravel quickly.
Oh yeah, 100%. If you give full throttle, you're kind of just going to sit there and spin. I mean,
So we've passed William Lindler, who went deep. So that was the Heracles Performance Zeta car going a bit deep into turn 5. That concedes them P5. Seba Cornes continuing on and keeping it going. That's very good to see. Okay, so we do have the finally one of our earlier scheduled spotlight interviews with Dr. Chooch. We will go on mute for a little bit whilst we try to sort out the technical side of getting Bryce Robertson. We'll be back with you in a second. So we had a great word from our sponsor Whiplash, as we've been watching Lewis go on and off here. He's really been struggling in the last few laps, so he's now dropped to P4. I am happy to announce that we do have Dr. Chooch in the house. If I can bring up the team car from the GT3s up. I'm kind of struggling to find them at the moment. There they are. And yeah, Dakota will be taking over the interviews for this time round. And I'll let them introduce themselves. So have had it, lads.
So again, Bryce from Dr. Chooch Race Team and here with us today. Bryce, how are you feeling about your race so far?
Oh, we're feeling great. We're feeling real good. It's been, we've had some rocky issues. Like I'm on an Oculus Rift, or I guess it's the Quest 3 or whatever. But my battery's giving me trouble. So it kind of threw a little wrench in there for us. But David showed up. He got his beauty rest, and he's in the car and ready to go. So we're good to go.
How are you feeling about the weather conditions today? We kind of went from dry to wet, dry to wet. I mean, you think that's going to be a continuing trend for the rest of the day, or you think it's going to end up drying up? And
I don't know, the weather prediction kind of looks like it might give us fits another hour or two, maybe. But yeah, I wish we would have stayed dry a little bit longer. We were planning on keeping me in the car as long as possible first thing in the morning before we give it over to David. Trying to save Austin for the end of the race as much as possible. We need him. We're really in the championship battle here against Small Hollow. As long as we beat them today outright, so we're good with whatever. Keeping them behind us is cool.
That is fair enough. And a couple more questions here. You're one of only 2 Fords in the field, mostly full of Ferraris. How do you feel about that?
Well, Austin and the Ford, bread and butter. And this track is called Road America. Anytime you practice something, Austin's a weapon, and he's gonna drive that thing to the front. I don't know if you guys saw it all, but during the rain stint, he went from 22nd to like 8th in that rain. In the one stint he was driving, so we got no worries about the Ford. Big V8 horsepower, switching down the straights. Good to go.
That's fair enough. And how you feel about your chances with the championship today?
I think the fat lady's getting ready to sing. I think she's warming up her horse. I've got a lot of confidence that we're going to come away with it today. It's been a blast racing with these guys in Valhalla, so full credit to them for what they've been able to achieve this season. It's been a lot of fun racing. But yeah, I'm feeling confident.
That's good to hear, man. Well, unless anyone else has any more questions for you here, I think we're going to go ahead and let you go. Anyone else? All right. But good luck on the rest of your race, man, and I hope to see you, your fruitions come true.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys. Thanks for everything you do. And we will talk to you later.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for taking time to come up here and interview.
Absolutely.
As you see in the top box there, we are with Dr. Chooch. David currently driving that 21 machine. It did look like we had a little bit of an off track for one of the GT3s back there. Bottom screen, we're on board with the 38 of Jeff for Valhalla Motorsports. Both of these teams not quite where they want to be running order-wise, but as you know, you heard him say there, it seems like they got a little bit of a secret weapon for the end of this race. We did have a GT3 golf right in front of them there. So they were able to gain a spot. It looks like it's going to be Andrew for RE Motorsports. Unfortunately, getting stuck in the gravel there. Luckily, no damage that I can tell, so going to be able to continue going here. And I think the rain has cleared out for the moment, so track going to be trying to dry up here soon, but we do have another small cell coming in, but it does look like it's going to be a very minimal rain. So we're going to hop on board with Lucas here. Looks like he might have had a little bit of a moment. Just got a little bit loose. I believe that's going to be turn 12 there. Very dangerous spot to rejoin, as it's kind of a high-speed blind corner, but able to get back on the track successfully and get back going there. Looks like Luke is having a pretty good day, him and his team here to win turn. Currently running P3 for the LMP2s. Still in contention to win this thing, only about 8 seconds back from your leader. It does look like second place Fusion 19, only about 0.2 back, so possible good battle going on there. And looks like we're on board with Kevin
Just
for Sim Talk.
Yeah, he's listed as having a meatball, so let's have a look at what happened to him.
Yeah, I didn't really see any damage there though.
Apologies, but no, this was under safety car, so I don't think that's what's caused the issue, but he is listed as having a meatball, so I'm not sure what happened to him. It's not listed as having gone off track at any point, so it might have been here. So let's have a look. So this is heading into Canada corner. Way deep, and yeah, that'll be it. Oof, that is very rough going from him. And then we've had a off from Felix Rupert, I believe, as well. So this was just after. Might have been a different part of the track, yeah. This is heading into turn 1. Way deep again. So it did manage to keep going. Bit sideways, but I don't think he'll mind too much if he manages to keep out the wall. But that's not exactly what caused the meatball. I think it might be. It might be here. So this is going around the carousel, and the car just lets go. Very violent.
Ooh, that was a very hard hit there. And right quick, I do want to say we do have Mike up here in the booth with us. Mike, you got a copy?
Yeah, I got a copy. Man, let me tell you what, I was walking here back to the booth and I heard that contact into that tire barrier echo just throughout this whole entire racetrack. Even over these loud cars, that was a massive hit there for that driver. I'm glad that they're going to be able to try to get some repairs done, hopefully come back out. And let me tell you what, man, my socks are soaked at the moment.
Yeah, it's like it was a monsoon for a little bit there, but things are starting to calm down here now, finally, as the rain has stopped. I mean, you've missed one heck of a race. It's been pretty eventful here. Had some very close calls, some few wrecks, some good battling going on.
Yeah, I've been doing my best to try to keep up with all the action as we continue to take a look here at Lewis Ricard for Lumen Motorsports Lux. In that 0-1 machine, he is currently sitting in P5, trying to get around that number 16 of I don't know who's who anymore. They've had so many driver changes at this point. Where's my look? There we go. Yeah, Seba Cornez with Obsidian Edge as they come up and over the here in the front straightaway. But man, let me tell you what, Ricard, he has had an up and down race so far in that 0-1 BMW GTP, as Justin Eloff continues to have issues in his machine, as he has another off in his Ford Mustang. Ooh, beautiful sight. Seba Cornez having an amazing run in that GTP right now. Currently sitting in that 4th position.
Might help if I unmute myself. Obsidian
Well,
Edge has
yeah.
been doing really well for most of the day here. I believe running top 5 for a good part of the race. Caleb might be able to fact check me here, but
I think so,
pretty
yeah. I think
positive.
they have. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Just bringing up the double view here. 5-4 P7.
Oh yeah, it looks like Nicholas trying to get around somebody else here. Was able to get the pass done.
Tim
But
Stupple in the
I'm not
that's Tim Stupple in the Aerokinetics car just behind one of the GT3 championship contenders.
And it looks like Siva is kind of running up on some GT3 traffic here. That did allow for the 01 to get caught up here, so we might have a little bit of a battle going into 1 if they are able to get around the GT3s here.
Stupel in that 222 machine, he is also trying to make his way around Cinquini in that 369 machine. He's lost a little bit of time here, but it's still anybody's game. And Stupel, from what I've been noticing though, he's been pretty quick here in the range, so that's one of the cars that we're going to definitely have to keep our eye on as we take a look here at Stupel.
And I am noticing we're starting to get some dry spots on the track here, so could potentially see people coming in to try to change 2 slicks before too many more laps here. I kind of wonder if we're going to see another strategy call to kind of stay out on wets a little longer like we did earlier, especially out of the Mustang group there.
Definitely going to have to keep an eye out on that. As you see, Siva Cornez, he's still all over the back bumper of Lewis Ricard in that BMW GTP 01 machine.
I will say we do have another small cell coming in, as I mentioned earlier, but it's very small and it is light blue, so I imagine it's not going to be heavy enough for them to have to switch back to wet tires here if the track does get dried off. Looks like Tim and that 222 machine still battling pretty hard there, trying to fend off 10th position. Oh, we had a spin. I believe that was the MK in that 43 machine in turn 1 there. Well, Mike, I seen you was doing a little bit of racing yourself, man. How's that been going for you? I've seen your stints went relatively well. Y'all still running pretty good?
Yeah, so the race is currently over in the Kreventech 12 hours at Spa. And let me tell you what, man, that Porsche 992 P Cup, it is, I have such a love-hate relationship with that race car. It is so bipolar. It wanted to be loose, and then it wanted to be tight, and then it just wanted to do its own thing, and it started to drive me around the track instead of me driving it around the track. But when I handed it over to my teammate Dave Payton, we were running P2 at the time, and unfortunately we got into a little late race scuffle, I believe it was, with another car, and we did fall back from 2nd to 5th. But when the checkered flag did fall, one car in front of us did get disqualified, so we did finish 4th in class. definitely not the way we wanted to end our dominating performance in P2. But hey, we'll take a fourth, and that's racing for you. Things happen, and you can't win them all.
Not to cut you off there, but I was watching Seba there in that last corner, and he got very sideways there. I think the track's starting to dry out, and temperature's starting to build a little bit in these tires here. As you see him kind of searching for a couple wet spots. Tim has fallen back in that 222 machine to 10th place, now looking to get passed by the 11th place car here, which I can't quite see the name. I need to pull up my SDK. That's going to be, I believe, Vince Poirier in that number 3 machine. As you see them battling side by side there. It does look like Tim is trying to make a move to get the position back here. They are battling very hard. They are coming towards, I believe, turn 5 I hear at the moment. Very dangerous corner downhill here, especially with it being wet. Does look like Tim was able to get the advantage going into the corner, though, but has a little bit of issues on the exit. That does allow for that 3 machine to get back on his inside. And the 3 was able to get clear of the 222. And it looks like we're going to be switching over to some LMP2s as we got a little bit of a battle going on for the lead. Only about 0.4 of a gap here. As you see that 19 machine of Brian trying to get caught up to the JWR.
Say it.
Hold on. Alex Smith in that 30 machine.
No. Pronounce the whole entire team name.
JWR Flaggerberger Asksmith Berger Agsmith.
Something like that.
Mike just wants to bully me. All right.
Request to tow is
I
got a
do.
little bit of a speech impediment. He likes me to say things. He's a bully. I'm playing. I'm completely playing here. Khaled, how do you pronounce that?
Pronounce it however they pronounce it, I guess. Flagberger Smith is how I'd say it, if I'd have to guess. But,
Yeah, it's just about the way, Khaled, you did say that. It is definitely, it's actually pretty cool. It is the last name of all the drivers put together. And let me tell you what, yes.
That makes a lot
Let me
of
tell you
sense.
what, yep, so the very end, Kid Smith, that's for Alex Smith, who is currently in your top spot here in the LMP2 division. But he is definitely being stalked by Brian Boomsma in that Fusion 19 machine. Remember, that Fusion 19 machine, they are, trying to chase down the championship. So, really great day for both of these drivers here. And, earlier when, right before I left at the start of this race, I just realized that Muradness squad, they had big issues, but yet here they are currently sitting P3 in class, just about 12 seconds behind your battle for first. So what an incredible day, turnaround day for that Muradness squad group. As we take a look here at your radar and you see that little bit of a cell heading our way. That should be to us here probably in just about 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes from now. And we're going to get this racetrack a little bit soaked again, but it shouldn't last too long. And like Dakota was saying earlier, I don't think they're going to need to come down and put wet tires back on these race cars.
To be fair, I do think most everybody's still on wet tires here, but it does, looking at the forecast, it does look like it's supposed to only rain for about 10 minutes, and it's a very, very light rain, more like a mist, honestly. So, I mean, with the track drying out here in the next few minutes, it might be advantageous to try to throw some dries on them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Taking a look to the outside there, almost a little bit of contact. Both of them able to keep it straight there.
Oh, that GT3 traffic in front is definitely deciding who is going to be your LMP2 race leader, as they will draft down this very long straightaway here. That number 19 of Boomsma all over the back bumper of Smith, and he's going to make a move to the left side, heading down the front straightaway, back down into turn number 1. Boomsma, Smith, side by side for the race lead in the LMP2 class, still side by side. Boomsma, he's going to take it, heading down into turn number 3. And Smith, he's now going to have to try to regroup, as you see Boomsma get sideways out of the turn 3 there, heading down the cheese straight, down towards turn number 5. And it's all in the hands of Boomsma in the LMP2 class for the moment.
So with it raining twice now, this track is going to be pretty bare by the time they switch back to slicks here. And we're really going to see some lap times pick up quite dramatically. We're going to go back and watch this move yet again. As you see Brian on the outside of Alex there. And just look how close they got to one another. Brian using every bit of real estate on that outside, getting onto the curb, barely able to get ahead of him, and just kind of close the door on him just a tad bit there. A very textbook, very clean move there. But I mean, Alex in that 30 machine is not done fighting. As you see him giving it everything he's got, trying to look for a move there. Almost got into the back of that 19 machine. Oh, he finally gets to the inside here. Not able to stay there though. As they're coming down the front stretch. And it does look like Alex is going to go in and possibly get some slicks here. Realizing the track's starting to dry out, as quite a bit of the GT3s and other cars of the class has as well.
Yeah, no, pretty much the entire field is just pitted, especially in GT3. See if I can actually do it justice. I see most of the GT3 field are in. Johan Neshev negative delta is already leaving. So he's pretty much head and shoulders clear of most of the GT3s. The only ones that are still out are those that didn't pit in the first place. So it's good to see.
And keep in mind, we do still have a little bit of a sail coming in, but again, very, very minor rain, I would expect.
Yeah, I'm currently looking at the track map, and I see about 25 cars circling around this track, and everybody else is on the front straightaway. It is actually a pretty cool sight to see on the track map here.
Let's see if I can get that track map as well. Very spaced out. coming back in from the little mini break that we've had. This is a very long time to be running. We've got most of the LMP2s pitting in. Got Drew Glover in the center shot right now in our endurance esports. The Broker's in, Fusion 19 is in. Cronus GG LMP2 is the only one that's out on track, that's ahead of everyone at the moment. Let's see if we can do a bigger camera angle here. So we can see the rest of the pit lane. You see the Vulcan Motorsports GTP heading in from 3rd place. I think that's the Hardline GT3 about to exit the pit lane. Is that the MK car that was passing by on the main straight? Lumen heading into their pit box. Fusion 19 LMP2 heading out. That one is being driven by Edward Shelley, so we've got a driver swap there. Safety car at the back of shot. Muradna's car going for a move around the Biltong GT3. And here we've got the A&R guys just ahead of La Broca and the twin-turn SR LMP2s. So really good going there. And nothing too untoward. Negative Delta with a black flag. So what's happened to them? I'm not sure if this is a protest or if this was just incident points. I don't quite follow what the incident point limit is for this race. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a very 40x. Okay, 40x. That is it's a bit light, I think. But we'll see how things manage. I mean, 40x for a 12-hour race is very impressive to see. So we did see some guys get drive-throughs, though that might have been due to penalties. Leaders in both LMP2 and GTP have pitted. So let's see if we can bring up their views. Negative Delta there, going past Simatox Sensations, going past on the main straight. Cronus GG, the first of the cars in the pit lane, closest to us to the camera, LMP2. We've got Mirmika, a few other GT3s making their way past. Tatum Restec 96 behind the advertisement board. Behind the pit wall. There he goes, right behind the iRacing safety car, which hasn't seen much action, so given we've got our own dedicated major safety cars. That's good to see. Let's get some action on track. Obsidian Edge GTP taking the overall lead. Coming up to a lot of GT3 traffic. So we'll have a look at that whilst we try to figure out what the Negative Delta got their penalty for.
E80. Yeah, the Negative Delta, the number 81, got a drive-through penalty for causing a collision.
Ooh.
Very unfortunate for them as well.
Yeah, I wasn't able to see it in the the protest log, so I was a bit surprised what happened to them, but very unfortunate to see. So assuming that they will have 3 laps from when iRacing handed them the penalty, so we'll see whether they decide to pit this lap or not. They do have acres of open space. I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to just stay out for as long as possible. A little bit of a moment there. And what you know, they decide to stay out, so see them try to build as much of a gap as possible before we drive through, pegs them back. Pretty much everyone has pitted. Leader is coming in now. Pit lane very wet here, so just gotta be very careful on the brakes.
And boy, did they come into full head of steam there. I thought they were gonna Thought they was about to give themselves a black flag there for a moment.
Yeah. I've not seen anyone get a black flag outside of pit lane, so kudos to the whole field for managing to keep it together on pit entry and exit. So let's see if we've got some fights up and down the field. Biltong Bangers in. They just now into the pits. They've got a drive through. I'm wondering if this was an iRacing incident points or not. Obsidian Edge just entered the pits like we saw from earlier. I think those are the only cars on pit lane.
Thanks.
I mean, technically we did see the safety car just chilling. And we do have the other one just in case, but not seeing that in action.
I believe the 26 did serve a drive-through for incident points. I
Okay.
do not see any. I do not see any penalties issued against them through race control. So that one was probably for incident.
Just had a MKX Nexus Esports car. Make a good move on Darren in the Obsidian car. Meanwhile, Tom Farr in the LMPX GG car in the pit lane. What I'm assuming is a planned stop as well. Negative Delta goes to serve their penalty. So, yeah. Pass go. Don't collect 200. Just straight on through. No service allowed.
And
They
then
picked it-
possibly gonna have to come back around before too long and get some different tire sets.
Yeah, I mean they are listed as having pitted lap 1, 2, 3. GT3s at the moment are on 1 to 7 from what I can see. So quite early in their stint at the moment. We can bring up the pit strategy to visualize this as well. So you can kind of see at the far end of the bars, you can see like very short lengths on that, which kind of about lines up with the data that I have here. These guys are on about 4 or 5 laps into their stint.
Yeah, I am looking, and it does look like just about everybody is on dry tires, except 3 drivers at the moment. Car 41, 369, and the 717. So everybody else looks like they're on dries, and I mean there is a line forming here on the racetrack, as you guys can see that. Lighter gray started. Oh, hello.
I think that was the SR.
As P6 is off.
I don't quite know which car that was. That was Joe Lawson.
I believe it was one of the Mustangs.
Sorry, yeah.
You see, it just on those dry tires, getting into that wetness. Man, that was close.
I can see he wanted to try and like jackknife the car around, but then that's getting onto the racing line. So nicely held. We had a pass for P2. Okay, Lewis Ricard. He's managed to get it done, and he's now right up on the back of the leader. So this guy is. We saw him go off a few times, and he's now pushing GTP leader and race leader as well.
Yeah, and you can tell he's feeling very confident right now because he's wasting no time trying to get to the inside of our leader here as he gets stuck behind the GT3. That's going to give Lewis a position in your new lead to Lumens Motorsports.
Yeah. Fantastic sequence there, and before cutting to the replay, we'll have a look here just in case Quinton Verdonk behind in the Vulcan Motorsports car smells blood in the water, or the rain at least, I guess in this case.
Yeah, that was actually a really smart move there by Ricard, getting City to get stuck behind a slow GT3 and use him as a pick. And like you were just saying, that did bring Verdonk to the back bumper of City for that P2 position.
I just want to say, if this should have been my IR lobby, the dude would have not checked up behind the GT3 and took both of us out.
To be honest, even for split one, I was thinking, he's gonna try and edge out the Lumen car just to try and get past the GT3 as well. But I think Tatum Restech Knights, they are leading the championship. For them, they just need a top 4 finish. Like, they just need to survive. So I wouldn't be surprised if discretion was a better part of valor for this car.
That is a fair point. There still is just a little under 7 hours left of this race, so still a long time for things to change again.
Absolutely. Just getting past the Moradness car in the LMP2 there. Let's see if we can. Just bring up the championship standings again, just for reference. P2 is more than enough what Tatum Restech needs. Win is always nice, but as far as I'm aware, P3, P4 is more than enough. Standings going a bit haywire because I think Lewis Ricard is blinking in and out of existence a few times. But as we can see, Tatum Restech leading the championship, more than good enough for where they're at in second place. The other car in for contention in second in the championship, MK Nexus, are quite a ways back. And if we bring up the gaps, we can visualize that. 44 seconds back from the lead. So they were running towards the very sharp end of the field, but alas, see how things manage to continue on as we stay with the fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is one of the things that 96 machine's got to keep in mind. It obviously you want to win this race. That's always our standpoint as race car drivers. We want to win. However, as we see some rainfall starting here in the carousel, it's also all about the championship at the end of this race as well. 6 hours, 40 minutes. Hey, if you get second, you're going to win the championship. What's more important to you, the race win or the championship? I can guarantee it's going to be the championship. And, letting Ricard go by in that 0-1 machine, it's really no harm or no foul for that 96 machine because, hey, they got a big championship coming to them at the end of this race. So definitely a really smart move here by City in that 96 Ferrari.
And it's a good thing you mentioned the rain here, because it is a very small spritz that I wouldn't anticipate anybody changing to wets for. But there's always that one team that just gets completely paralyzed by seeing any form of blue on the radar or drops on the screen, and then they just immediately dart into the pits when it probably isn't the wisest decision.
Man, if this race was here in Daytona at this moment, with where I live and the way the weather is here in Florida, you'd see the rain make your way down pit road, and by the time you stop in your box, it's done raining.
Absolutely. Just had a few passes. Vincent Poirier, wildcard D Racing, managed to get the move done. Giving chase now to Philip Helstein in the Wizards Esports. I don't think we've managed to feature the wildcard D Racing Ferrari a lot, which is a shame because that is a very nice looking car. And I think, to be honest, as a broadcaster and sim racing enthusiast in general, I'll be very hard pressed to look at livery and be like, ew, I don't like that. But I think kudos to every single team on the field. Like, they all have fantastic liveries.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you know what? I'm going to put that question out there for anybody out in YouTube chat. looking at all these cars here today, what car do you like the paint scheme the most on that you guys have seen here today? Let's see everybody's answers for that. As we take a look here at John Luzon in that 333 machine in this battle for night with Aero Kinetic Orange right behind them.
Not expecting to see too much from this rain cell, but I'm just keeping the radar up for reference. Bring up the normal view and have a look at the lap times whilst we take a look at the fight here. Wild discrepancy in the laps earlier on, so maybe there was some issues from Lauzon here ahead. But I think that's the Ether Trackworks car making their way past. That's the MK Nexus GTP making their way past. Simatox Sensations in the back. Coming up to these guys, I'm expecting that to be the back straight, as we've got a little bit of overlap from the Aerokinetics Orange. Not quite enough, but definitely managed to force the SRN car off of the apex, heading down towards the Cheese Bridge. SRN's going to want to make quick work. Simatox want to make quick work for that, and he does. Managing to keep the Aerokinetics Orange car at bay. Maxwell Phillips behind. Got a few passes further back for position. And I believe that was the Carbono Esports GT3 blue car. We were watching them for a little bit. I'll cut to the overtake once this manages to resolve itself. Oh! Oh! Oh, goodness
One
me.
car is upside down. That's
a
the
toe.
532 machine.
Watch your rejoin, guys. I don't think anybody's on their way, surely.
Wow.
SRP Racing. We caught that live. As the rest of the GT3s built up. My goodness.
The Vulcan Motorsports Orange Team Jaeger Martins went for a wild ride.
This was not the this was earlier. So he's managed to continue on. And this was way earlier, so I think I should be cutting to live. So we've got the Mustang going off. And I don't know what happened there. Like, he decided that I think Martins expected him to fully go into the racing line, and then that was not the case. That's very peculiar.
Yeah, it kind of looked like he just stopped on track.
There he goes. And then I'm assuming he sees the yaw of the car. Then last second he decided, no, I can't rejoin this dangerously, and then
I think he was on the brakes trying to save that Mustang.
Yeah. He must have been very violent. My goodness. That crowd probably would have stepped back quite a bit seeing that happen. My goodness.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate.
But luckily both drivers were able to pull away from the incident scene, and man, that was definitely very unfortunate there. Man, what a crazy ride.
Just a shot. Oof. That would have, and honestly, the fact that that car managed to find its wheels again after being upside down saved us a safety car. 100% that would have been request to tow if they were gonna just tow straight away without permission. So, my goodness, that was insane. Right. So, commiserations to the Vulcan Motorsports orange car. Not much they could have done there. Cutting back to the leader. That gap hovering around a second. We saw Lewis put on the afterburners and get like 2 passes in the span of 1 lap, but Alessandro sitting behind has managed to catch up a little bit. Hemmed in behind the GT3 and the Labroca LMP2. Wonder who that is on track. Oh, and he's taking right advantage there. He has Alessandro. Is he going to send it? No, he's not. A lot of spray just on the track edge there, so really got to be careful there. Still stuck behind the Labroca car. Alessandro wanting to look left. Goes all the way out and drifts the very outside of the track. What a move. Nicely held. And before we cut to the replay, we'll just see if the Vulcan car might just take advantage here.
Yeah, City needs to remember championship. Even though he, again, as I stated earlier, race win. That's what these drivers are looking for. But he's got to think about the bigger picture at the end of this race. Championship. That's the separation between the championship and him right now is only 6.5 hours. But he needs to drive smarter and avoid, having the opportunity to go off track, and have the opportunity to wreck his car. So he's got to really think big picture here.
Absolutely. And we'll see if we can do this.
Just got word. The number 16 Obsidian Edge GTP tow infraction. It's going to be a stop and hold for 1 lap.
Ooh. It's going to be very rough.
Yeah, so he's going to have to sit there for a couple minutes, and then he's going to be able to get going again. Very unfortunate for that 16 machine, but when you tow and don't get permission, as we ride on board with City, that rain is coming down once again, as they are coming through Canada Corner, and actually through the final corner as well. It's raining. So, down this front straightaway, it's raining.
I think it's raining on the whole track now. Just looking at the radar here.
It'll still be blue, I think, as well. So.
Yeah, it's still a lot of rain, but it's about halfway done, so shouldn't be too much longer here.
Got the mini view here, so a lot of GT3s ahead of City here in second place. Spray getting kicked up, GT3s getting dropped behind. Oh, what the dry! He might have tried to go for a pass in the grass, but not today. Oh, that's the SRN Mustang getting passed by, I believe, which one is that? That was the SRP Racing Ferrari. Just getting my cars in a twist. And look at how much ground Quinton lost through that. We're just going to stay here for a little bit. We've got the Heracles Performance Zeta GTP with a black flag. I don't know if this is going to be for a protest or if this is going to be a incident. I'm assuming incident points.
That is correct. I believe that is going to be for incident points, as I don't see anything against that 13 machine.
Which is a shame because they managed to gain about 5 positions up from their start position, so that's going to be a kick in the teeth there. I have to lose that and then do the exact same progress for the remaining 6 hours of the race. Oh, we've had a crash further down. This is Luis Marino. I can't quite seem to spot them on the... There we go. So what happened to them? Let's just cut to replay real quick. Oh, right on the line. Oh, isn't he glad there was so much runoff? Yeah, he's got it.
Yeah, looked like he got onto the curbing there in the paint, and it just set him straight.
God did not like that transition there as well. So we'll get rid of the mini view, as I think Verdon's direct fight has ebbed away a little bit. 2-second gap to second place. Meanwhile, we've got the Cronus GG car going a little bit wide into the key litter. That gives the SRN Esports Gold car the chance to pull up alongside, right across the wet stuff. A little love tap. Civitalk Sensations car comes by, and that's the move done. Quite a robust move, I think.
Absolutely, and are you still here with us, Dakota?
Yes, sir. What's up?
Ready? Yeah. I'm just looking here at the schedule, my schedules, and I believe you were scheduled to start your break just about a half hour ago, but instead, here you are chilling out with us up here in the booth.
I'm taking my
so
break.
If you need it, don't yell at me. Dad, he's yelling at... No, I'm kidding.
I'm too busy watching Niccolo Fioroni struggling with the GT3s to sort out the kids, I guess. Going past the negative Delta car and then the aerokinetics for the second time. It's going to feel a little bit aggrieved, but he's going to keep it going. P6 overall, 47 seconds back from the lead. It's still raining a little bit. We've had a pass for the lead in LMP2. It's all happening right now. We're going to stay with them a little bit.
Yeah, that JWR team in that number 30 machine, absolutely on it here today. And, you know, I've been watching that team all season long, and I have been impressed with that number 30 machine all season. And them, you know, out here leading at Road America is not surprising whatsoever. And, you know, that Fusion 19 team, I also watch them, and those guys are quick. They're fast. They are very, as we take a look here on this onboard.
Oh, he tried it.
Almost had it. Oh, almost had it. But that Fusion 19 team, you know, not only their GTP division is strong, but so is their GT3 and their LMP2 division. I mean, I believe I see Fusion 19 all over the map, and let me tell you what, all of them are quick. So the fact that JWR in that number 30 machine is able to hold off that contact with the GT3 there for that number 19 machine, that could have ended badly. But the fact that Alex Smith is, you know, able to defend that race lead in the LMP2, that just tells you how much work JWR has put into this season here in the MEC.
Absolutely, absolutely. And with half the track, really, there's so much wet spots on either side of the track. It really limits what, both in terms of what Edward can work with at the moment and what Alex Smith can use to defend. Like, you can understand Edward wants no business in trying to get onto that darker, wet stuff. As you can see, Alex, like, he goes wide as he touches the wet part of the track just off of the dry line. Edward's got a great run here. Pulls along the right side.
Move. Crossover. No, we're not able to get there.
And these two have been battling hard for several laps at this point, because we were watching them battle a little bit earlier before I believe Mike joined in at the booth here.
Oh, he's gonna have to wait.
Absolutely.
3 wide.
And... Oh,
he got him.
yes.
He's on the wet stuff.
Hold on to it. Woo. Let's go.
What a move. What a move.
Talk about a pass in the grass. And, you know, on top of that, that was wet grass too, and that number 19 machine, Edward Shelley, able to make it work for the race lead. Man, I don't know about anybody else, but I think that GT3 back there might need to get an underwear change. Take a look on board with Edward Shelley as he makes that pass in the grass for the race lead in the LMP2 division. Man, that Fusion 19 team is absolutely fearless.
Just one more time.
Crazy Edward.
There was perhaps an opportunity for Alex to decide, you know what, I'm going to keep my foot in it. And then just really try to squeeze between the two cars. But you know what? As long as he keeps this action going, I don't think we've got too much to complain about. Like, these guys are, as far as I'm aware, they are doing their Verstappen-Hamilton impression. Like, these guys, whilst fighting, are like 50, 60 seconds clear of the rest of the field. So, yeah. Have at it, boys.
Yeah. Yeah, this right here, ladies and gentlemen, this is what the MEC is all about. Close racing, you know, on the edge of your seat moves, you know, split-second decisions. And that is what you get here in the MEC. Man, I love this. As the 313 LMP2 machine. That's going to be for incident points, that black flag.
Ooh, that's a shame. That is a shame. I think we're hitting that point of the race where, try how they might, I think 40x is a lot. I mean, an IMSA official has you 25x at a DQ 17 at a drive-through, so it's a very impressive running from these teams.
Yeah, absolutely.
Leader went off, as we've got the SRN Esports Gold car hitting right now. Well, we'll go to the leader because he happened to have a moment. Possibly the carousel, if I'm going to guess. Nope, this was slightly before. All on the wet stuff.
Oh,
my goodness.
In the wet.
And he's kept it moving. If you were ever going to distinguish between offs and real big offs, then yeah, Lewis managed to make the difference and keep it moving and out of the barrier. But that track out is very tempting to so many teams, and you can see here on the main straight, like there is just a ribbon running along the track edge, on the near side as well, and it can be so tempting to just track out because you can see little gaps where the white line is clearly visible and dry, and then all of a sudden you'll see just a puddle just lurking, ready and eager to catch anybody that runs up right next to it.
Oh yeah, definitely. I've been the victim of those puddles, you know, time and time again. You think it's not there, then all of a sudden you hit it and you're going for a ride. And we just had to knock on the door, and ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome in Tim Klaus, He's gonna be in and out of the booth today to jump in. Tim, how you doing,
Oh,
buddy?
was that off? I think
Hey,
it's a
Oh,
safety
we
car.
have a big off William Linder. Sorry about that. That Hercules performance. Zeta. He is
Waiting.
yeah, he's waiting. He's gonna need to get a tow for that number 13 machine. Sorry to cut you off there,
Oh,
Tim.
had a car off in the background as well. This Clement Villain.
Yep. I believe we're waiting for the request to tow for this 13 machine, which unfortunately will possibly bring out a safety car. Just waiting to
If I
hear
cut the replay.
on that.
Just by luck, if I cut the
Safety
replay.
car,
There
safety
we go.
car, safety car.
Yep, safety car has been deployed.
Pits remain open. Reminder, no overtaking. Safety car.
So, what has brought out the safety car?
Something tells me wet.
Ooh.
Oh,
That looked like a little touch of grass there.
Yeah. Let's see if we can bring up the gyro just to try and get an idea. Yeah, did not like that at all. He's gonna be so gutted with himself. And at
Yeah,
least did his gentleman's dues and kept it off the racing line.
you took the words right out of my mouth. You saw him yank the wheel hard right just to make sure that with that car rolling backwards, he goes back into the grass instead of sitting in the middle of the racetrack. As whoa, oh,
Oh, he's gonna be quite annoyed because he wanted to beat the safety car out.
Car 313, you may continue.
Oh, lucky boy! I'm happy for him. So
Yep.
I'm assuming that they wanted to try and catch the leader, but the leader's in the pits now. The entire
Yeah.
GTP field is pretty much in the pits now.
Car 35, you may
Yep.
pass the safety
so
car.
your
Well,
race leader is coming
Sean-
out here now.
There we go.
Tim, welcome
Okay, the
into
leader
the
has
booth,
now
man.
been
How's it
picked up
going
by
today?
the safety car. They are in turn 2. Please
Doing
approach
okay.
with caution.
My sense of timing is not great. It looks like all heck was breaking loose as soon as I joined in, but thanks for letting me pop in and say hello. How are you guys?
Can't
Car
complain.
13,
It's
you have
another
permission to
beautiful
tow.
day up here in the booth. Awesome racing going on down on the track. And let me tell you what, the racing has been incredible today.
Well, it's a 3 a.m. local start time for me for this race, so I let my teammates who are on the East Coast take the start. Checked in with them a little while ago, and we are in a full-blown red flag rain delay. We're down in split 2. It is absolutely dumping, so we're just kind of hanging out. So looks like we have a drying track here, though, so just thought I'd pop in. Like I said, got a little bit of time on my hands, and when I have nothing to do, I tend to get in trouble, so I figured I better find something to do. So appreciate you guys letting me jump in.
And you know you are always more than welcome to come up here and bother us in the booth. We always love having you here, and you know, this is just a little bit of a taste of what we're going to be seeing tomorrow as well in our regional divisions. What do you think about that for tomorrow? I believe we scheduled you, I believe, for the Euros, I believe.
Yes, sir. The Euro region. Participation's a little down this round, which is it could either lead to really, really good racing or just a bit of a train just because of disparity between drivers. But so we'll have to wait and see how that plays out. But the track itself, Road America, this is the first racetrack that when I bought it on the surface, I said, why did I not buy this sooner? Just a fantastic racetrack, perfectly suited for multi-class racing like we'll see here, like we'll see tomorrow. So it's going to be interesting with only the 2 classes tomorrow. Here we have all 3, the GTP, LMP, and GT3s. Tomorrow we only have GTP and GT3, so just those 2 classes to contend with. So those closing rates are going to be significant.
Car 41, you may take the
So
wide
for
side.
those guys like myself who
Car
usually
41
drive
was
the
the only
LMP2.
car trapped
Making that
in front
adjustment
of their
is going to
class leader
be
and
interesting to
behind
see how
safety
that
car.
plays
So
out.
that is
But
the only
2
car
hours,
that was
40
before the
minutes
first wave.
race is going to be a bit of a long race for sure. So yeah, I'm excited for it. Can't wait to call it. I'm really looking forward to driving in the Americas as well. So yeah, great venue, great car track combo, and yeah, I'm excited. What about you? What are your guys' thoughts?
Safety car is entering Canada corner for those cars that are catching
Yeah,
up. Please
I'm
do so with
absolutely
caution.
excited. With how the racing's been here, in MEC, this is a good teaser for tomorrow as well, for all three regional races as well. I kind of wish they would have flopped the regionals and this race, run the regionals today, just to tease what we're going to see for this race. Because let me tell you what, this race, it's just been absolutely phenomenal. And I am so ready to see what happens in the regionals, because if I'm not mistaken, we're starting to close in on the championships in our regional divisions as well. So things are getting tight all around, and man, I'm ready. These guys have been putting on one hell of a show.
So, Tim, I do got a question real quick, and anyone watching the YouTube stream might get what I'm saying. You said there's a lot of rain in Split 2, and they had to call it red flag. Are we talking like Split 10, I survived top rain from the 24-hour race?
I think so. I never popped into Split 10 to see how bad it got, but I actually have the session pulled up on my screen here, and if you get a car of in-shot sitting still, you're completely blind. So it's the entirety of Road America, I think, is underwater over here right now. So
Tim, you have to share the screen. I
just wanted to throw that joke in there because I remember a lot of people were very excited to be able to finish Split 10 on the last 24-hour race because it was a monsoon the entire time.
Yeah, I heard that it actually started raining again in Split 10 about 20 minutes ago. So that's probably carrying over here to Road America as well.
I heard it hadn't stopped raining since the race.
You know what? It might be my fault, actually. I live in Arizona, which is a desert, and it's actually been raining here all week. It's raining right now here in Arizona, so that might be my fault. So I'm sorry for whoever may be affected by that. That might be my fault.
Okay, we're now going to commence the second wave-by process for cars that are one or more laps down. And I think get all cars to move to the right.
Now, Mike, I don't think you're driving here at all, but Dakota, are you driving in this race at all later on today or earlier today?
No, sir. I have yet to actually run a majors race. I've watched, and I think this will be my second broadcast in here. So
just please be aware, cars that are given wayflies, that there are still wet patches.
I think Mike
the line on various parts. So yes.
I think Mike, we need to get him recruited to jump in the driver's seat with us. What do you think?
Oh, absolutely. We've got some really fun racing coming up here. Not after the 88 car. We have this weekend here, but let me tell you what, we've got a lot of fun stuff coming up here in the major series.
717 car.
So after tomorrow,
532 car.
We've got August 9th. We're running the Brickyard 400, and then we're gonna bring out our Indy cars, and we're heading off to Portland, Oregon, for some great racing out there. And then I believe we're throwing it back in Adelaide. I'm sorry, yeah, for the Adelaide 250. And then we're going to go back to our Formula cars and run the Miami Grand Prix. And then all three divisions will be running a night race to end off the season in November. So Dakota, I mean, you've got 5 great events coming up, and let me tell you what, each one's going to be so much fun.
Now, I can get down some Brickyard. Don't get me wrong.
Now, Dakota, are you a oval guy or a street guy?
I'm mainly oval. I do some street a little bit. I ran the Daytona 24 and the LMP2. I think we finished 4th or 5th overall, so not too bad. Or not overall, but in a class. Sorry, there you go.
Very nice, very nice. And hey, Mike, you just listed off the rest of the major schedule. I know you're primarily an oval guy as well. Are there any of those that stand out to you that you're most looking forward to? I know I have a couple of them circled on my end.
Yeah, I mean, for one, I mean, you got Portland with the Indy cars, which is always a blast to watch the Indy cars, you know, rip it around a road course. But I think one that, you know, I'm actually probably most excited for is the Adelaide 250. I mean, because
yes, 35, you are correct.
at the end of the
Can I
day,
please get you to
you know,
slow
that's one of our
resume
new
the
tracks
position that
along
you
with
were in prior
Miami.
to that?
But
Okay.
we're also going throwback, I believe, with the race cars there as well. So I'm a sucker for the old classic cars, and I believe that's what we're doing with that race. So I'm definitely excited for that one. Okay, I'm
real
excited for
quick,
Miami too.
Someone in YouTube chat says Split 2 just got closed by iRacing. Not quite sure what they mean by that, but
Yeah, it says race over.
Really?
Yes, please, P8.
Let me check in with my
you don't
team,
have
see
to
what we
worry
got
about
going on here.
going
See if
back
we
in
get
That's-
some-
with
that's-
other class cars
that's
where
pretty bad
you
when it's
really
raining bad enough
get
that
left
iRacing
behind,
steps in and says, no, we're
the
done.
58 car, please.
Nope.
Sorry, the 3-1.
Well,
I
let me
don't-
see an update here.
For the first time ever, a race has been
Yes, please, behind that 3-1.
canceled on iRacing. I wonder if the scoring ended because nobody was moving on track.
It could be quite possible.
Everyone got black flagged. Oh my gosh. That is crazy.
I'm surprised he wasn't pacing around the track, to be honest. Well, in other news, I mean, the track is basically completely dry at this point. Everyone's kind of gathered up here for whenever we go back green.
Okay, we'll just wait for
It's
the
going
last
to be
of these
very
cars to,
interesting.
catch
I
back
got a
up, and
feeling
then
we're going
we'll
to see
connect
some
with
very
the
aggressive
class
moves to
two.
try to gain some positions here, especially with the track being a lot drier.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are currently seeing everybody lined up heading into turn 5. I think here in a couple moments we should start seeing our class splits.
So here's what I got from my team so far, guys. For the apparently, because there was a lack of activity, iRacing shut the whole thing down, and so Garen is currently troubleshooting to see what can be
all
done.
GT3 and LMP2
I don't know if he's going to throw up a new
cars,
session or what,
reduce
but
pace.
as soon as I hear back, I'll pass that info on.
We'll now commence the class split. Can GT3
Wow,
cars
Thank you for
please
that
pass
information.
slower
Yeah,
class
that's a first.
on the left?
Yeah,
GT3
that
and
is a
LMP2 cars
first,
to the right of the track,
absolutely.
please.
As you see, your safety car start to speed up here, and this is... I'm a little bit confused on what's going on.
It looks like they're doing class split right now,
Yeah.
so everybody's trying to get in their respective positions for their class. This is the first restart I'm going to be able to see
Car
with a
01,
somewhat dry
please
track here.
maintain
I think the
pace
last
with
two
safety car.
safety cars have been while it was raining, so I'm not really sure what to expect. Like I said, I think it's going to be a little more aggressive, people trying to gain positions, but you ought to be a little bit more knowledgeable about this. So, care to give me a little bit of insight how this typically works on the dry track?
Okay, can LMP2 cars now please?
Yeah, it's
Move
going to
to the
be
left
absolute
and
pure
go
chaos
past
heading down into
GT3
turn
car.
number 1. I mean, that's all it is. I mean, you've got this very, very long front straightaway, and once that green flag drops, man, let me tell you what, it's pure chaos. But it is amazing chaos. Just get ready for the edge of your seat racing. That's all I'm gonna say.
One thing too, we want to keep an eye on. There's still some damp patches offline as well. So if these guys made pit stops, cold tires, damp track, to your point, just going to add to the chaos. So we'll want to keep an eye on that as well. So be very careful when you're wanting to make a move going offline here as we get this restart.
Can they get close?
Yeah, that's very, very true there as well.
Man, now that I'm actually getting to watch like the full race and stuff, I'm really realizing how much work Majors puts into putting on these events here. Like all the commands, you got a pace safety car, all sorts of stuff. It's absolutely amazing. It puts a whole different aspect into the race.
A lap and a little bit more.
Yeah, believe it or not, you know,
to get some temperature into the tires.
Major Series, these guys are pioneers in, you know, changing the landscape of league racing with the MEC. You know, this is the first time, like, well, not necessarily the first time, but this is the first league I have ever seen utilize a manual safety car to perfection. Yes, it is a little bit of a complicated, you know, system that they've got, but it is very well laid out. So every team knows exactly what to expect. You know, and Garen, Batten, you know, and the entire race control group, they just done a phenomenal job with what they have done here with the manual safety car. And, you know, a lot of people are always like, you know, we want that safety car in the middle of the race. You know, we want this. And Major Series was like, well, let's test it. And we tested it for the first time last season in the MEC. And it worked out a lot better. As you see this safety car getting up to 80% race pace now so that the GTPs can get their tires warmed up. You know, so instead of pacing around the iRacing.com pace car and it just complicates everything, it's all manual. And so I truly believe, you know, the Major Series is a true pioneer in this aspect of league racing. And a couple other leagues have begun to follow suit to their, you know, manual safety cars. Just last week, we did race control and stewarding for the GT Endurance Series. You know, they have they deployed the actual safety car, but they also did full course yellow like they do in the real world, where everybody slows down, hits the limiter, and they just ride around the track. And then as soon as it's all clear, boom, they're back at it. And all that stems from what the Major Series has done in the past couple of years. So big shout out to Mike O, to Garen, everybody, all the admins of Major Series, and it's just been absolutely incredible. And my rants.
The heck with the race, get me in the pace car. That sounds like a fun time.
As somebody who was one of the first pace car drivers, it is absolutely pretty freaking cool to do. You know, you're out there and, you know, riding around 50 miles an hour, and then it starts raining and you're like, okay, don't wreck the car. And we all had bets on who was going to wreck the car first under pace laps.
And that right there was exactly why I never volunteered to drive the pace car, because I would be that guy.
Oh, let's go up to 80% speed in the middle of a monsoon. Oh no, there goes the safety car. That would be me.
Car is now going too slow.
I fortunately have not crashed yet. I know that I believe we've had somebody
until the end, actually
go off.
Later,
but I don't think anybody's actually wrecked
maintain 50 miles.
Well, even if that happened, I mean, Bird Mylander has wrecked the actual real world safety car for Formula One before. There's no so, gap, I mean, you'd be in good company.
Yeah,
well, that is true. We are getting ready to go back green flag racing here. It's going to be Sean, the overall leader, leading us back to the green with Lumens Motorsports. As soon as we get to the restart zone here momentarily.
Just a quick update before we go back to green, gentlemen. It looks like they're going to be making a decision regarding split 2 here at quarter after the hour, so about 6 minutes from now. So I'm still keeping an eye on that, and as soon as I have updates there, I'll pass that along to you for anybody who might be watching.
Yeah, we definitely appreciate that. Yeah.
Oh, things are about to get interesting. We got one more corner before the restart zone here.
Yeah, and you know what? It's a dry track, Dakota. Safety car is in. Why don't you bring us back to the green flag?
All right, we're riding on board with that 01 machine of Sean as they are coming to the restart zone here. And we are green. As you see, Sean getting a really good launch there. Second place following suit. They got a little bit of a gap to third. That's going to make them feel a little safer there. Someone got to a puddle coming down the front stretch. As you see him jerk to the right. And we are getting ready to dive down into turn 1 this time. This seems like the front two able to get through pretty cleanly. Don't see anyone going off the track thus far. But we do got a little bit of a battle for 4th place as there was a pass made. It looks like Nicola for Tatum, Restech 69 Racing. Able to get up to, I believe, 4th position there. We got another side-by-side battle going on here directly behind him here. And that was a very clean textbook pass going into turn 5 there.
Yeah, Ferroni in that number 69 machine Ford Tatum Restech. He is doing a phenomenal job today in that 69 machine. Making moves when he can. As we take a look at Sean Chisholm in the LMP2 category, as he is trying to catch up to the rear bumper of that 170 machine of Chad Nobles for Miranda's squad.
Looks like he's going to try to shoot to the inside here.
Oh! Into the grass. Man, let me tell you what, the track on the outskirts of this track is still wet. So that must have been, you know, he must have been white-knuckled there and once he was hitting those puddles there on the edge of the track as they're trying to go 3 wide in front of him. You guys are crazy. We got one around.
It was keep it out of the wall.
I believe that was Scott Warner in that number 41 machine. Yeah, he's going to now get pulled away as pretty much half the GT3 field will get by him. And now he is still trying to get back up to full speed as they are going 3 wide. You guys are crazy.
Passing the grass. That was very
careful.
Very sketchy.
Absolutely.
Hey, they don't call Mustangs crowd killers for no reason, right?
In the meantime, guys, Fioroni, he is up to 3rd now. He's made a couple of other moves while we've been watching this this battle here with the LMP2 down on the bottom screen. So the number 69 definitely on the move on this restart.
And it does seem like he is starting to slow the real in 2nd place here. So potentially trying to get himself up here to the lead. It seems like he's on a very good pace now that the track's dried out.
Yeah, I could not agree more with you there, Dakota. You know, but Ferroni, he is absolutely wicked fast in that Tatum Restech 69 machine. He is just everywhere he goes when he gets behind the wheel of that GTP. He is just fast.
And I mean, it looks like we're on board with Johan in 5th place for the GT3s, and these boys are putting on a show back here. I mean, they're all almost nose to tail and making all sorts of moves. As you've seen earlier, the Mustang trying to go through the grass to make a pass there. These guys are definitely hungry to get some kind of advantage on their opponents here.
Let me ask you, Dakota, you got a favorite class in this multi-class thing?
Man, LMP2 has just been my bread and butter, but I do love some GT3 racing. It might not be the fastest car, but it is the most fun in my opinion. You can really kind of beat and bang in those things before they get out of shape, in a sense.
I would agree with you. I think the GT3s. I primarily drive LMP2 in these races, but the GT3 really, in my opinion, kind of puts on the best show. Just because there's so much parity there in the way they make their lap times very differently, and the racing nerd in me too loves the different engine sounds and things of that nature as well. So
And
I
then,
love the GT3 racing. It's a lot of fun to watch.
yeah, and iRacing always does a pretty good job with the balance of power on those as well. So, I mean, in a sense, you could use potentially any car here, but we do have a very stacked Ferrari field today.
Yeah, we actually, yeah, I just realized that, yeah. I believe more than half of our field is driving a Ferrari here at Road America.
I believe there's only like 3 or 4 cars that is not a Ferrari in the field for the GT3s. I think 2 Mustangs, a BMW, and a McLaren.
5, 6, 7, 8, 10. Yeah, so 10 cars out of the 26 are not Ferraris.
Oh, well, there
That
must
is
have been some
crazy.
more I have not seen yet. But
As we take a look here at Johan Nessie. Oh, heading to Ferroni. Woke up too late on that one. My bad.
You see, he's
Ferroni
got
up.
away from fourth place a little bit. Beginning to catch those leaders, and those leaders are running nose to tail as well. So we could have a three-way battle for the lead here for too terribly much longer.
oh, it
Yep.
does look like the 91 car did get a black flag for an unsafe rejoin.
So, just wanting to announce very happily that we have Alexander Dobitzberger from the JWR LMP2 joining us on stream. We'll go cut to ad break real quick just to try and segue them in, and we'll be rejoining with him shortly. unmuted now. And hello everyone. So I'm very happy to announce that we've got Alexander here with us from JWR. It will be himself talking anything and everything JWR to our own Tim Klaus for about the next 10-15 minutes whilst we've got him here. The safety car window is kind of not opening anytime soon, so hopefully we shouldn't be missing too much. So I'll let Tim take us away.
Thanks, Khaled. Alexander, welcome aboard. Got your car on screen there, the JWR number 30 LMP2, currently sitting third in class. How you doing, man? How's your race been so far? Kind of walk us through what your experience has been in the first half of this race.
Yeah, hello everyone. Yeah, it's been very eventful, like with the changing conditions. It's been hard to call when to go on the correct tires at the correct time, but I think we managed very well. We got a bit of bad luck with the timing on the second safety car because that came out like one lap after we made our stop for the dry tires. But other than that, we're happy, very happy so far with the race. We're pretty much halfway through now. We're trying to take this as safely as possible. We are in for a shot for the championship, mainly with Fusion and I guess Moradness at the moment. It's great racing with Fusion. We had like a lot of close racing with them already, and they are good friends of us. So it's really fun, like being up there with them. But yeah, as you know, like in MC, it's like 6 hours is a long time. There's gonna be safety cars most likely again. So yeah, at the moment the goal is to survive. Keep with the leaders as good as we can.
That's always a good strategy, especially in these mixed conditions. It does look like the track is drying out quite nicely. Quick question for you. So obviously being a 12-hour race, a little bit longer than most standard MEC races. I know for my team in particular, we actually brought on board a couple of extra drivers for this race specifically. Is that something you guys have done as well? And if so, where'd you find these other drivers for you, or is it just kind of business as usual with the standard 2 or 3 that you usually use?
Well, we have 4 guys racing. It's only, I want to say 2.5 this time. Any flag that's currently in the car can only do 2 stints sadly because he has a very busy day. But he still managed to squeeze in this 2, so it's great that he's helping us out here.
Very nice.
And yeah, other than that, I'm doing it pretty much as a two-person team with Alex Smith. But yeah, I mean, 12 hours always sounds long, but to be honest, we're doing this for so long now that it's not much of a problem anymore. Like I remember, like when we started with iRacing a few years ago, like even this 3 or 6 hour races felt like an eternity. But now, like, you get used to it. It's 12 hours, whatever. We do it as a 2 team, sure.
And so, how do you recover from long stints in the car because you mentioned you and one other person are doing it, so that's a lot of driving for you and your teammate. Is there anything particular that you do to kind of recover after you've jumped out, just stretching out a little bit, getting food? Like what's that routine look like for you?
Yeah, sure. Stretch for a few minutes, get a coffee, but then it's mostly always like right back into the rig to do spotting, to do strategy. Like we don't spend a lot of time away from the rig in these long races and these endurances. We go fully through them, and like they take a day recovery on the next day usually.
You can't turn it off once it gets started. I
no
get that.
it's way worse. Like not being able to see what's going on. It's more stressful than just staying in the rig.
Oh, I'm absolutely right there with you. I remember the first 24-hour race I did. I don't think I slept at all because every time my eyes would close, I'd be like, okay, what's going on? What's going on? So
exactly.
Definitely right there with you. So you guys are racing full time here in the championship. You mentioned that you're in a great battle here. Do you have a favorite track combo, favorite events, or is it just something that you guys kind of just enjoy all of them? Like kind of like your kids. You don't have favorites. You love them all the same, or is there a definite favorite there?
I mean, we tend to do all the iRacing endurance events. Everyone's pretty busy, but that's mostly all that we race. Like for a few years now. Maybe we do some IMSA sometimes, but in reality we only do like the iRacing special events and now the MEC. I don't know, favorites, hard to call. Like there are so many great events. There were a few great combinations already in this MEC season. I really enjoyed it here actually. I really enjoyed track Road America. It's not easy to overtake. It's a technical track. It's a very flowy track. It's really fun to drive. The mixed conditions especially, the track is evolving so fast. Like when it's starting to dry, you just get a second faster every lap, and you need to push so hard in these fast flowy corners. Like turn 1, it is scary, but it's really fun.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more on that about Road America. We were talking here before you joined here on the broadcast, just how pretty much all 4 of us. Khaled was very quiet about that, but myself, Mike, and Dakota all universally love this racetrack. It's a great venue, both to watch real world and to drive here in the service. So looking forward to jumping in tomorrow. I'll be driving in the Americas region for the main major series, so looking forward to that. So you're driving the LMP2. Is that your preferred car? Is that something like how did you arrive at the decision to drive the LMP2 here for this this championship?
Yeah, it's pretty much our go-to car if it exists in these events. We all enjoy the car. It's very fun to drive. We don't enjoy the hypercars too much. Like in my opportunity, they be like a worse LMP2 mostly. Although it got nerfed a few seasons ago, so it was better in the past. But it's still a great car. We enjoy these races, and we always enjoy like being like the middle class too. Like you have someone to overtake, but you also have to deal with the hypercars. That adds a lot of spice to the race. There's always stuff happening around you. Yeah, and we've done this for years now. Like all the iRacing endurances too, where the LMP2 is a thing, we always go for it.
Oh, very nice. The LMP2 is one of my personal favorites as well. Just a really fun car to drive. As we have a change for the lead there on the top portion of your screen in the LMP2 category. Just ahead of us, the 297 just got the lead from the 01. Pass made down to turn 1. That battle been brewing for a little while. The chat asked for that battle to be shown, so asking you shall receive. So thanks for everybody who's in the chat, who's watching the race along with us. If you guys have any questions for Alexander, one of our drivers in here, please feel free to throw that in the chat, and I'm happy to pass it on to him. He's going to be hanging out with us here for a little while. When do you get back in the car, Alexander?
It's gonna be like 2 or 3 stints. Andy's gonna do 2 stints now, and I think then Smith is in for 2 stints, and then it's me again.
Gotcha.
I have time.
Awesome. Well, thanks for hanging out with us. We're glad you're here. Quick update
real quick.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. So, real quick, I want to talk about the LMP2 class, and I actually personally I started dabbling in LMP2 very little bit the last couple of years, but over at my quote-unquote former race team, they began to run it a little bit more and more, and I've come to really enjoy driving that car. And just a few days ago, I have been accepted into the Majors Esports race team, and I am going to start focusing more on honing my racecraft with the LMP2, because it is such a unique car. It doesn't have ABS, it doesn't have a lot of things like the GT3s and the GTPs have, and I'm really excited just to be able to learn more about the LMP2, because pretty much Alex hit it on the head. It's a very unique car compared to the other cars on the service.
It is. I don't want to say old school, but it's feels like in that direction of a proper like raw racing car, way more than the hypercars or the GT3s do by now. You can't rely on much to drive the car fast. It's not that hard to drive, but it's hard to get time out of it, if that makes any sense, right?
Yeah.
So
I know
really have
exactly
to-
what you're talking
yeah.
about.
It's so much about feeling where the limit is exactly, and if you push over that, it will punish you. But it's not like that's a good thing about the car. It doesn't kill you instantly, so you can lock up, you can save like a slide, you can afford some mistakes. It's gonna cost you time, but it's not gonna send you into the wall immediately.
Not to cut you
it's the
off, but
perfect balance.
we do have a pass for the overall lead as Nicole Lowe is going to be taking over the lead for Tatum Reztech here, but it does look like Lumen Motorsports is trying to come back.
Yeah, Fioroni on the move since the restart. He restarted, I believe, 5th. Now he's inherited the actual race lead. Well, not inherited, but he took the race lead. No, thanks for jumping in on that, Dakota. Real quick update too for Split 2. It looks as though there is going to be a second session put up for 5 hours. I believe there's a 25 minutes practice session, and that will go green after that 25-minute session elapses. I believe the conditions are going to be a drying racetrack with no rain. Alexander, I'm not sure if you were aware, but the Split 2 race literally was red flagged due to the entire track being underwater, and the session eventually timed out due to lack of inactivity. So race controls are trying to scramble around to figure out how we're gonna work this one out, and it does look as though they've made the call that we're gonna be doing a second one. So a lot of ruffled feathers one way or the other. This is one of those instances where no matter what you do, somebody's not going to be happy. You have any thoughts on that, Alex? I know that's not really your split, but just curious if you have an opinion on that at all.
I mean, it's a bit of a shame, surely, but to be honest, like the whole majors team is doing such a great job here, and these things like can happen. I'm surely nobody wanted the race to get red flagged there, and I think everyone like can keep moving on, keep rejoining, and do the rest of the race. It's gonna be fine. I guess we got lucky there in Split 1.
I think I need to reset my overlay because it keeps telling me the wrong information.
So, Alex, outside of the MEC, you mentioned you do a lot of the special events. I'm assuming a lot of the endurance stuff. Was there anything apart from the endurance that you primarily run, or that you run with your team, or anything like that?
I would love to, but like real life still has to happen, unfortunately. And with the iRacing calendar is pretty full by now. Like we got a few events more in the last few years, and combined with MEC, it's pretty much all we can afford to do if we don't want to die alone. So yeah, well, sometimes we do like IMSA, so like a while ago we did like the Road America endurance. That was like 2 weeks ago, just a regular endurance tour race. But yeah, we mostly focus on the endurances, like a week of practice that we usually take for these events, and setups takes up most of the free time that we can afford for sim racing.
And without giving too much away, obviously, I'm not asking for team secrets here or anything like that, but how much time do you generally spend preparing for a race like we're involved in right now? How much in terms of like man hours do you usually put in for practice, setup work, things like that?
I would say somewhere between 5 to 10 hours usually. We've raced most tracks by now, so it's not like we have to learn the track a lot. It's more about getting into the groove again. setup process is like always in there. We usually try a few setups from a few setup shops. None of us is a real setup guy. We make slight tweaks to the setups, but yeah, I would say for average between 5 to 10 hours is where we land.
And I'm sure there'd be more, but like you said, unfortunately, real life does
Yeah,
happen.
it will be fun to do more, but it's just not in there, sadly.
I run up against that myself, so I definitely feel your pain there. I would sit here all day, every day if I could, but
Yeah.
I have responsibilities elsewhere, unfortunately. So I feel your pain, man.
Exactly. That's. I think most of people in this race would feel the same. I think.
Now, do you participate in any other leagues, or is this kind of it for you?
That's it at the moment. We were doing other leagues in the past, but we are very happy here. This is a great format. It's always fun to do. There's always stuff happening. Safety car, sometimes it's great, sometimes it takes everything away from you, but it keeps the races spicy, it keeps you on your toes. You can never, like, in the normal iRacing endurances, what tends to happen is, like, after 2/3 throughout the race, you normally know where you are, and then it's mostly like, okay, let's just finish where we are. There's not much to gain usually there, but here you can't afford to let your guard down. You have to keep, like, pushing, because there could be a safety car any minute now. There could be, I mean, there's still a possibility for rain to come back, who knows. And we have to think about the championship here, so yeah.
Dakota, I saw you were kind of lit up, like you were wanting to chime in there. Was there something you were wanting to add? I
was gonna say my bad about the 69 car. He was actually in position 2 overall. My side of the overlays was telling me he was first for some reason, so I just refreshed it and now it's saying second.
No worries. So, Alex, I know you probably got to get going here. You're welcome to stay as long as you would like, but I don't want to kind of cut you short or be respectful of your time for sure. So before we kind of get lost in the shuffle, is there anybody here that you want to give a shout out to, say hello to, anything like that? The floor is yours.
Sure. Definitely the whole JWR crew. We all found the JWR Discord that was started by James Wingfield. Who's also racing real-life Caterhams with his under the JWR name. Stands for just James Wingfield Racing. But he gave us this community that we all found through various ways over the years. And we're basically good friends by now, which is awesome. We're from all over the world, basically. And it's such a good group, and everyone is really giving the max for these races. So definitely shout out to the whole crew there. Also shout out to the MEC crew. Of course, too, especially Gary Burton, to doing insanely hard work to make this work. We are pretty close with the Fusion guys and Garen, so we see firsthand how much work he puts in these events. So yeah, big thank you for that. Definitely. I know how hard it is, especially to deal with some people. Let's leave it at that. And I think a lot of the guys here should appreciate it a bit more. Because yeah, everyone makes mistakes, but I've never seen such a league that was so tightly organized. The rule set, everything is accounted for, the safety cars, the protest system. This is an insane amount of work, and yeah, it's great that we can have that. Like as a racer, it's really good to have leagues like this, where you can count on like fair protest system, fair racing most of the time.
I would agree with that, and I appreciate that you called out Garen specifically, especially given right now because of the circumstances of Split 2. You made an excellent point that sometimes he's in a tough spot literally as we speak, where he's got to make a decision that no matter what happens, people are going to be upset by it. So
yeah,
so I really appreciate that you gave him a shout out there.
Yeah, I couldn't do it, to be honest. Like the stuff he deals with around these races and the amount of work he puts into this.
Yeah,
it's
we were
insane.
About that before you joined in, and one thing I did want to say at that point was, not only is this league so well run, they actually listen to the drivers and the participants, and they'll make adjustments based off of feedback that they get. It's not just our way or the highway. They legitimately try to find compromises and make everybody happy, and I feel that needs to be said here, given what's going on in Split 2, just because there's a lot of people that are not happy with what's happening right now. So I really appreciate, Alexander, that you said what you said about Garen and about the competition committee, because they do work extremely hard to let us have the fun that we have here. So I appreciate that. I also want to shout out your guy, Andy Flagg. A few minutes ago, he was in a big wad of traffic there, did a really good job getting through it cleanly. So he just kind of caught my attention when you were talking about your team there. So I want to give him a quick shout out as well. That multi-class traffic, it gives, it takes away, and he did a really nice job there. So Alexander, again, feel free to stay as long as you like, but in case you need to drop, I do want to say thanks so much for joining us for a little bit. Like I said, feel free to stay as long as you like, but really do appreciate you taking the time out of what I'm sure is a very, very busy day. So thanks for coming and hanging out with us for a little bit.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. It's really fun. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the guys now and see what's up. I think they're doing pretty well. Like Andy hasn't been in the car yet, so it was expected that it takes a few laps to like get up to speed. But he's doing great. He's doing exactly what he needs to do, and he's probably gonna do insane fuel saving too. He has a gift. It's really worth mentioning. He has an absolute gift for fuel saving. So we always try our hardest to like get the extra lap if possible. And everyone has to really try, really work hard to make it work. And for him, that's just default. So he is the lightest foot on earth, and somehow he's still like lightning quick.
He's the
I
Scott.
have no idea. Yeah, I have no idea how he does it. Like I've looked at his traces, I've looked at the telemetry. I have no idea how he does it.
Awesome.
So yeah. Thanks for having me. I'm sure you have it's gonna be an eventful last 5 hours.
All right. Well, Alex, thanks again for joining. Best of luck to you and your team the rest of the way, and feel free to pop back in later on if you like, or another member of your team. So best of luck to you for the rest of the race. Thanks so much for joining us for a little bit.
Yep. Thank you, guys.
All right. That was Alex Dobitzberger, driver of the number 30 LMP2 JWR team, currently third in class. Andy Flagg at the helm at the moment, and I love the second part of their team name. It is what I'm assuming is an amalgamation of the last names of all the drivers. I think, Mike, we talked about this at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. We had a similar team. It may have been these guys actually outright, but we had something similar. So a lot of fun. Love the creativity there. Great interview. Love the fact that we get to have these drivers fresh from the car directly. They know exactly what was going on. They were just driving out there just a few minutes ago. So a lot of fun to have them join us here. Gentlemen, let me get your thoughts on some of the points that Alex made there. Anything that stood out to you guys as we see the number 58 working its way through traffic a little tight there into turn 5? Anything that stood out from that time with Alexander there?
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest things, I want to hit on, with what he was saying is, Smith knows how to save fuel, as he was saying, but there in road racing, there's a difference between fuel saving in road racing and fuel saving on an oval. Fuel saving in road it's like a magic trick, because these guys are out here running the same fast laps. As we take a look here at Sean Moriarty, I'm sorry. Whoa, 3 wide, threading the needle.
That was a choice.
That was close.
Request to tow is now back in.
We have
There's a
contact
record
behind
behind
him.
No, I thought that was just an announcement for requested tow being
Getting
back. Right?
spicy, boys.
Was that
Yeah,
actual call for?
that's when you know it's getting ready to go. It's go time. But I mean, going back to what I was saying, it's like a magic trick, running the same lap times. Oh, the 88's around. It's a magic trick on being fast, but yet still able to save the fuel. I don't know how people do it, because when I save fuel on road, I lose about a second to a second and a half. But yet you got people out there running fast laps, able to save, and I'm like, there's no way you were. What is the fuel hack you are using? And they just say it's complicated. You can't really.
I believe we in the business call that a driver's mod, sir.
Nice.
I joke and I kid that there's no mods out there, guys. Don't even bother go looking. But trust me, I tried. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, no, I was just looking at the.
He's not kidding, guys.
I'm not kidding. I was actually really curious, because I came across one, a chat on Facebook, and they're like, "Oh yeah, this person was using this," and I looked it up, and I'm like, "What?" And then it was nothing there. I'm like, "Well, damn." No, I'm kidding. I was actually really curious on that, because I'm like, I know iRacing is like really big on like, catching things like that, and they've done a fantastic job throughout the years on catching stuff like that. But I mean, going back to what I was saying, it is such a hard thing to learn, to be fast and fuel safe. Because you look at, like Alex was saying, you look at the telemetry, you don't see anything different, but it's something very, very minor that's different. And when you just look at it and you don't know what you're looking for, then you don't know. And it boggles in my mind how some people can save fuel.
Looking at a battle, 13th and
right.
14th here in the GT3, talking a little fuel saving. Nashev just making the move there, headed into turn 1. Dakota, go ahead. I'm sorry, go for it.
I was going to say, I do know the engine mapping is a very, very important part of the fuel saving. You got to find that sweet spot where you still got decent speed, but you're able to save a little bit of fuel there. It looks like Joshua trying to get his tires warmed up here.
Yeah, we had LMP2 pit stops about a lap ago. I'm believing that these were scheduled. It looks like there was nothing untoward that happened to those cars. So a little early based off of the safety car, but not by much. So I would look for the 96 to be coming in, or I'm sorry, the 313 to be coming in for too terribly much longer. He's about 36 seconds ahead of this particular battle that we were watching. There's our LMP2 leader, Avery Miller at the wheel. That Canada flag on the side. Pretty cool little feature iRacing recently added, showing the country from which these drivers hail. So pretty cool to see the diversity here in the series. Alexander alluded to it during his interview, but we have drivers from all around the world racing in this series, which is just so cool to see, to be a part of, just the diversity of the series, all unified by this thing that we have been effective with, that we love so much, called motor racing, as we see Miller duck into the pits.
Yeah, it's definitely really... Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, what I was about to say is, it's so cool jumping into sessions and seeing a different flag. And sometimes I'll come across a flag that I don't even recognize. And then I pull up the, nation flags for the entire world. And I try to pinpoint everybody that I've raced with and where they're from. And a lot of the times, a flag will pop up and you'll look up the country and you'll go, really? Somebody from this area is racing on iRacing? And it just boggles my mind just how much, iRacing has grown, to be worldwide and getting into countries that I didn't even think that would be able to do something like this. And it just absolutely, it boggles my mind. And so I always get a little giddy when I always see new flags pop up and I'm like, where are they from? And so that's always one of the cool things that I personally always look forward to when I jump into any session, even as a spectator. I'll look it up as we have a big battle here for the LMP2 race lead, I believe.
Go
That
ahead.
was a very sketchy pass, as there was you could fit a piece of paper between them barely as he went up for the block after the pass there. And I mean, it seems like Josh in that 297 machine is doing a very good job, but Tom Guest in that 19 machine is just on an absolute tear right at the moment because he is pulling away from Cronus GG here at the moment. And I want to chime in on what you were talking about a moment ago, but I forgot what I was going to say. So that's lovely.
Typical Dakota. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Mike, let's talk about something that you alluded to when Alexander was in here to get a replay of this pass for lead. A little over-under action that's coming into turn number 5. Guest trying to defend it. 297 had a bit of a go headed up the hill, but Guest made it stick. It was a bold move, decisive move. Little sketchy maybe. Both cars got a little squirrely there, but good job by both drivers giving each other racing room there. We're looking here at Adam Cox, currently 7th in the GT3 class. We have a 3-way battle for that position here. This is also head down into turn 5, one of the bigger passing zones of the track. This is at the end of a very, very long straightaway. You get all the way down into, generally speaking, second gear. And this, as we jump on board, this section right here, so easy. You see it right there. So easy to lose the back end of the car as you work your way through that corner. This one right here that we are currently on, you can take flat open or wide open if you're bold enough. And then very important to get a good launch headed into the carousel here. Also very easy to go off to that gravel trap you saw there on the left-hand side. Carousel, one of the more challenging portions of the racetrack. You want to keep your momentum up. But you want to make sure the car is planted in a good spot because this feeds onto an incredibly long full throttle segment. Not a full straightaway, but you are in the throttle for a good long while. We are going to have a very tight right-hander coming up, another passing opportunity here. We're not going to see it here in this particular instance, but you can see right there. Feed all the way out to the left-hand side of the track. And this is one of my favorite sections of the track, this little left-right chicane right here feeding up to the last section of the racetrack. Climbing up the hill the entire time, and you need to get a good exit out of here. This is one of the longest straightaways on the circuit as well. Uphill the whole way. If you ever watched a race at Road America in real world, you hear them talk about that uphill section on that front straightaway simply because if you run out of fuel, you're in trouble. Coming down into turn 1 here, you can carry a lot of speed through here, a lot more than you think you initially can. It kind of reminds me of turn 1 at Sebring in that you're carrying a ton of speed, more than you think you'd be able to. Feeding on to yet another super long straightaway through this turn number 4, I believe it is. And then we're down the back straightaway here. Cox looking to get a bit of a tow. He may have a look to the inside here as we head down into turn 5. And there it is, just kind of establishing himself. And he might be making a move here. We're in the braking zone now. Giving him room, and Cox is through. So there you go. got to see a move made while we were riding on board, and immediately there's traffic. So the number 3 machine right behind Cox right there is immediately going to be looking for a way back through to see if he can get by, take advantage of Cox going offline as that GTP came through. But that was kind of a de facto onboard lap there at Road America. I was going to say something to Mike here about just something that he said that I wanted to touch base on, but since he jumped on the onboard, I thought we would do a quick ride along. So having said that, Mike, you did mention earlier you are you recently joined the Majors Esports team to drive LMP2s. Now you are an oval guy. How did this come to light? Tell us that story.
So ultimately, I'm going to have to go all the way back to the beginning. My story with iRacing. So I've known about iRacing since its inception back in 2008. But I finally gifted myself iRacing, as a father's gift when my youngest daughter was born in 2010. And so I've been on the iRacing platform since 2010. And I mean, I'm talking about back when the Pontiac Solstice was the rookie car. The Legends, the little 34 Ford's Legend was the rookie car. And there was no, I'm sorry, the MX-5, it had 2 variants. You had the Roadster and then the Cup. Street stocks didn't even exist. And so I've watched iRacing, grow, pretty much since they were 2 years old to what they are now. And I never really took iRacing serious. It was more along the lines of like my way to get, just to enjoy myself, because I'm just too dang broke like everybody else to own a real race car. And this was my way of, enjoying a true racing simulator. And, about 5 to 6 years ago, probably closer to 5 years, I joined a team called Epic Fails Motorsports. And the owner over there, he pushed me to be a better driver, to look at situations differently, because I always get into a wreck and I'm like, man, it wasn't my fault. There was nothing I can do. And he would sit down with me and he would be like, Mike, look, this is what happened. This is what you could have done. And I go, oh. And so it really opened my eyes to a whole new perspective, of motorsports, as a driver. And just over the past couple of years, I've gotten quicker. I've gotten, to the point where I'm more of an oval guy, like you said. Road racing was really foreign to me. I didn't really understand how road racing worked and what I needed to do to get around a track. And I mean, obviously, as you get into it, you start somewhat figuring it out, and you just ride to the best of your ability. But he brought me up like 5 notches from where I was. And he pushed me and he pushed me. And, he's like, you got to do this. Don't be doing this. You got to do this. And he's pushed me and pushed me and pushed me. And I became faster. And I am missing that one it factor that I can't seem to unlock. Epic Fails owner, he can't seem to help me find that last notch, to unlock my true potential, because I've been told for quite some time I'm fast and I can be faster, but I got to figure out what I'm missing. And after some really thoughts about it, I was like, you know what, I'm here with the majors, I'm having a good time, I'm broadcasting for them and commentating for them, race control. Stewarding. Race control might be a little too much for me, but I'm doing so much for them, why not see what I can do and sign up for their esports team, where I can get that one-on-one help, where I can, get, somebody who's willing to sit down with me and go, hey, Mike, this is where you're screwing up, and tell me how it is. this is what you need to do. Try this. And I'm really excited. Yeah. And gonna go ahead and just wrap it up here, I'm looking just to get that little bit more to become faster. And I signed up with Majors in Sports, and they're like, welcome aboard. Let's see what we can do. And I'm excited to get that thing underway as we got, looks like most of your GT3 field down on pit road now.
Yeah, I think pretty much all of them are in. It's exclusively GT3 at the moment. I should be able to get the class splits up so you can kind of visualize how it's pretty much the entire field there. Negative delta,
Yep.
Got a driver change there, so now we've got Christian Novev in the car. We've got Kirill Kononovic just passing on the main straight. Mirmika Group ME Sports car coming out. I think that's the SRP car coming by. Let's see. Oh, that's the Air Kinetics orange, apologies. Biltong at the back, Labroka on the main straight there. I've got a few more cars. Wild Cardi racing side by side with Grow Racing Team Red. Not seen them too much. So good to see them actually jumping out ahead in the pits. P13. And that puts them a few positions behind Dr. Chooch, if I can get the correct camera to play ball. Side by side with the Mirmika group that went out of the pits. Just highlighting them here because I believe the Valhalla team that they are racing for the Pro-Am GT3 Honors is 2 positions further down the road, so 16 seconds. And speaking of which, black flag. So I'm going to put my hat on it being a drive-through for track limits, so they probably went wide at the kink.
Yes.
GT3 leaders are in the pits now. I think kind of makes sense. Driver swap. We've got Giannini back in the car. So that's good to see. Charlie Bobby, Aerokinetics just behind them. And Tyler Connolly a bit further behind. Ronan PT, Valhalla Motorsports. All of these guys are just coming into the pits at the same time. SRP finding their way into their box just now. From the jacks on the left there. Let's see if we can grab someone on track. So Kirill. I need to pass all of these cars. And I think that would make him one of the last few GT3s that are yet to pit in this cycle. Gonna do pit laps so we can get the idea of where everyone is at. And again, camera's not playing ball. Dr. Chooch was also one of the last few ones to pit, and they just went in now. So a whole lot of swaps happening at the moment. We're just going to watch the pit exit a little bit. Just to hope that there's no shenanigans happening on the merge. Ronin PT coming by. Tato's Race Tech. Wildcardy Racing. Grow Racing at the part. Grow Racing Team Red. And then Arky Motorsports just there in focus. So all's good. A bit of a fight further back. And a bit of a fight further back still. Wizards Esports, they exited the pits just now. Negative delta ahead of them. Christian Novev, we saw them pit the previous lap. We've got the Lubid Motorsports Lux GTP making their way past.
This is one of the main reasons I love the GT3s right here. Is just like the racing stays so close together and kind of gathered up. Whereas you look at the GTPs and LMP2s, they're kind of more spread out.
Absolutely.
And it really makes for some good battling, some good viewing there. As it did look like we had a little bit of an issue with the GTP right behind this, trying to get around the GT3 for a minute, but they were able to keep it straight.
Yep. The Sorrento car. Just making life a little bit difficult, but it is what it is. Tatum Rest Tech top 2, separated by second. Try to find a gap to kind of prove your point, really. Half a second out. Stefan Milic in the LMPX GG car. We saw them on the albeit failed strategy earlier to stay on one set of wets between the 2 rain spells. But that didn't work out too well for them, though thankfully the safety car managed to keep them in contention. 30 seconds back from the lead. Currently the closest gap in GTP, chasing the Volker Motorsports car of Quentin Verdonk. He's being held up by one of the GT3s. We can bring it up. The North Sim Racing Green is the one.
And I did take a look at the weather. It looks like for at least the next hour and a half, it is going to be a little muggy, but we're very clear of the rain, so I don't think we might go the rest of the race and not have any more rain here.
Yep, absolutely. And it is a top 3 fight right here. Took JWR a while to find their way back in. Side by side into turn 1.
Andy's definitely been putting on a heck of a drive since he's got into that LMP2 as he takes over the second position there.
Yeah, and
I think he knew his teammate was doing an interview with us and he wanted to put on a show knowing he'd be on screen.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is very true. With the pace he's running at now, he does have potential to take over the race lead for the LMP2s here, as he is closing in on that 297 Kronos GG team.
Hardline GT3 moving life a little bit difficult for the Fusion car behind.
You know, that's one of the hardest things about, you know, multi-class racing is, you know, when you're in the faster car and you start passing the slower cars, you know, that can kind of dictate how your race and your division can actually, you know, transform throughout the race. You know, as we saw earlier on today, I believe it was the 01 Women Motorsports guys, you know, they got Tatum Res Tech 96 stuck behind a GT3 and 01 was able to take over the race lead. You know, so it's like it's a game of chess when you're in the GTP, because if you can catch up to these lower, you know, classes at the right time, it can change the outcome of these races really quick.
Just a prime example of that, Andy literally just used the pick on that GT3 to get a little bit more draft and catch himself up to the leader of the LMP2s. He's almost completely on his back bumper here as they're heading down in the 1. Wonder if he's going to potentially make a move on the outside, as it looks like he is going to do so. They're going to be side by side going through 1 this time. Is he going to be able to get the run off to clear him? It does not look like he's going to be able to do so. Looking for another move on the inside. Thinks otherwise there as we're going through turn 3. Now heading down the long straight stretch towards turn 5. A very good spot to get the job done here, as he could get potentially a really good run, but does have a GTP going around him on the outside, so it does complicate things just a tad bit there.
It's complicated more. You have the GT3 Mustang sitting right there as well that both cars trying to navigate through. So to the point that you guys are just talking about, there is an art to both passing and being passed there. You saw a really good demonstration of all 3 classes together on track, and a good job by all 4 drivers involved there as well. And that's just goes into the strategy, like you were saying a second ago, Mike. Just you really need to pick and choose and try to figure out how can you use that traffic to your advantage.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, trying to pick them off at the right times. You know, unfortunately, you know, my luck has always been, you know, I get stuck behind the slower class at the wrong and the worst times. And look at that run that number 30 machine of Andy Flagg gets on Angel in that 297.
This is the battle for the class lead as well. Yeah. So Flag definitely
Oh.
looks to be the faster car at the moment. I think this is probably just a matter of time. Like he just needs to time it up to see where he can be as the 297 goes defensive there. We also have traffic up ahead yet again, so Flag's probably going to have to stay in line here through one of the first passing zones on the new lap. I would imagine he's going to be looking for a move down into turn 5 because they will most likely, or he try it right there into turn 1, side by side for the class lead. Couldn't quite pull it off, but a nice, bold move though. Good effort.
Yeah, Andy definitely showing a little bit of aggression here. Even using his lights a little bit to let him know, hey, I'm here and I'm ready to take over the lead.
Making their way through the slower traffic. 297 using that GT lead car as a pick to defend their into turn 5. And from here on in, you might have one more passing opportunity down in turn 8 before you get into the carousel. But after that, really the next passing zone is in Canada corner. So Flag's going to have to work on getting that gap closed back down. But as you see, there is more traffic up ahead. So this is very much where do you make the move? How do you manage the traffic? And that is probably why you're seeing some of that aggression that Dakota was just talking about there, because there's an opportunity there with no traffic around, and he felt he had to take it. You want to temper that, understanding there's still 5 hours left in the race, but when that lead's right there, that's all you want to do is try to make that one last move. As we're heading down towards Canada corner here, the Mustang is going to play a factor here in the corner itself. We'll just have to keep an eye on it and see where it goes. Great battle between these two, though.
Awesome battle. Again, something that Andy needs to also keep in mind. He is running for a championship, so he does want to win this race. But kind of bouncing off like what I was saying for that 96 team. Obviously they want to win the race, but they're also running for a championship. So you've got to choose the right times to make your passes, because you don't want to end up in the grass, let alone up into the wall. Because then at that point, you could pretty much kiss your championship goodbye, because, you ain't going to do it with a wrecked race car.
And speaking of that, he had a little moment there coming out of turn 14, got in the grass a little bit, got loose, and I could have put a abrupt end there to his championship hopes, but able to recover and going to try to run back down the leader yet again.
I just want to cut in because I believe we've got an impromptu interview. Lumen Motorsports, being joined by Lewis Ricard, who we saw give the leaders a right headache for a little while. So I will segue us into some ads by Whiplash whilst we try to get that sorted. Bear with me 1 second as we try to sort this out. Hello, everyone, and I'm very happy to announce that we've got, well, two things. One, we have Lewis Ricard here from Lumen Motorsport joining us in the booth, and we also have, thankfully, the second split having gone on the way again with a second green flag, given the first session was ended abruptly by iRacing. So, if you have anyone in that split, do manage to say hi here in the chat, and we hope you guys manage to get a good remainder of the race on the way, as we're under 5 hours here. And Lewis, why don't you introduce yourself to the stream?
Well, hello. I am indeed Lewis Ricard, and I am a sim racer from Scotland. Been doing it for a while, and I have already driven too much of this race already, and that's about it.
Yeah, well, that's, we've had a lot of shots of Lumen on stream, kind of fighting for pretty much any and all positions down there in the top 5-ish or so. We saw you guys giving it good to the Tatum Restec guys, Obsidian Edge as well, I believe, and pretty much anything that looks like a GTP. So, how did you find your stints?
Wet. That's the number one word to probably describe it. Blind is also a good word, because my god, you cannot see anything when you're behind another GTP.
Yep.
When any spray is up. And it was mostly a case of we're not as fast as the Tatum Restec guys. We haven't been all season. But I fancy myself a bit of a wet weather maestro, as it says. But I definitely thought when it was wet I was able to keep up, if not even be faster than them. So I was just very much praying that it would stay wet for the whole race, but unfortunately not. We've filtered down to P3, where I think we'll be fighting for most of the rest of the night.
Absolutely. I think we did have a little bit on the stream where we saw you were fighting like tooth and nail for position. I managed to actually get the fight on the stream. It does say Rasmus, your teammate, but we saw that you threw that pick on Alessandro for P1 on the GT3 on the main straight, which was definitely one of the highlights of the race for me personally. So really good racing, I think. How did you find that the traffic kind of worked out for you over the course of the race?
The traffic was surprisingly clean. Usually you get a bit of door banging and stuff, especially on a track like this, but most of the time it seemed to be very respectful. I think mainly just because there was only one line the whole time, which was the drier line, and I think people were just being very mindful not to push people onto the wet stuff and in the races, because you do not want to drop a wheel, especially when you first went back to slicks. If you dropped one wheel in any sort of water, you were straight on to that corner.
You don't need to tell the broadcast with that. We've been watching replays of guys just like going straight on at like turn 5 and other corners as well. So it's good to see you guys manage to keep it together quite well. And I suppose speaking of you guys, at the moment I've only seen yourself and Rasmus in the car. Is it just the two of you, or do you have a few
No,
other
we
guys?
have another teammate of Sean. He was in for a single just before Rasmus got in.
Gotcha.
But I was basically in for the first hour, then I was out for a little bit, and I was in for like 4 hours straight. Just because I like driving in the wet is the best way of putting it, and they didn't want to really do it, so I was happy enough.
Yeah. Well, I kind of feel like it's I suppose Marmite kind of simplifies it a lot, but like you either love it or you don't, I guess. I suppose you were there when Rain first got introduced in iRacing, and you've probably been driving ever since, I guess, or has it been a case of you only got into it
Not
recently?
really.
Okay.
I actually get incredibly unlucky with rain. It seems any special event I do, or any events, the majors events especially, that I never get the wet races. And it actually breaks my heart sometimes. So I actually haven't done many wet races, but I think just what comes with being Scottish is that you're naturally pretty good driving in the wet.
Nice. Yeah. Well, it did look that way earlier as well, so definitely proof in the pudding, I suppose. And I suppose kind of like taking the magnifying glass out bigger, kind of like Lumen Motorsport. Is that, I suppose, are you a team manager? Are you just a driver? Is this something you kind of got involved with recently? Like, kind of like, what is kind of like Lewis Ricard X Lumen like, I suppose?
Well, Lumen was founded about, I think, the start of last year.
Okay.
With the splitting from another team that it was just a bunch of people splitting off another team, and I was one of the first people to join into that team coming from the other one.
Gotcha.
And I've kind of always been racing with them since, as more of we've not a big esports team or esports team to say is we haven't got our highest iRacing guys are only about 5 or 6k, so we haven't got any of the big heavy petering 7ks, so we're still kind of a bit lower down, but we like to think of ourselves as being able to fight up towards those drivers. But it's a very incredibly well managed team, in my personal opinion.
That's yeah. From what I've seen so far, it definitely does look like it as well. And if anything, you guys do have one of the better liveries on track. I really you guys have done with your colour scheme designs and such, and it does make it life very easy for a broadcaster to be able to just spot a car. Like, yeah, that's really cool. So, that's great. That's great. And I suppose with Lumen as well, since you've been racing with them for a little while now, was MEC something that maybe perhaps you brought up, or was it just something that the team brought up? Is like, want to race MEC? Like, how did you guys come into majors? I suppose is what I'm asking.
I think it was more of after the Majors 24 being such a big event for quite a few years that when we saw it was on, quite a few drivers of us wanted to do it. So the team facilitated allowing to pay for our entries and allowing us to partake in the Majors.
That's great. That's great.
But it's been quite popular in our team. We've got, I think, 4 or 5 cars competing in it for the season right now.
Yeah.
They've all been relatively close on pace.
Great. And I suppose I should bring up the championship. We've been trying to keep tabs on it throughout the race. I guess unfortunately you are about as mathematically in it as possible at around 99 points. So a lot of stuff needs to fall in terms of teams and drivers for a Lumen championship. But was the championship something that was on your mind at any point, or was it kind of just we just race each race as it comes along?
It was at the start. It was very much race as we race, because we've actually thought there'd be a lot more like bigger esports teams racing in it,
right.
that were just going to be unbeatable. But as it went on, we started to realise that we actually were one of the higher placed teams. So later on, it started to become a bit more focused on trying to get those high up results to try and get some points. But Tentum has just been too fast the whole season, and so VK. We've had quite a few bits of luck throughout the season.
I suppose I have to ask, what stands out in terms of your kind of highs and lows of the season? I suppose this MEC season 2 continued on.
The lowest point was I think we had a very horrible race last race at Indianapolis, with me and my teammate having some rookie mistakes that cost us the race, causing us to DNF. I actually think the 2 big highlights were actually us leading this race for quite a bit in the season, for about a stint and a half, and probably our win in the Sebring second split, probably our best.
I suppose having had the chance to kind of lead split 1 is a mighty achievement, I think, especially as you've mentioned some really fast guys in the class. And on the subject of the class, I suppose GTP, was that always the plan, or was there any chance of like a separate entry elsewhere in a different class, or what made you guys go GTP and I guess the BMW here?
Well, us are in the GTP are more of mainly only GTP drivers, so it was only really the cars we ever really wanted to drive. Especially the Rasmus, you would have to pay him to drive anything else, I think, other than a GTP.
Yeah.
But we've always actually wanted to drive the BMW, and unfortunately, it's always been just kind of too slow everywhere to be usable. So we're kind of forced into running other cars. But ever since the Evo package came out, the car's been a lot better and a lot more on pace with everything.
Yeah.
So we finally chose to run it. And we seen after testing, it was actually the fastest car in the wet. So we decided just to keep running it and pray for. We do some rain dances before the start of the race for a lot of rain.
That puts you kind of in the minority in terms of what people wanted in terms of weather. So you did get it. Boy, did you get it earlier.
Yeah. If it was my call, I would have wet every race.
Oof.
That's what I would want. I was actually annoyed that I didn't get split 2 after seeing their weather. I would have loved to be in that.
They got too much rain. Like the fact that I'm not sure if you were following.
There's
like,
no. I see. So I got some of our teams in it, but I think that people, if you can't drive in if you can't see in the rain, you're too close to the car in front. I just think there's no such thing as too much rain.
It's true. I will say, in giving credit to Majors, my understanding was that there was so much. That's what's happening. I'm assuming that's a black flag for incident points.
Must be.
Oof. Okay, and that was the obsidian car.
I don't know what that would be. I don't think we do have a black flag.
No, I misread. I thought you guys were the ones that got the black flag because you got spun around for a bit, but it seemed like it was the obsidian car that hit you mid-contact. So crisis averted, I guess.
Hope so. I just don't know how much damage he's going to have now. Like, we're already a bit close on incident points without having a let, so we're a bit cautious.
Yeah. I don't have access to incident points on my end, which I think is probably for the best. I would probably just slap it like all over the broadcast.
Yeah, it looks like we're having to pit now for damage repairs after that one.
Oof, it's very unfortunate there. I suppose I could bring up the replay because the camera angle kind of made things a bit difficult.
I think it looked like a big checkup that happened, and the obsidian cars didn't slow down enough.
Oof. Yeah. That was a bit rough. That's not too much. I'm assuming you must have a fast repair kind of in the wings.
We are, I think, one of the few cars that have the fast repair left.
Gotcha.
Until now.
Yeah, there's been a lot of cars that have kind of come in absolute battered and bruised and dented and whatnot, and then like just magically they just appear all are good. So
I'm actually not a big fan of the fast repair. I think it's something that should have been put in.
Interesting, because having been on the broadcast and interviewed a lot of people, it does seem a little bit divisive in terms of some people are like the fast repair kind of makes things too easy in that an incident that normally would have had you out in a special event kind of carries on for nothing. But I suppose I'm kind of okay with one fast repair in 12 hours. Like the fact that also the safety car kind of makes things a bit easier as well.
But I would also have it as, if you're going to have a fast repair, you can't allow people to get laps back under safety car, because it's almost a massive get out of jail free card if you do make a mistake, and it doesn't help. It makes it so if you go the whole race without making a mistake, you don't really gain much. You've only gained maybe 2 seconds on track without time after the safety car comes out.
Yeah,
especially with how frequent these always seem to be in the series.
So I suppose this is probably a good follow-up question, because you reminded me of the poll that they made about how people feel about whether people should be getting fast repair and a lap back, or a combination of one of the two, or even neither. My question really is, like, compared to kind of other leagues that you may have been in or events, what has your kind of experience been within the MEC and the majors? There's been like a lot of talk between drivers and race control and such. And What's been your impression?
I think, speaking for myself, not other people on my team, because they have quite different opinions from me as well, but I think it's been mostly alright. I do think some stewarding decisions are a bit controversial, but I'll keep my mouth shut about it because I don't want to get an extra penalty just in case.
That's okay. It's an absolute safe space between yourself, myself, and obviously everybody watching and the broadcast chat and admins. But yeah, fair enough. I won't crank your arm back too much. So I suppose the follow-up question is, in terms of MEC Season 3, is that something on your radar, or are you considering other majors races, or is that not quite something you're considering?
It actually seems like most of our team are pulling out for Season 3 of majors because we all seem quite burnt out with all the events going on recently, and also the calendar really isn't to a taste of any of ours.
Oh.
It's a very out of the ordinary calendar, and there are tracks that none of us seem to like very much.
Yep. Well, and I think there's it is a considerably shorter season as well, so it is something that kind of, short season, run a few different, almost like non-IMSA tracks, kind of see how things go. But I think that's fair enough. There's a lot of races in and outside of majors, so everyone's got a buffet of options of things to pick, so that makes sense. Yeah. I suppose that does give us a chance to kind of segue out of the interview, just to give the rest of the field a chance to feature on the broadcast as well. Do you have anyone you want to shout out, or you want to anything Lumen that you want to mention on the stream? If you're always looking for drivers, that sort of thing, like the floor is yours if you want to bring anything up.
I'd probably use a big shout out to the team owners of James Warren and Sergio Ferreira. I can't say his second name very well.
You got it.
But they do an expert job at running Lumen. They always keep it. It's a very fun team compared to others. Much more laid back when it comes to drivers. And it's just been an amazing experience compared to other teams I ran in. So if anyone ever looking for a team, make sure to head up the website. See if you can get a spot.
Feel free to try and post it in the YouTube. Otherwise, I can try and do it for you if moderation decides to act up. So fair enough.
Alright.
Fair enough. Well, I shall wish you the absolute best. I guess since the start of the interview, being in P7 is a slight damp squib, but I do hope to see you guys back in the fight towards the front.
We didn't come into this race with very high expectations, so take it as it comes.
Yeah, I think that's about as good as anybody can do in the 12 hours in terms of just giving it their best shot, especially with these changing conditions. So, massively appreciate you coming on. Massively appreciate you interacting on the YouTube chat as well to let us know that you wanted an interview with you. And I suppose I'll let you be and probably psych yourself up if you're doing any more stints.
Alright. Thank you very much.
Our pleasure. So that was Lewis Ricard checking out for Lumen Motorsport, joining us in the booth. We've had the stream kind of running on his teammate Rasmus Borger Pettersson in the BMW GTP, the Evo package that is, as you can see from the nose job that it's had compared to its predecessor. We've not had too much happening. I think we've had some fights up and around the top positions in each class, but it does seem like things have mellowed out a little bit. We did see the incident involving Rasmus and the Obsidian GTP car earlier, as well as the replay that we played during the interview. Other than that, GT3 has managed to stay quite intact. bit of a fight at the moment between Dan Maddox in the Sim Party Racing Aries car and the FZR Sim Sport car of Tobias de Rompf, one of the other spotlight teams in this race. And you see how things managed to continue on. Our commentators have taken a little bit of a break, which I hope they've appreciated. And I'll let them take the floor if any of them are still around.
Yeah. So I did notice, I was watching the GTP leader a little bit ago, which he was on the screen during that. He was making quite a few bold moves, trying to keep the gap towards second place and all that. But currently we are on board with I believe Tobias for FZR Simsport.
Yep.
And you got a little bit of a battle going on here, as you see. I believe a couple. Was that the LMP2s trying to go around them?
It would be the
No, it's
Tate and Rest
GTPs.
So that's the P1, P2 you were mentioning. Can't switch to them.
So still quite a bit of battling going on throughout the field. I mean, the field is definitely spread out at this point, but I mean, still time for a safety car. Still 4.5 hours left. The safety car could pop at any time. You never know.
Absolutely, absolutely.
We've got a good shot of the track map there. Cal just put on screen for us. And to your point, Dakota, we are about as spread out as it gets right now. So a lot of ebb and flow. You can kind of see some a big long line there in the turn 1 to about turn 5 range, and then after that it does clear up a little bit, but we are pretty well spread out at the moment. And then yeah, this is kind of those slug it out hours portion of the race where you want to just kind of get to the end, get to the final couple of hours, see where we're at that point. That's where the drive time starts to come into play. Who do you have in the car at that point in time? There is plenty of strategy that's going on. I know for a lot of these teams, they probably want maybe not their fastest guy at the moment, but their most consistent guy in there. Just the guy that's going to keep the car clean on track and just grind those laps out, getting it set up for the sprint to the finish here when we put the fast guys back in. But even if there's not a lot of head-to-head stuff for position, we're still seeing a lot of action given the multi-class facet of this type of racing here. So it seems like you can't even look away for a minute because there's always something going on.
And honestly, I feel like the racing's more dangerous when the field is spread out like this than when it's actually grouped up, just due to the fact of you kind of get in a rhythm and you get kind of complacent in a sense. And you'll run up on some traffic and they'll make some abrupt move and you'll not be prepared for it in some cases. So you really got to keep yourself awake and stay on your toes, especially, this far into one of these long length races like this. And granted, it's not as bad as the 24-hour race, but I mean, it still takes a toll on your mind being out there and turning this many laps.
Well, to your point, when we were doing that interview there, the 0-1, there's a bit of a stack up, and unfortunately, they're the ones that took the damage from it. So that's exactly what you're alluding to. And you still got to keep on it. You still got to be on your toes. You still got to be ready for anything. And it is very hard to do for a full 12 hours. Yes, you're taking turns, but by this point, you've been in the car for a good little while, and it is easy to lose that mental focus just because you kind of get in the zone, and all of a sudden you got to take quick action. And unfortunately, sometimes you don't see that happening as quickly as you need to.
Yeah, and then not to mention, there's no tell. Like, all these people are in different time zones and stuff. There's no telling what time it is where they're at. I mean, some people might possibly be having to take a nap, and then you wake up and hop in the car, and you're not fully awake, and you're trying to get back into the rhythm and stuff like that too. I mean, there's so many factors that go into stuff like this. Now, we got people from all sorts of countries in here, so.
And as we're talking about not much on-track battling going on, we actually do have a battle for the overall race lead between teammates. The Restec 96 and Restec 69 are all of a sudden nose to tail with each other, battling through some traffic here. So we'll have to wait and see how that plays out. Fioroni, who put on an absolute show at the restart a little while ago, got to the lead from, I believe he was in 5th or 6th place when we first restarted, got all the way up to the lead. I'm going to guess the position swap was made probably during a pit stop sequence, but they are nose to tail once again. Curious to see how hard these guys are going to fight going into this forthcoming battle, because they are, like I said, nose to tail on the racetrack right now.
when they've decided
Looks
to
like
go
both
for
of
pit.
them decided to pit.
I think it's about that time, isn't it? So looking at the pit strategy. Let's bring up the review just to make that a little bit more legible. Pali, Fioroni at the top, so they've both done about 26 laps, including the little stretch in the pit lane just now. So yeah, I think they were just pushing flat out, because we can see they've done previous stints about 28, 29, and they've managed to go as far as possible, so that's good to see from them. The PXGG car coming by, driver swaps in both cars. Carlo Maria Barberi in the 69, Rafael De Santis in the 96 behind. MK Nexus Esports, the main championship contender in GTP, was about half a minute behind, which I think is kind of showing by the fact that he's not even reached his pit box, whilst the rest of the car is thinking about leaving theirs. There, we've got Dr. Chooch in the GT3 going by, just out of shot. That's the F1 News in GT3 passing by as well.
Almost had a battle on the pit exit there.
Yeah.
Now it's really going to come down to who can push harder on the cold tires to either close the gap or extend the gap here.
And to your point, Dakota, on the GTPs especially, cold tires are the bane of this car's existence. I mean, it can take up to about 3 full laps to get those tires up to temp in the window where you want them. So really going to have to be taking it easy here as these tires do come up to temp. To your point.
And these
Used
guys
to,
did
I
swap,
mean-
by the way.
Oh,
Seeing as the rear view camera, which was on the former leader, is now in second place. So in the midst of all that, they did swap around. So yeah, great running there.
fair enough. I will say that it's actually a very impressive run from the 69 machine since that restart there. They've just been, seems like they just kind of got their act together and figured out what they needed to do and able to get back up to first. They're in first right now. I
Yep.
can't see the scoreboard for some reason.
Yeah, the 69 car is in first place. The broadcast currently shows kind of the leader in main shot and the second place car on the nose cam, which, funnily enough, shows the Italian flag on the splitter. So I wasn't expecting to spot something like that on the broadcast, but there we go. Though I will take the chance to cut away, as we do have a fight in LMP2. Dominic Eisenberg in the twin-turn SR LMP2 giving chase to the Fusion 19 car. We saw that they were at the back of shot as we saw Cronus and JWR kind of fight for the overall lead in LMP2. Though Fusion does seem to have been dropping back a little bit. We did mention that as far as they are concerned, a 4th place should be more than enough. And I think that they've just got a black flag.
That's definitely not going to help their case any.
And I'm pretty sure that was the off track as well, so. Ooh, that is going to be painful. Gotta try to
Oh, that-
squeeze his way in.
The GTP is getting probably about to get a little impatient here.
Simitok GTP. Oh! And it's gone round. No damage, I think. I hope not.
Things have gone from bad to worse though, as he does still have a black flag, I believe.
So he might just opt to just serve it straight away now. Yeah, there we go. So not only is he was probably on 40x on the dot, seeing as it was an off track. And now he's got another 2x for the spin there. Very painful to see. He was in it for a really good ending position. So we'll see how this manages to affect the teams. Because they bring up the championship. The black flag kind of covering the car as he exits the pits. It's the SRN Mustang, I believe, passing them by as championship implications. They were around, what, 6 points clear of Moradness, who's now just the car ahead of them. The JWR car in second place, currently set to get 90, whilst Fusion is currently set to get what? Oh, maths don't let me down. About 75, maybe? I think 75 points. So that would give JWR the overall LMP2 lead if things stay as they are. Oh, we've got a fire in our hands.
Leader should be getting about 65 points, yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta love a championship battle coming down to the last race organically on its own.
Yeah. And speaking of which, we've just had a fight between the Pro-Am leaders. We saw that they were tied on Pro-Am points in Pro-Am, and Austin O'Neill just passed Jeff Corfold in the Valhalla Motorsports car for position. So these guys are tied on points, 375 points each in Pro-Am. So it is about as direct a championship fight as you can get. This is pretty much Verstappen Hamilton without the glitz and glam of the actual F1 World Championship. A really incisive move there from Austin. Very good to see.
Austin O'Neill has been absolutely tearing up the regular majors series. So, I saw Garen pop up in communications there. What do we got here, Khaled?
Safety car.
Looks like we got a safety car.
And let's see what happened here. Hugo Oliveira, Hotline Racing. It's a shame. Oh no, that was the second place Tatum Restek car.
And he's probably going to have some kind of suspension damage from that contact. That's a situation where the GT may have had the right to the corner, but he had to have known that other car was coming. So,
just information for everybody: the safety car is currently staged on the side of the track at turn 1. You may pass the safety car.
Sorry.
Everybody may pass the safety car until the safety car picks up the overall leader.
What happened here? Because we just... So this is still technically the replay. This was after Hugo Oliveira went off. And my timing control is showing as Lumen, who we've had in our spotlight interview less than an hour ago.
Oh, he's coming up on some GT3s.
Yeah, so what's happened to him here? He had a meatball. Oh,
so everyone, please maintain race pace until the safety car picks up the overall leader. But there is no overtaking. That includes cars in other classes.
Or championship implications yet again.
And he, to make it all a small circle, that was the Valhalla car that he hit as well. So right on the rear bumper. I don't think we were able to get good shots. As Hugo Oliveira gets the all clear on tow into the pits. There he is.
And that car's just absolutely mangled at the moment. Hopefully they got a fast repair lift in their pocket here.
I hope so too. Looking at the car from the nose cam, the Aerokinetics orange car just behind. That is some rough going right there. We've got a bunch of cars coming in. That was the Fusion car. Let's grab the TV pits. Bunch of guys out. Car, Fusion 19, bottom left of shot. Tatum Restek, I believe that's the
pits are open. Pit exit and entry is open. Okay, the safety car has now picked up the overall leader.
Well,
so no more
definitely
overtaking of the safety car.
Allow some people that had a few issues, probably, in the past 30 minutes to an hour. A little bit of leeway here.
Grow Racing Team just behind him. Multisim Racing Team a bit further behind. I just went past the SRP Racing car, the orange of shot. SRN Esports Black. Just behind, and then we've got other cars leaving the pits. Will Weaver, true to his name, leaving in the pits. The Lumen Motorsports car is still in service, so I'm assuming from the damage that we had earlier, it was kind of interesting because Lewis did mention that they did have a fast repair, so I'm assuming from the incident earlier they've used it, and now they're stuck servicing the car.
Well, it could be they want to save the fast repair for later
Safety
on in
car
the race.
queue
We're
is
under
at
safety
turn
car.
5
We're under,
currently.
like, the penalty is less now. Maybe change it. Wait for that. So it could be one of those scenarios as well.
Yep, absolutely, absolutely. So things managed to progress. And that's the Carbono Esports Black, Pokemon Motorsports LMP2s. And rather than just wait indefinitely, we'll see a few more guys in pit lane.
If it's something that you think was against the rules, yeah, feel free to put in a protest. If it was just
all right. Well,
cars,
since we
like
are
getting
under the
back
safety
into
car,
line,
gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead
with
and
each other,
take this
we'll
chance to
walk
go
through
ahead
the
and
process.
hop
So,
off.
we'll
I
leave that to your judgment. I
about
hadn't seen it.
40-ish minutes away from jumping and doing my triple stint here in split number 2. So I'm going to go ahead and check in with the team and start prepping for all those things. So thanks for letting me hang out with you guys,
So we
Dakota.
still
It
have
was
some,
great meeting
other
you.
cars,
And
in the
Khaled,
pit
I
lane.
think you
We'll
and I
need
are
to wait
working
until
together
everybody,
tomorrow. So I will
is
look
back
forward
out
to
on the
that.
track.
Yep.
With the
Just
exception of
your
the
race,
car
sir.
that towed
Y'all finish well.
to be
All
able
right.
to
Appreciate you guys. Enjoy the
start
rest of your
the
race.
first
Good
race.
luck with
So
the
we'll
rest of the
we'll
broadcast.
Make sure
And
that
everybody,
processes properly.
pay attention
and
to
we'll
what's
get
going to
the first
happen
race
because
started
it's going to
shortly.
get good. So long, everybody.
Yep. See you, man.
Sir.
Alright. So we were just watching from the pit lane as what was that? Names escape me. Was that Austin that just checked out?
Like disconnected. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sean
Moriarty. Okay.
Moriarty.
Lovely.
I think that's how you say that.
My brain is a little bit fried from watching timing screens, broadcasts, and camera angles for the better part of 8 hours. So, but yeah, it is the MEC Road America 12-hour season finale. It's been
Okay,
pretty
following
hectic.
cars currently
So we'll
trapped
let,
behind their
Gareth do
class
his,
leader,
spiel.
or in front of their class leader behind the overall safety car. Please take away by
So,
instructed.
I completely understand. A couple months
We've got
ago, I did a
41
12-hour
cars.
race at Daytona, and it wasn't the road course; it was the oval. Very hard to
23
stay
car
awake.
you may take away by. 12 car you may take away by.
Gotcha.
Triple 2 car you
Yeah.
may take away by. 81 car you may take away by.
I believe it's just me and you up here in the
29
booth
car
at the moment.
take away
So.
by. 19 car take away by. Number 8 car take away by.
Been
34 car take away by.
overdue for a spotlight interview.
396, 369 car take away by.
But their hands
Be
off.
perfect
for
time.
232 car take away by.
That's fair.
Triple 3
I
car.
was gonna say it'd be
take
the
away
perfect
by.
time, especially considering we're under safety
20
car right
car
now.
take away by.
I will say,
25 car.
I don't
take
know if
away
it's
by.
in terms of just how everyone's
28
been able to
car
run the
take away
safety
by.
car procedure much more smoothly than past rounds, but the
21 car take away by.
there's been far fewer laps under
38
38 yellow
car
every
take
time
away
that we've had it compared to previous rounds. So
133 car take away by.
normally I would have had no qualms having an interview just within the
64
full course,
car
full
take
course
away
yellow
by.
period. And that's not been the case. So
Well, the good thing is people are starting to get used to it and kind of get a better understanding. So it definitely seems to be helping.
should
I
have
don't
been
think
all
I've seen
cars
this
that were in
many.
front of their
Let's see, I
class
think the
leader,
Daytona 24 I only seen like 3 or 4
behind the
safety
safety
cars,
car.
if I remember correctly. Or was it the Daytona 24? The last 24-hour event is like a month ago.
Pits are open, both exit and entry.
apologies. I was just trying to listen in on Garen to follow the safety car procedure. What were you asking about again?
I said I believe the last time I seen the safety cars is at Daytona. I think I only seen like 3 or 4 there, and it,
We've had safety cars pretty much every round, I think. I've not had the pleasure of broadcasting every round, but the last one I did, which was Indy, that was like Mayish. That one we did have multiple safety cars, so
I think that was before I joined in, to be fair.
yeah. No, it's been a part and staple of the series, so I think it's definitely. Ooh, the F1 memes GT3 getting loose. Very interesting.
Hey, he was just mimicking the F1 pace car that drifted around the track.
I can see we've got a black flag for the Arc E Motorsports car.
Are they able to serve that under the safety car?
I'm assuming.
Lewis, who's sending me messages, please, can you tell me your car number?
Because you only get so many laps to go into serve it, so I don't know how that would work.
I think normally you'd have to probably request race control to clear it, and then serve it afterwards. So it's kind of interesting
That is fair.
They've got the black flag. Because if push comes to shove...
Lewis, yes, you will under the second wave by process. You will get one then.
Okay. I'm assuming that was Lewis Ricard that we've had on just now. Ask about the safety car procedure. As they were stuck serving repairs in the pits. So currently at the back of the safety car queue. On lap 209, the top end of the field is on... What is that? If I can just show the gaps, it probably... Yeah, so 2 laps down on the leader. So with the safety car procedure, he should get 1 lap back. And I should just pray for another just to get back onto the lead lap.
Yeah, with the way things have been going today, it is quite possible we can see another one within the next 2 hours here. So, I mean, that'd still give them a decent amount of time if one does happen in the next hour or 2 for them to try to drive back through the field here as well.
Absolutely. This is about as good a chance as any to have a ad segment from our lovely sponsors.
Okay, headaches include.
Whiplash cams.
But the pits do remain open
for
for people
a little break to get some water and get refreshed.
Car 717 and 91, those black flag drive-throughs will be reapplied after the safety car process. Okay, we're now going to the way-by process for cars that are one all up there. Luckily get all cars to move to the right. Way-by cars go to the left. Car 58 car, you can take the way-by. 532, you may take the way-by. 88, you may take the way-by. 01, you may take the way-by. 91, you may take the way-by. 41, you may take the way-by. I know it says wave cancelled, but please take the way-by. Yes, take the way-by. The wrong message got sent to yes, please take the way-by car 41. Yeah, the pit exit is now closed.
Alright, I've managed to bring up the protests for the race so far. It's one of particular note, reviewed protests. ID 31, Arcade Motorsports reported tainted rest tank 69 for avoidable contact. It was, from what I remember from the broadcast, it was the incident in the kink where they were side by side trying to chase the leader, the 96 Tatum rest tank car, and managed to hip check the Arcade Motorsports car straight into the wall, which I believe was what caused the
Pit exit is now open.
The safety car, if I remember correctly. So that will be something that we'll be keeping eyes on. Also, for reference, we've got the rest of the protests on the page. If you're at any point interested in the outcomes or any protests that went by.
Okay, all the way-by processes
make
are
use of
complete.
the protests.
Wait for these cars to catch back up, and then we'll start this fast tour. Okay, as we have pretty much all of the GTP.
Well, I do think we should be going back green in about
Stop.
a lap and a half here.
Can we please get all GT3 and LMP2 cars to the right of the track and slow a little, please, to enable the track to move faster, and all GTP
maybe this lap
other fast cars on
if
the left.
they're lucky, but I do believe they'll have to do a lap to get their tires warmed up here.
Pit exit is open. Any cars that pit
Man,
now
this has
on will
definitely
not be
been an
following
interesting
that
race
process
today.
to catch up the
A lot
safety car
of,
queue, so just be aware
I would say,
if you pit
aggressive
again,
moments, but very cleanly done. And then we've had a couple incidents here and there, but overall, just a pretty good race. And these safety cars are definitely keeping things very interesting.
Yep. And speaking of interesting, still keeping an eye on the championship standings. Looking at GT3 Elite, negative delta. Still, obviously, from the start of the race, they were 21 points clear. However, they are quite a ways down the order at the moment. FZR SimSport 742, on the other hand, is about further up in P5, so that's about what's that? 5, 10, about 4 places, 20 points. I believe that's still just short
Okay, can
of
the
what they would
LMP2
need.
cars now
So
please
get
pull to the left and pass the GT3 cars? Can I get all of the GT3 cars to remain at a slower
Yeah, I think
pace
they would
of
need to
around
be
60
in
miles
the
an
top
hour,
3
80 kilometers an
potentially,
hour to help
top
enable
2.
that. And definitely no
And
weaving.
they need
There are
negative
2
delta to not gain any
LMP2
more
cars that are coming
positions.
from behind the entire field approaching now. So everybody please stay to the right of the track to allow the LMP2s to go past.
So of particular interest is that all of the cars ahead are pretty
Cars
much not in the
71,
running for the
37 and
championship, so
3. Can I get you to slow, please?
it's kind of a
to
direct
enable- or
fight
to
between
make a gap
themselves. So
for the
FZR
LMP2s in
Central,
front of you.
the negative delta that we checked it earlier, and then the aerokinetics in third place at the moment. Currently getting passed by the Labroca LMP2. And aerokinetics being in 8th place, just ahead of negative delta, means that this is kind of FZR's race to gain. It just depends on whether they can get some moves done and how quickly negative delta can manage to make amends. They definitely have the pace. It's just that they've been kind of mired in the back half of the GT3 grid. I say back half. I'm pretty sure there's like 26 GT3, so they're still in the top half, but just at the back of kind of positions that they are.
Okay, GT3 cars, you may now increase your pace and catch back up to the rest of the safety car queue.
Just going to get to the point of thinking about getting restarted again. So
pit exit is open.
Transition the standings away. Bring up the class. Slightly less or fewer LMP2s than previous rounds.
Okay, for those cars that are catching back up to the safety car queue, that is just through the kink, so please approach with caution.
As we bring up the overall standings, we can kind of see that
once we get onto the main straight, the safety car will increase their pace to 80%. So we'll give you a lap to get some temperature back into your tyres. Again, we will pack the fuel back up again before we go green, so you do not have to be right up to that end of the car in front of you. You'll get a chance to go back up again.
So just giving Gareth another chance to remind the drivers that take whatever you need to warm up the tyres. Don't overly worry about having to catch back up, because that is a integrated part of this focus procedure. We can kind of see in the standings at the moment, if we just have it by overall, currently only 8 cars in GTP still on track, still racing. We've lost the Heracles Performance Center cars, as well as the Venari Racing GTP as well. And then followed closely behind by the LMP2 field. So that would be led by Kyle Bassett in the SRN Esports Gold car. I don't think
pit
we've seen
entry
them
and
at the
exit
points
remains
end
open
of the LMP2 field. So good on them to make their way up. I think they were the ones that got involved in the opening lap incident. I think that this was the car that required repairs, though it wasn't a request to tow early on. So that was good to see.
Safety car will be in at the end of this lap.
A bit further down, we've got the Volca Motorsports Orange. We saw them go head over heels in, I believe it was turn 7? Turn 8, apologies. So it's good to see that they are still racing, albeit pretty much down, I believe, on the 2. And then followed closely behind by the GT3 leader, Thomas Stranava.
Safety car will now reduce pace to 50 miles an hour, 80 kilometers an hour to enable the field to pack back up again. Car 96 as the leader, what the safety car pulls away, please maintain 50 miles an hour or 80 kilometers an hour until you reach the restart zone. A reminder
Yeah,
to
it seems
all,
like
there
we're
is
about
no
to get back green
overtaking
flag racing.
until
Still
you
got a
pass
little
the
ways
end
to
of the
go,
restart
but
zone. there was to be 30 minutes.
It's going to be Rafael lead us back to the green for Tatum Res Tech number 96.
Be required. You will be advised when it is in force.
And it looks like Obsidian Edge back into second, and then the other Tatum Res Tech in third. So we've seen these the Tatum teammates kind of going back and forth for the lead here. And I wouldn't be surprised if the 69 car is going to try to get around this Obsidian Edge, but Obsidian Edge also had a very strong car today, involved in an incident earlier, I believe, but able to work their way back up through the field here. Should be an interesting one. We're kind of getting to crunch time here as we only got a little under 4 hours left in this race as we are making our way towards the final corner here, coming to the restart zone very shortly.
The baton is passed to the drivers.
About coming to the front stretch here. Should be green flag here momentarily as you see him take off, and green flag is out. Looks like that 96 car is still trying to warm his tires up a little bit, trying to break a little bit of draft as well as they're heading down into turn 1. That 69 car is already to the outside of Obsidian, but was not able to get cleared to stay there, and actually ends up dropping a position to MK Jeffrey Lawler, taking over third position. That 43 machine. Still a really good battle up here for the lead, though, as you see them trying to break the draft and do everything they can to get a little bit of separation there, but that Obsidian machine is definitely not making it easy here for the Tatum machine in the 96s. There's a little bit of issues there that does allow for the 69 to get around the 43, potentially going into turn 6. He is able to get clear, but now both of these teammates will be trying to rub down that Obsidian machine. And it does not look like that 43 of Jeffrey is done fighting as they make a little bit of contact. He locks his brakes up and ends up in the cat litter. He's going to come back onto the track. No harm, no foul. Just unfortunately lost a lot of momentum there. Going to have to work his way back up through the field. On board with our overall leader here of Finn for Obsidian Edge GTP. As you see him using a lot of the track limits there, getting into the grass a little bit. But that 96 machine is starting to reel him back in. And man, I can't get over how good that car looks.
Me neither.
I love that paint. Just as we're rounding around for the first lap back green here, coming out of the final corner. Second lap. Anyways. The 16 car actually starting to pull away a little bit from the second place of the 96. And what was that, sir?
And no, just I've got the LMP2 fight at the bottom half of the broadcast. Very hard back and forth fighting at the moment, whilst the SRN Esports Gold car runs away in the lead. JWR car driven by Alexander Dobertsberger. We had him on earlier in the broadcast. Giving chase to the Cronus GG car driven by Augustus Cursis. And yeah, like I said, they've been fighting tooth and nail for these positions, which has only allowed the SRN Esports Gold car to run away. We do have a bit of a very close battle further behind the Maradness car, noting the importance of trying to get these positions as much as possible now that we're under 4 hours to go. Not quite able to make it work, but he is going around the outside, which now becomes the inside for turn 7. And that gets him the position to P4. Great move. Another 34 Ether Trackworks is under pressure again by the, I believe this is the twin-turn SR LMP2. He's managed to fend it off just a little bit, which has given Maradness the chance to run away. Very good fighting here.
And to your point, almost every single restart we've had with these LMP2s, they've literally been fighting tooth and nail, as you said. We've seen some very bold moves trying to get positions here, as it does look like potentially Lucas looking to lose another position here and a 23 machine, as he's got a couple of hungry LMP2s behind him looking. You see him taking shots here and there, just not feeling very comfortable to fully commit here. But we are coming to a very good pass section down this long straight stretch going into turn 1, so potential for a move here.
Absolutely. And that is the Fusion 19 car nonetheless as well, just behind, being followed by the, I believe that's the, it's the Lebroca car. That does not seem to be the case, rather that seems to be the Vulcan Motorsports Orange. But the Vulcan Motorsports Orange car is a lap down, so it's not directly for position. So the Lebroca car behind might feel a little bit aggrieved having to put up with a lap traffic. But them's the rules. There goes Tom, very decisive, takes the apex, and now is forcing the twin turn car to worry about the Vulcan Motorsports car that's thinking about sticking a fender or two in, but no do. Actually has a very good run here on Tom, but decides to hold back a little bit more. So we did miss the passes for the lead, I believe, by Finn Norgard, so I'm trying to see if I can actually bring it up on the replay. So we managed to pass Raffaele for the lead, so this was into turn 5. Big send. And then we were focusing on the car behind, the MK Nexus car, trying to pass the other Tatum Restec car, but then that meant that we missed the pass for the lead. So there it is in all its glory. Still leading. So we can give it a little bit of a closer look here. Tatum Restec car behind, so this is the 9.6 car, this is the championship leader. And what does he commit to now? We know, again, he is leading the championship. This is more than good enough for winning the championship overall, so we'll see how much he puts on the line if he decides that the pace that he's doing is not quite enough behind the Obsidian Edge car. He's got a fight further back as well. Ooh. Jeffrey Lawler getting into it with the LMPX and the Simotok Sensations car.
Yep, but it looks like he was able to get right back around him there. A very good move there.
Oh. 2 for the price of 1. Unlucky there, Joe.
Back to your point on the 96 machine, though, I mean, they are kind of pulling away from third place a little bit, so honestly, it wouldn't hurt them to kind of just chill in second and right behind the leader. I mean, as you said, he's sitting in good spots for championship points, and basically has it on lock if he finishes second. So, I mean, I wouldn't, unless the leader makes a costly mistake or something, I really wouldn't push it too hard at the moment.
Yep. So let's have a look up and down the field. We've got the Maradness. We saw them get past Tygil earlier, and blood in the water. This is the JWR car, just up ahead. There's yet another car for championship. Again, Maradness in P4, chasing down the JWR car, and well ahead of the Fusion 19. So this is, as it stands, Maradness would be tied with JWR. It is 5 points per position as you go down the field. So JWR being ahead of Maradness means that they are tied on points. So it would go to a tiebreak. Fusion 19 currently a bit too far back to stake a claim on that top spot, so we'll see how things manage to progress here. And I'll let Dakota do the play-by-play here, as we've got these cars in a fight for third place in MP2.
Yeah, it seems like JWR has been pretty decent all day, but this Madness is coming really to life here the latter half of this race. And I mean, keeping the pressure on JWR here, keeping just enough distance that they, if there is a mistake, they got room, but keeping enough pressure that it's going to, potentially cause a mistake out of the person in front of them there. Alex doing a really good job in that 170 machine. As you see him coming down, I believe, to turn 12 here.
Yep, kind of the corner.
He's actually looking to make a move and did get around for the 3rd spot.
Very decisive. I think that probably makes him one of the fastest LMP2s on track. I mean, he's considerably faster than the JWR of Alex Dogsberger. 2/10 faster.
Yeah,
Apologies, no. Half a second faster on the 211. So.
And as you've seen there, I mean, after he made the pass, he's already starting to put the gap even further than it was whenever he was behind him. So definitely stretching his legs out and showing a little bit of dominance here, but still got 2 more cars to get by to potentially win this thing.
Absolutely, absolutely. And he's got, like, at best, a second as well on pace to the car ahead. So this would be Bassett ahead. If you take a look up ahead, that is them right there. And the leader is just in view as well. So at the moment, this is slipping from Fusion's grasp. They've kind of been mired there at 6th place, whilst Radness is giving chase.
Yeah, and it does look like the overall leaders have started coming up on some GT3 traffic as well. If you
can do. So we'll keep the top view on the LMP2 fight. And the gyro cam from Whiplash, nicely placed to give us a true sense of speed as well. I mean, the truest sense of speed would be actually in the GTP, but yeah, it's neither here nor there.
Listen, I can race on the sim, but you throw me one of these in real life, I don't know if I'd be pushing it that hard.
Yeah.
It does look like we had someone join up in the booth. How's it going?
Hello. How you doing?
Yeah.
Doing wonderful.
Better now that you're here. I completely forgot I requested for an interview after the restart. So appreciate you just barging in. Is actually much appreciated, really.
No dramas at all.
Lovely, lovely. So, Garen, head steward, Fusion 19 team member as well. Any other accolades that I should be mentioning?
Extraordinarily poor weather forecaster for anyone that's playing along at home that happened to see Split 2 and then the things that have gone on there. But no, and look, I certainly can't take any credit for the stewarding side of things today. The sim racing stewards have been doing an awesome job as far as the protests and things have been concerned. And I've got to say, for a 12-hour race that we're more than 8 hours into now, the number of protests has actually been much lower than some of the previous races. So the quality of racing and the racecraft's been really, really good for everybody. So that's been really, really good to see. Obviously we've had a few safety cars, but I think most of those have been single car induced ones. Yeah, really good race. Amazing battles going on at the front in all the classes, and not just because of the safety cars. And the championship fights have been flip-flopping in all the 3 classes, I think. So yeah, it's been a really cool race so far.
Absolutely. And I suppose for a finale like this, you've kind of got both hats on of like Fusion team member, steward for a 12-hour race as well. So how does it feel like trying to check in on like how Fusion's doing, how the races are doing, and such? Like, is it something you're used to, or you just try to give context here for any viewers?
Look, I typically have zero idea what's actually going on. Once we get about 10 minutes after any given safety car, under the safety car, I get to see the order, get 2 seconds spare to see who's where and what's going on. But then once things start, between penalties, protests, stewarding stuff, I tend to have very little idea what's actually going on in the race. I don't get to sit down and just watch the coverage from you guys, not live anyway. I do like to watch them later on, but I typically have very little idea what's going on. Normally I hear what's going on with Fusion 19 when the other stewards start telling me about incidents that they've been involved in or protests against them, but that's all I hear. Obviously I don't have any say in what's going on for those decisions or anything, but it's really hard with the roles that I have to see what's going on with the race, but I'll get to enjoy that later, so that's always good fun.
Yeah, and it is something that I've gotten quite used to in terms of broadcasting. Like, obviously, as you're going live, you try to interact with the chat and stuff, but it is something to keep in mind for, especially like a lot of drivers love to watch things back later, so I've been trying to like put in a little bit of nuggets of stuff of anything that people have missed or any highlights of when teams featured during the race, so hope it is something that you get to enjoy later. And
quite often I spend a lot of the race dealing with people messaging saying, did you see what that other car did to me? Or, I don't know who you are, what car you're in, what car you're talking about, what incident happened, what split you're even in, and those sorts of things. So normally a lot of my time gets to be unpicking exactly what people are asking for and how they need help and what actually needs doing. Hey, that's part of the role, that's part of the gig, and I'm happy to do it. It just takes a lot of time, and so my focus is in all sorts of different places. But really appreciate the coverage that you guys are doing. This is the first time I've actually managed to turn the stream on and watch it for any of today, and really enjoying the split screen stuff and seeing how it's all going. So it's really cool.
Great. And I suppose I have to ask, now that we're in this kind of finale, I will have my question pending on Fusion's prospect for the championships, because I really want to get onto kind of like MEC Season 3. I don't know how much of that is occupying your mind at the moment, given everything that's going on today, with it being race day. But kind of what kind of went into planning out Season 3 and things that you've kind of learned and want to kind of bring into this kind of next season?
So, Season 3 wasn't really in the pipeline, at the beginning of 2026. Last year we ran the first season of MEC all prior to the Majors 24. This year we've obviously had this race after the Majors 24. And part of the plan was to maybe next year spread, the 6 races of the MEC across the entire year. But there was a lot of demand from the teams that were involved of, hey, we want some, we want more of this in the second half of the year. And so that's where Season 3 sort of came about. We started putting together some plans for that. The thing about the MEC is I always like to listen to what the customers, which is what the teams are, what the customers are saying that they want, and listening to their ideas and things that they think might be better and that sort of stuff, and seeing what we can implement and how we can form and evolve to sort of meet those desires that the teams want. Now, not every team wants the same things. There's always disagreement about whether we should go in one direction or another, or is having, things like fast repairs a good idea or a bad idea. And there's quite a lot of divide in terms of those things. But I always tell people I will genuinely listen to anything constructive or any ideas that people have, consider, and we'll try some stuff out. And so for Season 3, we've gone with a slightly different structure. The on-track rules will kind of be the same, but some of the administrative and structural elements of Season 3 will be different to Season 2, in that there'll be no Pro-Am divisions, and there'll also be no pre-qualifying, in that essentially teams will be assigned a division, as we will call them, or a split, if you like, which they would be in for all of the races in Season 3. So if you were a Division 2 team, what you might call Split 2 for this current season that we're in, then there's no pre-qualifying. You'll just be in Division 2 for all of the races for Season 3. So that means a little less complex as far as the race week and the lead up to the race is concerned. But you're always going to be racing against the same group of people. you'll get to know who your competitors are in much the same way as we've done the driver rankings this year. The teams would be ranked, and so obviously the perceived strongest teams would be put into the top division, and then working your way down from there. So there should be a good group of people at roughly your ability level that you'd be racing for the entire season. And so that's the structure that we've gone with for the championship, with a few other small minor changes around some of the team structural things, like number of drivers that you're allowed, and like I said, fast repairs being taken away. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how those things go. And as always, my plan is to keep the MEC evolving and just keep it becoming more and more refined and what people want. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes. All of the races in season 3 will be 8 hours long. So yeah, should be good fun, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Sign-ups are open at the moment for another 2 weeks or so. We've got registrations open, and the first race will be in the middle weekend of August. So it's going to come around quicker than I probably would like, just as far as recovering from this season. But yeah, it should be really, really good. And it's great to have SudSpeed back on board as the naming partner for that season again. And yeah, hopefully we can get 3-digit team registrations as we have this year for season 2, and lots of people out doing multi-class racing, with proper safety cars and stewarding that you can't get from the officials.
Absolutely. And I think that's something that from all the interviews we've done so far, and the kind of chats that people have had across the broadcast, YouTube chats, so on and so forth, I think it is definitely the thing of a fully fledged kind of like race weekend, I suppose, having the chance of safety cars and actual like live protests and consequences for making it a contact sport, I suppose. It is,
and as we had in Split 2 today, the first ever major series or majors affiliated race red flag, because the weather just got too nuts. So
I've been taking the word from Tim, I believe, in terms of kind of how bad it was in terms of rain. Was this kind of like a Daytona type rain where like the safety car meant there was not enough track running to clear the track, or the rain was just that bad?
So Daytona we had a period. Yeah, Daytona we had a period of yellow and red rain that came across, but then it sort of eased up. Today in Split 2, it was actually getting worse and worse and worse. Like it just rain like you've never seen. So the decision was made, the safety car was put out, and the consensus amongst the majority of the team seemed to be, well, why don't we just stop and see whether this will pass? And it just didn't look like it was going to get any better at all. And then eventually, unbeknownst to us, apparently if you don't have on-track activity for long enough, iRacing just decides to shut the server. So that kind of necessitated a move into a new server for the rest of that race. Which, to be honest, was probably going to be necessary anyway, because it just didn't look like that rain was going to clear up. And the forecast gave us no indication that it was going to be anything like as heavy as it was, and certainly that it was going to go on for as long as it did. Went through the entire 2 hour or hour and a half of practice qualifying the first 5 hours of the race. It just didn't let up. So anyway, new server was created, and so the Split 2 guys and girls are in some nice dry sunny weather for the rest of their race in a second one that we restarted. That was going to be 5 hours long. So exactly how we're going to manage the points and stuff for that. The suggestion that I made was was sort of awarding half points for the results in the first and half the points for the results in the second combined for the team, so that both efforts, if you like, were reflected. There might still be some negotiations around that, but anyway, if there are any Split 2 teams that are also keeping an eye on the Split 1 broadcast here as well, though, one of the things that I have decided is make additional plaques available, so that anybody that finishes in top 3 in either the first or second session that they've run that made up their 12 hours will be getting awards. So yeah, there might be some benefits to try and balance some of the negatives that came out of that race. But it's certainly been an interesting night, or night for me, especially given that I only landed back in the country just over 24 hours ago. So I'm jet lagged, extraordinarily short on sleep. It's dark and freezing outside when I've just left, summer. So yeah, I don't know how many days it's going to take me to recover from this, but
might be a few.
Well, I suppose at least not tomorrow, seeing as we do have another majors round tomorrow. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm scheduled to run the Americas region, which is, at least is the latest of those. But yeah, let's see whether I get there.
Absolutely. And in terms of, I suppose that we've been looking at the Fusion 19 car for a while. Were you slated to drive in the car, or just try to catch up with kind of the team entry itself?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I did both the race admin and drove in some of the races with this Fusion last year. We made the decision at the end of the first season that the balancing of the two, and even the optics of the two, probably wasn't the best. So yeah, no, at no point this year did I consider or schedule driving in the Fusion 19 car. Obviously, I take an interest in it and like to see them do well. But yeah, it's it's a group of guys that I do other racing with, and that obviously I get on board with. But as far as MEC is concerned, pretty much it's just another car on the track, and we get to the end of the race, and I send them a Discord message saying, "So how'd you go? What happened?" And then yeah, they fill me in. But yeah, certainly driving and adminning this concurrently, yeah, probably isn't ever going to happen in my future again.
Fair enough. That's a very honourable decision to be made. I think my love for racing probably prevents me from making that kind of decision, though I suppose broadcasting kind of took that decision away from me to actually race. So, fair enough.
But we're enjoying our new roles in sim racing, aren't we?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I suppose whilst I've got the chance, it is the MEC finale after all. Massive appreciation for Majors being able to take on a rookie producer, I think, being able to actually kind of come in and try different things, and getting so much support as well from kind of like the broadcast crew and the general Majors, kind of like admins and such, indulging me in the things that I kind of felt I needed for the broadcast. And yeah, it's been a fun broadcast. It's been fun to also have like people hop on and in and out of the broadcast in terms of interviews, comms and such. So, and I suppose technically you also being like very handy in terms of being willing to just hop on and kind of share your 2 cents with the audience.
Yeah, I mean, look, one of the things that I've always said, whether it was through the podcast or people hearing me in drivers' briefings and those sorts of things, is one of the real key or core components of Majors has always been preparation and participation. This is not an elitist league where we only run the highest of iRating and semi-professional teams and all that sort of stuff. We run the full. Anyone is welcome to run in Majors, and it's been great the last year or two to expand that to not just having anybody racing on the track with us, but also people doing stuff off the track. Whether that's the stewarding, the admin, working with the competition community, now the broadcasting, all being done from within the Majors community. I think it's really, really cool. Lots of us are learning things. We're getting to do stuff that either we'd never done before, or certainly didn't know that we were as capable of doing, as it turns out. And so yeah, it's been really cool to see those elements of the Majors community grow around, whether it's MEC or the Major Series itself. So yeah, that's been really cool, and yeah, I'm glad you can be a part of it.
Same here. And I suppose kind of nailing down kind of Fusion as well here. I'm trying to figure out. I'm assuming Majors came first before Fusion. Was Fusion something that kind of came out of people kind of running together in Majors, or like how does that work?
Yeah. So Fusion is called Fusion for a reason, and it was several smaller teams that were running in the Major Series that kind of came together. And what really started was there was 2 main teams. One that was really focused on road racing, one that was really focused on oval racing, and we'd started sort of working with each other. We'll help you in this area if you help us in that area, and then it just kind of morphed into an actual team of its own. And then since then we've picked up, other small groups of people, whether there'd be 2, 3 people that would come in and start a little team, and then it was finding Majors a bit hard to tackle on their own as such a small group. And so they've kind of assimilated into Fusion and things like that. So that's kind of how it started. And obviously, for anyone that watches the series stuff, for the teams, it's going quite well in the individual driver stuff this year for Fusion. Went very well last year as well, winning all the Sportsman Championships. And MEC is going pretty well as well today with 2 teams fighting for a championship. So it's pretty cool. Really good to be part of. It's kind of like a mostly middle-aged men's support group, if you like, and the racing is kind of secondary to that a lot of the time. But it's really cool to be a part of, and we have a good time regardless of what the results end up being.
Absolutely, I think sometimes the best guided teams are the ones where it's like mainly camaraderie and then like a little bit of sim racing sprinkled on, just to give us a reason to come together every week. So.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong. Like once we're on the track, the red mist descends, and we're out there to beat everybody, and pretending to be insert your favourite Formula One driver here. But reality sets in when you take a proper look at what we actually do and what we're capable of. So, I better go because Request to Tow is about to be put back into force for the top split, so I need to be on the ball and ready for that one. So thank you for everything you guys are doing for the broadcast side of things, and I hope that this last 3.5 hours is as entertaining as the first parts have been. I think it looks. Well, I think the rain is done, so we'll be dry to the end. It looks like, we've still got the darkness to kick in yet as well, so we'll do a bit of that before we get to the end and probably spice some things up. So enjoy the run to the checkered, and we'll see who gets there in the end.
Yep, absolutely. All the best, man.
Thank you very much, guys. Talk to you later.
Alright, so that was Garen Batten checking in from the seat of high from Majors Stewarding, and also as a Fusion member. So it's been very good to kind of pick his brain on everything Majors, MEC, season 3, Fusion as well. And I suppose that also means we can kind of continue to focus in on what will be a very thrilling 3.5 hours left. Dakota, I've taken the floor for quite a while, so if you want to take up the action on track at the moment, I'll probably segue away from Fusion and focus in on the fight for P2, P3.
Alrighty. Just a little FYI, if I randomly disconnect, I'm having a very bad thunderstorm right now, but it should be fine. Just letting you know.
No further warnings here in the broadcast booth.
Alright, looks like we got a little bit of a battle, I believe, between Alexander, which is JWR, and Maradinus, who has been reeling them in for quite a bit after working their way up through the field. And while we were on Fusion 19, it looks like they did gain 2 positions, so championship hope's still in decent play here.
Yep.
But as we switched over to that battle, it does look like JWR is starting to pull back away from that 170 machine here. Have to keep in touch here to make sure that nothing changes, but pretty calm and collective for everybody for the most part out here on the track. I will say that I do believe they will be coming up on some lap car here soon, so that could play a little bit of a factor in allowing that 170 machine to get caught up a little bit here. We'll have to see how easy they were able to get around this GT3.
Oh,
well, never mind.
Miranda decides to pit. Apologies. JW. Oh, with a black flag. Oh, was that for pit
not.
I think it might have been,
you know.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, it must have been, because I don't see anything saying otherwise there, so let's go back and look.
This was Alexander Dolzberger having entered pit lane, immediately takes service. So let's have a look. So Dolzberger, the dashboard, let's get the dashboard up. So I don't think we're going to be able to have a look it doesn't quite show the speed as well, so I'm not able to actually check what they were doing.
It looks like they were doing about a little under 50 right as they crossed the line.
Oof, so they're going to be serving that black flag straight away.
I believe pit speed is 45 here, correct?
Your guess is as good as mine.
So potentially about 5 over. I think they're doing about 49 as they cross the line there, so that could be potentially what the black flag is for.
Yeah, I mean, it was literally like dead on when he entered pit lane, so very unfortunate to see. So we had a very good fight there for the lead of the race, if I remember correctly. So that's Madness and JWR.
Well, pending any more safety cars, though, that is going to put the 170 in a very good spot once they do their pit stop.
Yep.
Let's cycle back to the lead here.
Yep. We've got the pit laps as well, so Madness in for their pit, so they don't fall foul of the pit entry. Not even a hint of a lockup. That's the Tatum Restec 96 car pitting as well. Fusion 19 just behind them, entering pit lane. Oh,
watching these guys makes me realize how much I need to practice my pit entry in these vehicles, because they're waiting until the absolute last second to get slowed down, and I'm doing 45 halfway up the pit entry.
Oh, driver swap from Moradnis. Adam Brockway, actually, Adam Brockway is still in the car. He's still driving the so no change there. Edward Shelley now in the car for Fusion 19. Biltong Racing, I believe. That's just Biltong Bangers, apologies. FZR Simsport on the right side there on the track. Motorsport making their way down the straight as well. Hardline Racing, I believe, straight as well. Moradnis makes their way out. That's a little warm up for the tyres. Vulcan Motorsport NP2, is that right? And that might be the Ether Trackworks car. Yeah, that's the Ether Trackworks car. There he goes. It's now past the fusion car of Edward Shelley. Cameras refuse to change over. I believe that's the Obsidian GDP car ahead of them. It is. Very distinctive black luster car. So you keep going further down the track.
Black and purple?
It's same. SRN Esports Gold, that's the one. I thought I was confusing them with the Vulcan Motorsports car. And then there we go. We saw the Tatum Restec 96 car heading down towards the carousel, so I'm just making use of the track precision changer on the SDK app. Just make our way down the track. Moradnis we saw leaving the pits. Driver swap. Actually, no, apologies, no driver swap. And let's bring up the intervals again. 3 seconds back from Cronus GG. You'll notice JWR is nowhere to be seen in the standings after their black flag.
Yeah, it does look like during that pit stop, though, the SRN Esports Gold actually made up a little bit of time to Moradnis there.
Yeah. We can have a look at the pit lane time, because that's kind of like our true measure of how long people have spent in the pits. You can see Moradnis lost about 4 seconds dead compared to SRN Esports Gold. Still faster than... No, apologies. They gained 3 seconds on SRN Esports Gold. But compared to the rest of the field, we've had some pit lane times there or thereabouts, really. SRN Esports Gold probably the slowest of the lot. Though I think in third place they probably won't be complaining too much.
A lot of these guys that probably putting on cruise control a little bit. Now that the field's kind of getting spread out and just running the race, trying to stay focused here at this point. As we're actually watching them try to get around a GT3 car here.
Was the Will Weaver in the iRacing's Lounge podcast, the GT3 car, giving away. It's Avery Miller here, SRL Esports Gold. We've got 2 cars in the pits, Simotox Sensations. I think they were due at pit, Vulcan Motorsports. They've had a driver swap, so now it's Kevin Roulant in the car. Just there at the back of shot. Let's see if we can bring that up. A bunch of cars heading down the pit straight. Dan Maddox. Currently giving chase to Francesco Sala, North Sim Racing Green, one of the few Pro-Am cars in this split. Currently quite a few positions ahead of the Valhalla Motorsports car, but I don't think it's enough to go top Pro-Am. I think they were backed by about 35 points. That Maddox goes on the inside. We switch over from the gold cam, doesn't even use all of the track, but no need. Oh, we've got a black flag. Wizards Esports, I'm assuming this is for 40X right here.
Keep my copy.
You might have to shoot yourself, and you're very faint there. Balas?
Hi.
Are you back? Okay, so I think no matter, I shall continue to do the play-by-play. Jackal, Watcher, I believe. Wizards Esports. Only been listed in the flags, so hopefully decides to I'm assuming this is going to be a straight in and out. Yes, the GT3 field comes extremely fast.
Alright, sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, sorry. I started having a little bit of lag there. My bad.
So we've got a drive-through here for the Wizards Esports car. Being passed by the FZR, Wilton Bangers, that's the Vulcan Motorsports GT making its way past. I think it's the SRM Esports 2, Esports Gold, yeah. And now out in P18. So we'll keep an eye on whether people are getting any more drive-throughs or not. Just get rid of the pit lane time. See if there are any other fights on track at the moment. It is a little bit close here for Callum Shepherd, MKX Nexus Esports. So we've got the 69 Tatum Restek in the pits. Oh, decides to defend against the Obsidian there. Darren Parker might feel slightly aggrieved. But there he goes. Around the outside. And clears him well before the end of the corner. So this
Obsidian.
is... Oh, okay. No, just making the point that I believe this is Callan's outlap. So it probably makes a little bit more sense. The Obsidian car had about another like 6 laps in terms of tyre life, so no surprise he managed to make light work of the overtake there.
Oh yeah, going back to the point we were talking about earlier, I mean, it just takes so long for these tires to build heat in these GTPs. Back before they did the tire update, I mean, you could go out run about a half a lap and the tires would really be up to 10, but since the last tire update, it takes a good 2 or 3 laps for them to get fully up to 10, I believe.
Yep. think it's probably a good point of reference as well. We've got the Simatox Sensations car behind. 2 laps extra on Callan's tyres right here. And despite them being a lap down, they are giving quite a good go of pace here behind Callan. As it goes to Pius. I believe that's the Carbono Sports Black. Sports Blue, sorry. Yep. Here's the podcast lounge. Here's this lounge podcast. I've been trying to remember these names to be able to like mention them without referring to the timing page. Oh, we've had a pass for the lead. So what's happened here? Rafaela De Santis is leading. Oh, so what's happened here? Team orders, perhaps?
Yeah.
They
don't look like we can't put up much of a fight there.
It's the outlap for the 69 car, so I don't think there was too much they could have done.
Always better to be safe than sorry, especially when you're dealing with teammates.
Yeah. Rule 0 of motorsports: don't crash your teammate.
Yeah, I think there's still a couple teams trying to figure that out.
Somehow. Wilton Pangas here. There's Kenyon giving a good go of it against the FZR SimSport car.
Some forward-on-forward action here.
Thought he would be side by side, but decides against it.
Yeah, they don't want to mess around too much. They do got, I believe, a Ferrari behind them there, so.
Yep. F1 memes 133. Bunch of GT3s in the pits. These guys are against it. Fusion 19 and MP2 just behind. As they start yet another lap. So lap 222 for the GT3s here. There goes Lewis onto the inside. Oliver Rosquist decides to stick to it and stay there. Alexander Strutsenko just behind. I believe that's the twin turn SR and MP2 wanted to get past, and my goodness.
That was a little scary there, I ain't even gonna lie.
Yeah. So he's managed to make his way past. I believe we've got the Vulcan Motorsport, so that's the GTP, apologies. We've got the LMP2, Diego Martins. See how he managed to involve himself into this fight. A little bit cross-footed there, coming out of the right-hander. Down into turn 8, into the carousel. So is he going to take the outside, tight ropes it? Mustang will have to choke up a little bit as he manages to slot in. Is he going to manage to pull alongside? He's going to flash the lights. Oh! Ooh, he touched the brakes there, I'm pretty sure.
Lewis is not leaving a lot of room for the LMP2s right now, but battling very hard to keep that position.
I'd argue the LMP2 wasn't leaving a lot of room for Lewis, but it's all good. It's managed to actually pull a little bit clear, so that's good to see. We've got top 3, so in GT3 Aerokinetics is in the pits. Most of these guys are in the pits. All up on the jacks. We've had someone crash. David De La Mora. Multiple crashes. What is going on? Apologies. Oh, this was the Carbono Esports blue car. So we can have a look at what caused the incident for them. So heading down into turn 8. Oof. Slow spin. Decides to just keep it going. Oh, and then he's okay. That explains the second crash in my events log. Oh, you got it. You got it. Oof, that was rough.
Welcome back in, Austin. How was your break?
It was good. Had a little bit of stuff out at the airport today in rural Wyoming, seeing some cool airplanes and whatnot. But back now, ready to take this to the checkered flag and enjoy the end of the MEC finale for the week, for the season.
Yep. This not too much. We've had a nice interview with Gary back to the stability team, as well as
Excellent.
Major Admin, so that was great. We've got a drive-through for Brad Redden. I'm assuming this is a drive-through for incident points. We've had JWR fall way back. Again, the TV pits camera is not playing ball. JWR falling way back due to what we believe to be a penalty for pit lane entry speeding. So that was very unfortunate to see. They were right there up at the front. And Moradness doing a madness and fighting their way from, I believe, P6, P8, all the way up to the front of the field. Doesn't quite have an answer for Cursis in the Cronus GG car, but they're doing about the same pace. So to be there or thereabouts is more than what they could have asked for. So
excellent. Excellent. Well, it looks like the sun's going down some, so how's the track been? How long did it take to dry out earlier today?
I've not been counting laps, if that's what you're asking.
Wow.
About 3 hours has been dry. Oh, no, probably about 2 hours has been dry now. We did have another small shower come by, and other than that, it's been dry for the most part.
Good deal.
We've you can see the temperature at the moment, 24°C. We still have weird, like, remnants of puddles dotted around the edge of the track, as you can see. But to give credit to your earlier point that the sun is managing to set quite a bit here. I don't have an exact time for sunset here at the track, but yeah, it's been going quite well here.
Good deal. Well, I will get caught up. So it'll be nice and peppy through the end of things there. You see that we got a 1-2 with 96 and 69 racing going on. That's good to see. That's overall as well as in class, I'm guessing. And this is Rafael DeSantis in the 96 right now for DRS Esports. That'll be our overall leader. Handling traffic quite effectively. One of the things that we'll be seeing here as we go on is in this last 3 hours is definitely the track will tighten up some, just because of the fact that the track temperature is going to be going down. One of the things that okay, here's Philippe Helstein for Poland.
Oof.
A little bit of oversteer coming off. I wonder how much of that is just the chassis are getting some wheel hop on a green track right now.
I'd like to think this might have been outlap shenanigans, because this is like literally just one lap into this stint.
Sure, cold tires then very well could be.
Oh,
looks like he's recovered though.
Just wanted to highlight as well, we've got Pro-Am leader leading GT3 overall right now, though they are well overdue a pit stop. So short-lived happiness.
I will say F1 Memes, currently sitting P3, did just have to serve a black flag, I believe, as they were going into pits. Might have sped.
That's unfortunate. You know, and that's at least my understanding is those are the penalties that you get really mad about, because that's the preventable stuff. You know, it's a whole different ball game if you have a mechanical failure or you get collected by someone who was in an incident. But when you blow the pit lane speed limit, or you tap a car on which I don't know if you can do in iRacing, but if you tap a car on the way out of pit road, something like that, and you get a penalty, or you run over an air gun in the real life, that's all that preventable things that You know, I've seen it at the Indy 500 100 times. I've seen it back when Formula One had refueling. You'd see things like that, like an unsafe release, stuff like that. All the preventable mistakes, and it's interesting at this point of the race because of the fact that teams, drivers, everyone is starting to wear down from just the mental load of racing for 9 hours.
Yeah, I can 100% attest to that. Just me looking at screens for a broadcast is already kind of taking its toll, but it's what we do. It's what we do. So
yep, it is. Well, I'm doing all 3 of the regional series starting at midnight my time tonight too. So, oh yeah, I think it's fantastic. One of the things that I think is really important for all of us is that I really like about working with the majors right now is that it treats this like the legitimate competition that it is. It may be virtual binary-driven race cars, but the drivers are taking the time to put the setup into it and learn the craft. And so I'm very pleased, very humbled to be a part of treating it as legitimately as it possibly can be. So this is R-Line Le Penru for Delta Alp. I'm not sure what that is. For Delta V Racing, Go Setups.
Yep.
Good to see some vehicles that have some sponsorship of their own coming out. That's fantastic. Good for things overall for the sport.
Absolutely. I think on my own end, it causes me a lot of consternation because I have to start getting very creative at trying to fit names into broadcast overlays and such. But hey, sometimes it's these sponsorships that make a lot of teams possible. I personally know one of the kind of like drivers and kind of like team main like team backers in terms of their efforts in getting the team going. Very great guy. Delta V Racing, as far as I know as well, a lot of top French sim racers joining. There's a few names that I do recognise and a few that I don't. But all in all, these guys are very rapid, always at the pointy end of things. And it's good to see them here leading the race. Unfortunately, not directly in a fight for the championship, but nice to see them here nonetheless. And you can kind of see, like, on the lap times, if you bring up the class time page, as they come up to the start finish, pretty much well clear of almost everyone else. As we've got the Obsidian GTP car looking to make the most of the turn 1 to get past both the Delta V car and the F1 Williams car just behind.
One Memes car has got a very purple livery. That'll be easy for me to remember here.
Yeah. They are overdue for a pit stop at the moment. You can kind of see on the time page, 199 compared to everyone else, and around the 223, 224 mark.
4 lap. So they're if they're off sequence, that's one thing. But I would think the way they just got eaten alive, that's their tires are done for the stint, but very clearly.
Yeah. Though they were within a tenth or so of the leader's lap time in the previous lap, so really good going on their end. Carl Bassett having some issues. Oh goodness, that was like just ahead.
A little bit. Yep.
I thought that might
That's
have
almost
been a tow there. Oh, what he's got a helping hand from the
got a little help there once he got out of shape.
Hope they've got
fast repair. He locked up, it looked like, and got tapped around, and that was that.
Oh, he's going to be very careful here. He's going to have to come to a stop very early. See how twitchy that car is with that rough rear wing.
Oh, yeah, it's very sketchy to drive one of those out the rear wing. This is definitely an acquired skill of its own.
What car am I thinking of right now? Spec Racer Ford? I'm trying to remember, like, the rear fender without the rear wing makes me think of the car for some reason.
Fair enough.
Nice and safe into pit lane. So I'm just going to stay with them a little bit to see if they've got a fast repair, and hopefully they can get in and out. Carl Bassett was running very good earlier on, though they are now unfortunately down in 9th place. Car behind is 2 laps down on LMP2 leader. And I don't think they've got fast repair. That sucks. It's very unfortunate to see.
Yeah, that it does.
So let's see if we can grab some other fights on track. Everyone is kind of spaced out a little bit. American Partines. Partines. Not too sure. The French driver, Wildcard D Racing, giving chase to the American Group M Esports car of Thomas Stradava. Representing one of the closest fights on track.
You know, so those small incidents that we're seeing, you know, I've been back on for just about 10 minutes, and I've already seen 2. It looks like, you know, I hate to belabor a point again, but I think that the rain washing away some of that rubber, and us still having some areas where there's standing water that you brought up, that could be contributing to that, because a green track is grippier, it's tighter than some, so we're seeing some guys that might be overcompensating, and the fact that the sun's going down on it, that's going to change the track temperature to the negative as well. It's going to be losing some heat. In fact, I'd be interested to see where the crossover point is in terms of just ambient air temperature and track temperature. We may not reach it, come to think of it, though.
Yeah, and it is something I've gotten used to over years of racing, iRacing. Just kind of night time kind of comes in, and lap times all of a sudden start getting faster and faster. Very good pastime of mine to just get one of the latest hits if possible, set a really fast time, and then be like, oh look, I set the fastest one. So
yeah.
yeah.
Working the system, still working within the system, I guess.
Yes,
so,
sir.
you know.
Yes, sir. A bit of a closer fight behind. Ronin PT. Chasing Dan Maddox in the Sympathy Racing Aries car. See if he springs the track soon.
Yes, you should. Starting to see some shadows get long out there as well. That's another thing that you were just talking about, the night driving stints, and one of the things that happens for a driver, and I remember this just from racing on old, you know, simulation game. My simulation stuff goes clear back to the old IndyCar 2 on Papyrus. They didn't have night races. Yeah, I know, I'm a dinosaur. But it's one of these things that your visual markers start to change significantly. Your shadows start to run long, and then when it gets completely dark, a lot of those visual markers are just not there. So it'll be interesting to see who can adapt the most, and you know, after you know, that only adds to the mental load that a driver is dealing with at you know, just past the 9-hour mark, which I'm sure you can attest to.
I think probably most of this combo where that kind of day-night shows itself. I think it has to be the Nordschleife for me personally. Like, the Nordschleife at day is already a relatively fearsome opponent. One of those few special events where racing the track is probably more pertinent than other cars on track. Especially the fact that 60 cars on the Nordschleife isn't that packed. But it just becomes another beast at night. It's so... A lot of the corners you realize you only really gain a true appreciation for in the daytime, when you can see all the approaches, the kind of little crests and bumps and such. And then it becomes night, and then you suddenly can't really see that far ahead. Even though the corner's the same, the didn't move. Nothing's really changed, but I've had teammates where it would get to night and they would just lose all sense of purpose, almost like it was so difficult for them to race the track.
Sure.
And even on my end, I'd like to think I'm setting roughly the same pace, but ultimately there is that little bit of hesitancy that kind of comes in when you're racing at night. So.
See Luis Marino putting the moves on Dan Maddox right now. Looking back from Dan Maddox's car in the inset. What we can see right now is that looks like he's got his number if he can get up there and make the move. Probably see a lot more of that now, because as the track gets tighter and as the track cools down, a lot of these guys, if they haven't made chassis adjustments, they will probably at the next pit stop, simply because of the fact that the track is tighter, and so they'll need more downforce in the corner.
Yeah.
Depending on relative humidity, these cars should be performing, just starting to really get stuck on, and they're going to see them act like they're on rails.
Yeah, absolutely. And these cars, depending on which class you're in, so the GTP, for example, they can adjust their roll bars on the fly. They have all sorts of in-car adjustments that they can avail themselves of. So, like I said, roll bars, obviously brake bias is standard across all cars. Migration, brake migration as well is another one. The GT3s, I believe roll bars and wing angles are only available in the pits. So it is an option that they have. I believe it was made available sometime last year for the GT3s. Very helpful for, as you mentioned, when the track cools and stuff gets considerably different, but also for like the rain as well. Previous years you were kind of stuck with kind of what setup options you went in, so some people might have had to bastardize the car for being able to run in both dry and wet. So being able to do something simple like wing changes, like you would do in real life, it's a welcome change.
Yes, it is. I think that one of the things to think out too here is this is a very brutal time. You know, for all the years I've watched, whether it's sim racing or racing in the real world, this is a very brutal time on drivers and teams, simply because it's unfortunately a lot of times it's too far gone to fix a broken setup, but it's too early to celebrate if you're doing well, and the mental shift is just constant. And statistically speaking, this dusk time is when you see the most unforced errors, and we were seeing a little bit of that right after I signed back on. Guys overcooking into a corner, just stuff like that. So, you know, the more a driver is going to be playing with their setup, whether it's during pit stop or whether it's just working with roll bars and brake biases and traction control and ABS, and all of the different aids that they have at their disposal, all of that can, you know, it only takes one of them to go the wrong direction or go too far and wind up, unfortunately, in the tire wall or in the kitty litter. And both of you guys drive. See, I haven't driven on iRacing, and I probably, when it first came out, I would, you know, we're talking about hard disk that was 100 megabytes or 100 gigabytes or something like that at one point, because I was nursing along old equipment. So I stick primarily to commentary anymore, but you know, so maybe you guys can comment to that some more, that the dusk period is, for me, it would be quite difficult. I can assume that that's also because my eyes suck.
Well, I will say, I got more experience on the oval than I do road, but even on oval, for instance, once you start getting that shift from like daytime to nighttime, depending on what type of track it is, if it's, you know, a standard track, you definitely start picking up that speed. You get a lot more confidence in the car. It feels a lot more glued to the track. But with that comes, as you were saying, overstepping your boundaries and pushing the car a little too hard. I mean, you're basically dead on the nail there with the comment you just said. Yeah. But in my experience with the road side of things, once you get right around this time is the perfect time for me. Once it gets dark, is like I already can't see good as it is. So, especially at tracks that don't have a lot of lights, it's very difficult for me.
Sure. Yeah, I remember a quote many years back from the great Scott Pruitt, who, there's not much in a race car that he couldn't do for a lot of years, and he chose to focus more on, or at least as much on sports cars as he ever did on IndyCar or anything else, where he talked about it takes a certain kind of driver and a certain kind of restraint. See right there. I don't know if he got beside him and just overcooked, or if there was a little bit of contact, I'm wondering.
From the view I had, it looked like he just overcooked it, but I could be wrong.
Anyway, Scott Pruitt was saying, effectively, I don't remember the exact quote, but he said, this time of day takes a certain kind of restraint because you have to let the car come to you rather than trying to make the car do something that it's not settling into.
And that statement's 100% correct across, I would say, every discipline. Like, it's drifting included. I don't know if you've ever done any like sim drifting or drifting in real life or anything. Different times of day and different track temps makes a huge difference on that. Oval, sports car, formula, even dirt sometimes. I mean, if the track is kind of still moist and it's dark, it's going to drive completely different than if it's in the middle of the day and it gets dried out.
For sure. I did some shifter karting when I lived in Denver, and I had a lot of fun with it. But there was a steep learning curve because Denver in July, like we are now, is a whole different side by side here going through. That's Francesco Sala, North Sim Racing, putting the moves on. I was just moving through traffic. Okay, so that's some Francisco Sala getting passed by Nuno Vinagre, Grow Racing Team Red. But yes, to finish what I was saying, is your point there that the difference between a track at 2 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon in Denver, Colorado, versus September was a whole different ballgame just because of the heat and how the sun affects things. Wow. Ugh.
It seems like right now we're having a case of needing to practice a little bit of patience right now. I mean, there's still 2 hours and 44 minutes to go in this race, and it seems like these guys have found out they can go faster, but they're not having the patience to wait to make the passes at the right time here.
I think you've got a great point there. They're putting moves on in low percentage areas rather than waiting for turn 5, say, or Canada Corner, or any of the other more established passing zones.
But luckily, so far, nobody's really damaged their car or anything. Just more of their pride, I guess, kind of getting off the track there.
Well, pride can recover.
It
doesn't always.
I've embarrassed myself a few times in front of a couple hundred people on a stream, so I can't say much.
You see Nicholas Queenie right now, along with, who's he racing for? He's P6, so he's racing for SRP, racing by STK. Not in a clear line right now. Thomas Stranava for Myrmica Group M Esports. Both of them looking tidy through their corners, hitting their marks nicely.
And, since you joined in and while we've been sitting here talking, Cronus GG for the Delara has really put a huge gap on the Moradness, who was actually closing in and looking like a potential contender for the lead here.
You're absolutely right. When I joined in, it was hovering around at 2.3 seconds, somewhere in there. So it's jumped out to over 9 seconds. That is a significant drive away for 20 minutes. You can see the same thing happened in GTP as well. The 96 Tatum Reztech machine Ferrari has gone from 1 to 2 seconds when I first joined on again to over 7 seconds now. They're moving right along.
And that goes right back to the track temperature stuff we were talking about. It's really just allowing for some people to put on the speed right now.
Sure. We see some lights fully coming on, some headlights. So this is, yeah, I mean, we've continued to talk about it, but we've seen examples of it. This is the danger zone. This is where statistically, and if anyone has was watching the majors last month, 24 last month, or has ever watched a 24-hour race, you know, it really is this time, and when the sun is coming up, or when the biggest difficulties happen to present themselves. I would think that right now the biggest thing would be your visual cues are primarily starting to wash out due to the lack of light. And every time you glance up at that mirror and there's headlights up there, that adjusts that's why guys will be wearing visors in real life. They'd be wearing the amber visors and different things like that, is to try not to lose their night vision as they look down out through their windshield. So be interested to see how people adjust and finish out this 2 hours and 40 minutes that we still have left.
Does look like Cronus GG pitting for the LMP2, getting in a little early compared to everyone else here. Which they've been doing for most of the race, but it seems like it's been paying off for them. So
please maintain race pace until you catch the safety car queue. No overtaking. Pits remain open. Safety car.
Well, fellas, about 2 hours and 40 minutes left of the race here. Do we think we're going to see at least one more safety car before the end of this thing?
Until instructed.
Well, statistically, wrecks make wrecks, you know, create wrecks. But insofar as the full course yellow goes, a lot of it comes down to the fact that this field appears to still be more. Well, you may have just answered your own question here. That's Gil Captain.
I shouldn't said anything.
3-4 Aether Motorsport or Trackworks, sitting off to the side. Yep. Seeing a safety car out.
Yeah, they are.
I'm trying to figure it out too.
Cut in close.
He exited corner 6.
Let's have a look at the replay. So what happened to Silka? So he crashed prior to this, but then I don't know whether this first crash was the meatball. There he goes. So he's fine there. No! Oh, yeah. That's the Hardline GT3. I think that might have been the SRN Esports. Ooh. That is rough. So that's Hugo Oliveira.
Hugo Oliveira.
Ooh, almost collected the. What was that? Carl Bassett.
Yeah. Front of his car is scrambled as well, so both of them will be losing quite a bit of track position due to the fact that they'll need repairs.
Yeah, right front is gone. Yeah, he's also listed as having a meatball, surprisingly. We can have a look at what Carl Bassett saw.
532, you may go around the safety car.
Okay.
Okay, the leader has been picked up by the safety car currently in turn 1. Everybody please approach with caution as you catch the safety car queue.
Way worse.
Yep. Excellent reflexes there. He could have been collected easily.
Pit entry and exit.
I definitely would have needed a new race suit after that one.
Yeah. That's
especially
why
this far into the race.
That's why you wear a brown race suit. Just saves you life.
You never know. Man,
remind me not to do a
never said
stint
anything.
after you guys. Jeez.
I should have never said anything about a safety car. Literally, say your standing when it appears.
Mustang. Which one is that? That's the Simpati Racing Focus there. Hardliner just at the back of the pit lane. You can see missing the front bumper. Simtox Sensations leaving the pits there. Lumen just sitting there in the box. times, and I've just managed to beat out the Grow Racing, I believe, Grow Racing Team Red, and Valhalla Motorsports car. So interestingly enough, Dr. Chooch here, tied for prior lead, will be pulling up just behind the Valhalla.
Just information
Motorsports
to
car.
everybody in the pit lane. The current leaders in all three classes are the first car in the safety car queue, as far as each class is concerned. So there will be no first wave by process.
So if you're in the
Well,
pits,
with 2.5, do you guys pit or do you stay out? Try and get some track position.
So let's have a look at the track. I mean, if you're catching the safety car queue, there is no qualms in pitting. Though I think, was that number P10 Vulcan Motorsports? So they
It also
pitted
depends on how long
244.
it's been since I pitted last. Like, if I just came in recently, I'd probably just stay out and chance it.
I'm just thinking of the graphic that we had here not too long ago, where pretty much everyone except for, I forget who it was, Cronus just pitted, did they not?
Yeah, not too long ago.
I'm just thinking that most everyone was on the same sequence, and so, you know, yellows breed yellows, and it wouldn't surprise me if someone at this time, because this is almost, it's pretty much too late to fix your setup and to fix your strategy.
These guys
you might
should
go
pit.
off sequence. Yeah.
The iRacing Lounge podcast were are listed as having pitted 223, which is about 14 laps ago. So if they're catching the safety car queue now, that means that they should have been in the pits before, just to get a free pit stop and like another 14 laps in the tank. So I think that they probably missed out here. Elsewhere on the field, GTP mostly are all on the same laps. LMP2s, if I bring up the class widget, you can kind of see all of LMP2 pretty much around the 245, 246 mark, which is roughly when the safety car came out anyway. GT3, if you have a look at the class there, 223, so that's the North Sim Racing Green, so they were the leader anyway. But they will have to pit as well, so they're in a bit of a rough spot.
That's tough. They're going to lose a lot
everybody
of
across
track
the start
position.
finish line. Just
Like
make sure that all the data is correct and we know exactly.
The good thing is,
who
I
the
think
lap
all the way
cars
up to
are, and
sixth
then
place
the
is a
lap
lap down,
down
so
part,
fifth
five.
up is only cars on the lead lap there.
Yeah. You can see the leaders of all classes are literally all within the same camera shot, so there's not really...
The pit exit is now closed, however, you can still come in and take steps.
Not a lot of separation.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. So the leaders decided to pit. In GT3.
GT3 plus 4 laps plus.
I'm assuming Biltong should have probably pitted, but this is now where my understanding kind of falls apart. Oh, so someone missed their pit box.
That's a bummer.
No. So we'll see how things manage to play out here. So they'll be right at the end of the safety car queue. So Garen did mention that they committed to not having some kind of wave by process, or at least the first wave by process.
Right.
Right next to the F1 Williams car, so he's going to want to he's going to want to hurry up. Oh, I completely forgot pit exit was closed anyway, so no racing towards pit exit here.
Right.
Kirill Kononovic.
Okay, we're now going to commence the second wave by for cars that are a lap down.
Yep, so this is now the normal wave by process.
Can I please get all cars to move to the right and wave by cars half on the left when called? Pit exit is open.
So I'm assuming at the back of GTP field, Simatox Sensations and Lumen Motorsports are a lap down. particular interest.
So sorry,
is
the
Lumen.
text has stopped working again. Can I please get the 58 car take a wave by? The 88 car take a wave by? 01 car take a wave by? 313 car take a wave by? 35 take a wave by? 532 take a wave by?
Oops. So let's just see cars as they make their way by. Can hear the marbles up against the fender there. See the top sensations there. Which car is this? That's Lumen Motorsports GTP. This is Vulcan Aether, I believe that was, and LMP2 Aether Trackworks. That one was Vulcan, so I almost still got the previous LMP2 mixed up.
Car 41 is on that class's lead lap. They are not eligible for a wave by. We will do the class split once the lap cars catch back around.
This one highlight the amazing profile picture for Ed in the safety car.
I see guys moving into position here to catch up to the safety car. So on the restart, one of the things that I'll be curious to see is with everyone on tires that have cooled down and with a drastically changing track right now, who's going to try and make moves early and who's still going to play the waiting game. We still have 2.5 hours. There's a fair amount of racing to go. And with that slight reset that anyone that has pitted and now is just following the safety car around, that allows them to extend fuel. That allows them to get a few more laps out of tires. It shapes strategy for this last stint. So I'm looking forward to a restart. I hate to see cars going out due to caution and getting meatballs, but anytime we see a restart, that's a reset button for some of the other drivers.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think particular eyes on, in my opinion, would be Obsidian Edge. They were pretty fast off the restart last time, and I think they managed to fight for the kind of like the lead right from the get-go as well.
Okay, we are about to commence the class split.
Class split.
And something else
So
I'll point out
once
that
around
put Fusion 19 back in contention, as I believe they're third in class
right of the
currently.
track, and then GTPs move to the left and past GT3s. GT3s, if you could please slow to allow space
Possibly
ahead of you
JWR
for
as well.
GTPs to get into. LMP2s also.
JWR, yeah. They
A reminder,
had
please,
black
no
flag,
weaving
and now
during
they're
this
fifth
class
overall.
split process.
Well,
There are cars
fifth in
passing.
LMP2 rather.
On your left.
Twin turn.
Pit exit is also
Well, just
now
looking
open.
at this, just looking at this cue right here, I could, we were talking about the visual cues going away as things get darker and whatnot. This looks like pure chaos just under the safety car right now, from a visual standpoint. So I'll be interested to see on the restart who's got it and who doesn't.
Okay, can I now please get LMP2 cars to move to the left and pass all GT3 cars?
So we've mentioned Obsidian Edge. Probably want to take advantage of the restart like they did last time. Fusion 19, JWR right in the fight Fusion 19 and JWR in particular separated by this car right here, the twin-turn SR LMP2, driven by Dominic Isenberg. Further back, we've got in GT3, so we've got the built-in bangers, currently leading GT3, but they've got about 13 laps of fuel spent on the rest of the field. The rest of the GT3 field pretty much all pitted under the safety car, so you'd argue that they're kind of up against it. In particular, the pointy end of the field, Aurelian in particular, just jump. 7K driver. He's been in the mix for a lot of the race. Mirmica Group and
Information to all
well.
GT3 cars, please be aware. The 532 car is still to come past, so there is one more car that will pass you as part of the class split.
So
Pit exit is now closed.
So he's like way back, coming through the carousel. End of the GT3 queue is approaching Canada corner, as you can see on the track map. I think one of the big losers today has been probably Negative Delta. They are quite a ways back from the P1 that they had for so many laps. For reference, that so Delta V Racing was right behind them, right behind Johan Neshevet actually, specifically for most of the opening hours. So seeing them this far back has been a bit unfortunate. But
okay, the last LMP2 car will be passing you now, GT3s. They're just coming up on the left on the main straight, so please just make space for them to pass that.
The full beat right now.
The pit exit is now open and the class split is considered complete. Any cars that pit from this point onwards, we will not be waiting for to complete the process, and they will not be eligible to come back through the other classes. Safety car will now increase their speed to around 80% race pace. So we'll chance to get some heat in the tyres. We will do this lap and one more before we recommence. So you will get a chance to pack back up before we resume racing.
One of the onboard whiplash cams that have been provided for us. Pretty much every single positioned onboard cam has found a new position as part of the whiplash sim cam package for each individual car model. You'll find a lot of the kind of like left front, right front suspension cams. iRacing by default places outside of the car, kind of floating in space. Whiplash sim cams is kind of like placed it directly onto a reasonable position on the car. Left front kind of just chilling there on the windshield as well, which has been a very nice exterior shot that I've been quite fond of.
Like how you can see into the cockpit right there, see what the driver is doing while still getting that exterior shot.
Yeah. And then the roll bar cam I've seen featured a lot in the race. Much better than the default position, which iRacing kind of places in like the second seat, which has its moments. I think the roll bar kind of a true and tested staple of onboard cams. No less in F1, for example. It's pretty much the default onboard cam. Very good sense of speed, very good sense of kind of the field of view, if you will. As well as the attitude of the car, I think, especially if you've been sim racing for a while. You don't really need to see the rest of the car, just this camera angle in and of itself gives you a good idea of if the rear is kind of squirming out or they're in the midst of a slide or anything like that. So it's good to see.
Well, fellas, it's been a pleasure, and I hope the end of the race goes well for y'all.
Check it out.
Hope to work with y'all again soon. Yeah, I believe my time is up.
Well, it's been a pleasure, Dakota. Hope you have a great
safety
rest of your
cars
evening.
will Come in this
Yeah, y'all
lap.
as well. I'm probably just going to
Reminder,
sit here and watch the race, honestly, and
no overtaking prior to the end of
go
the
get some
restart
snacks and
zone.
stuff.
There
The
you
leader
go.
will
There you
maintain
go.
pacing speed once a safety car pulls away.
Look forward to working with
and
y'all again
determines
sometime. Have a
when
good
the
one.
race will
Yep.
Take
start.
care.
All
Take
the
care.
best, Matt.
For the GT3s and LMP2s that are just catching back up to the safety car queue, please make sure that you
One
approach
would think
with
we'd be going back
enough
to
caution.
green
We do
before
not
too
need
much
any
longer.
behind the safety car, please.
Then safety card up for better part of 12 minutes now.
Also, a reminder, 30 minutes after this safety car period concludes, request to tow will not be enforced and safety cars will not be called. You will be free to tow until notified otherwise by race control.
So cars are just giving a chance to run the tyres before Ed Adams, the safety car driver, will back up the pack. Get us going through the GT3 field. It's still got a little bit hot, but you can see the field kind of bunched up successfully.
Okay, car 69, as the leader, please maintain.
And with the sunset, the visual is going to change completely.
Restart zone.
This is always my favorite time to
Safety
watch
car
race racing. So as we transition into night, the shine on the cars, and the headlights, and how they look as they scream through corners, and all of the just spectacle seems to come to life.
Absolutely. So we've got the GTPs top of screen,
Yeah.
to take us away, and the LMP2 at the bottom of the screen, just for reference.
Safety car is in pit lane.
Everyone's been very well behaved on these restarts so far. We've had, what, 4 of them now? Excluding the green flag right at the start of the race. So we'll see how things manage to proceed here. I'll let you have the floor.
All right. So you see this field bunched up here. Carlos
Green.
Maria Barberi before Tatum Reztek coming around in the 69 car. Looks like he's going green, condition green again on the light indicator. Side-by-side action behind him as third-place car of the MKX Nexus Esports Group puts the moves on, trying to take away P2. In LMP2, they've gone single file down the hill, headed up to turn 1 right now with Josh Angel leading the race. Right at that, we have Avery Miller in the 313 SRN Esports Gold car.
Oh,
Went defensive. We have had a spin. Let's go Mazzoli. LMPX.GG 268 car.
Oh! Was LMP2 going off? Who was that? Eisenberg.
It was. It changed too quick on my pylon for me to catch it.
Apologies.
Dominic Eisenberg still off-roading.
Yeah, he guys a very nasty part of the track to try and rejoin. But he's managed it.
I think that one of the things we might be seeing right now, particularly on a restart, is that there's plenty of interclass bottlenecking there on the backside of the course down through. Oh, contact there with Avery Miller.
Oh, and he's gone around.
Wow, all the way to Scott Warner.
No.
All around, collecting 2 GTP3 cars. A little bit of contact on a 4th one.
What happened there?
That's a meatball. Missing the entire front clip of his chassis.
And rear.
Oh, yes he is. Missing the rear wing.
Oof, that was rough. That was very rough.
It's a long drive back to the pits when it's like that.
Well, we'll see if we can... I'll check in back with the replay later. We've got a fight for second place at the moment.
Alessandro City playing defense for...
It's against the
against,
MP
the
guys.
43, yeah. against the 43, the MKX Nexus Esports Group.
So
Like they've settled into a little file for a moment.
Yeah, no, and again, the 96 here in second place is the car that's leading the GTP championship. The 69 car ahead is third place, but they are considerably behind it in the points. So
sure, could be told to be paving the road for him some, huh?
Yeah. If I was team manager, I might be considering, swap the cars around and stuff and get the 69 to play ball. But to be honest, 2 hours to go, I wouldn't want to get into any kind of a mess like that. So
it becomes awfully risky, doesn't it? So, yeah, I would almost guess that if the 96 is comfortably in, and when you brought it up, they were up by 21 points, were they not, earlier today?
We'll just keep tabs on this fight a little bit.
Oh, looking to the outside.
We've had Oliver Rosequist go off in the GT3. So hopefully this gives us a chance to try and catch up with what has happened further behind. We saw Scott Warder in the LaBroca car get all sorts of collected, a bunch of GT3s involved as well. We kind of almost organically went into the incident, but I definitely want to see that unfold in real time, if you will, from the replay.
Absolutely.
But the MK car is deciding he wants us here by just being on the bumper there.
Yes, he is.
So what I will take the chance to do then is I will keep Callan Shepherd on the second screen, which should hopefully then give us a chance to find out what happened to Scott Warner.
For sure.
So he is out on track. I'm assuming he's used this fast repair. Oh, already getting some GT3 traffic, and that's already given the Obsidian Edge car at the bottom of your screen a chance to give Callan Shepherd a bit of a hurry up. So replay at the top of your screen for what happened at the start of that restart. So, ooh,
he's already in there.
He's already in there. Yeah, I need to get a different one. So let's get a different angle, and a little bit earlier back as well. So there he goes. Cronus kind of went into the back, and that's the SRN car. Ooh,
someone got a big help there.
Yeah, that's Avery Miller. So we've got the top there, Avery Miller. Ooh,
he got help.
Yeah. And then we'll stay on this replay.
Everyone checking up and just got punted.
Oh, we had a little hit there as well again.
Completely unsettles the car, then bounces right into the racing line.
So that was the Valhalla. That was the Pro-Am GT3. Tied lead as well.
Total chaos there. That he's just Scott Warner was just a passenger by that point.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Car getting unsettled.
I'm trying to think if there's a different view to see, but honestly, I think the Valhalla Motorsports car coming into view there probably would have been. There he is. He's coming in hot. Sees a bunch of smoke. Kind of unsighted, and then just people braking left, right, center.
Everyone checks up. Nothing you can do.
No meatball. He's the Valhalla Motorsports car is still on track, so hopefully that's managed to keep things going just fine.
Well, I think that's one of the major issues this late in the course on a restart is the continuing bottleneck of interclass racing, because that's what it was right there. It wasn't because the prototypes had caught up and were going around the GTP car, or excuse me, the GT3 cars again, but it was an interclass bottleneck, and we're going to see a lot more of that as the race wears on here. Moraine Corner and Turn 5, that's always a pinch point. It's a multi-class zone and it's critical. The GTPs and the LMP2s try to scream down the Moraine Straight and dive bomb in the GT3s under the braking in turn 5. And, with the relatively green track, if the GT3 is forced in, they may lose the line completely.
Absolutely. Just looking at the protest page in case anything kind of came in. Had a few reviewed protests in split 1. Obsidian Edge on MK Nexus Esports. Oh, and that literally just came in just now. Avoidable contact drive-through for MK Nexus Esports. So that's the black flag.
Really? For Callan Shepherd.
Yep. That is rough going right there.
Well, that kind of ends that battle that we were watching then, doesn't it?
Oof.
Was that on the restart?
That was from lap 242. It currently is lap 265. So this was before the restart. It's before the restart. So just bringing up the protest page, just for reference. If we could bring up the protests, I'm not sure if they've decided to show themselves. There we go. Yeah, so we can kind of see there on the page, we've got the bomb view screen. It's the latest protest that came in. It was just listed as having been reviewed and closed, so avoidable contact, lap 242. As you mentioned, that's going to bring an end to kind of the fight here.
His hopes for second place. Yeah.
Shame to see, very big shame. Rules are the rules, though. He'll have 3 laps from when he received the penalty to serve it, and then I guess from their end it will have to be a case of kind of hoping for a safety car to punch on the field again. But the MK Nexus Esports car was the one car that was taking the fight to Tatum Restec. It was the Lumen Motorsports car earlier as well, but unfortunately they had their issues with the repairs, which took them down quite a bit there.
The 69 car of Tatum Restec has really stepped out by about 3 seconds already. They must have a fire lit under them.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Really good pace here. We can bring up the lap times as well. Just have a look at the sister car behind. And about 2/10, 3/10 a lap. Got a second about 3 laps ago, so really good pace. Just passing let's see which car that is.
Yep.
That is the North Sim Racing green car.
Okay. 220, 2, okay, 220 would be still on the safety car. Just a shade. About 4/10 of a difference on 245, and then I can't read that.
Yeah, no, it is
My
something
other
that I've
glasses.
been working on. If you do want to see the standings and kind of like previous lap times and such, there is a standings page made available for everyone. I don't know if you have access to the YouTube chat, but I can send you just the link.
I do. Hang on 1 second.
Yeah. It is the standings links that I've just shared. One of many commands that people are able to make use of. So just watching the Miraculous squad making good inroads into the race. Oh, and they've just passed. Callan Shepherd has just passed the Tatum Restec car, who's just now lost 2 positions out of somewhere. So what's happened to them? They're about to lose another one, surely. What is going on? Let's have a look at the replay. See if that makes life a bit easier. So Callan Shepherd, big send. Alessandro City decides to stay out of it. Oh, a little bit
big
of
contact.
Yeah.
Giving each other donuts.
And Darren
He
Parker
was just
takes
out of shape.
advantage.
Darren Parker takes advantage. Yeah, because he was out of shape. Shepard was out of shape.
Yeah.
And was still out of shape, it appears.
Yeah, you can give it another look here. Also, he hit the brakes, which very opportunistic. Very good move. Alright, and we say goodbye to Callum Shepard, who's entered the pits for a drive-through.
That was for avoidable contact, is that what you said?
This was for avoidable contact, yes. Yes, it was.
Okay. Well, I don't think anyone's ever pleased because they have to serve a penalty, but at least that one happened on track. It's not speeding or something of that nature.
This was the penalty that was handed out in the protest page we had a little bit of a look at earlier.
Right.
Let's have a look. So we've got a few passes for position. Thomas Stranava, so it's a real big fight here. Eric Fadrinas is kind of fighting Aurelien. Aurelien has lost 2 positions as the lights come on. So can we have a look at what happened to Aurelien? So when we look at Thomas, Aurelien has a spin, and he just gets completely swallowed up by the field.
Eaten alive.
Oof, it's rough going there. Meanwhile, we've got a fight for GTP second place. This is the Tata Westec 96 car, passing the Obsidian GTP, who sends it right back. Strong move.
Great side-by-side battle right there.
And yeah, I am struggling to think of where to stay because we've got so many fights going on. Let's pick let's stay on the front 2 here and then use the second cam to have a closer look at some of the other fights on track. Namely, Marius Gendre in Simatox Sensations. He's been fighting tooth and nail. So the bombs you screen there. Marius Gendre fighting the Lumen Motorsports car behind. And take a pick of whatever action you want to come over, because
yes, absolutely, it's everywhere. I think that's the cumulative effect of all of the things that we were talking about, the track changing as we get into a night stint here for the last 2 hours. You know, we're seeing the interclass bottleneck, and we're seeing some great fights for position, which is what we want. We want solid side-by-side racing where we can get it, and quality overtakes. Gendry just making sure that he closes all the doors. If he's gonna make it, if he's gonna lose a position, he wants to make sure that his opponent has to go around the outside. As he comes up on, looks like GT3 car. Probably, well, see, he looked like he was trying to turn it into a rolling chicane, and it didn't quite work out for him. So,
yep.
Still got a mirror full.
Few spins elsewhere, further down the GT3 order. And we're just going to stay with the action here, because
absolutely,
our 2 cameras are kind of converging here. Marius Gendre at the bottom there, given the fight there by Lumen Motorsports, and Emeric Pedrines in the wildcard racing GT3. Half a second behind the Mecca Group Ferrari.
Whoa!
Marius.
Yeah. That gave him a little breathing room, though, once they got into traffic, although now it looks like he may well get held up and allow the Lumen car to catch up one more time.
Yep. So kind of both cars in both cameras getting held up here.
Well, and it's really interesting that these are converging that way, too, because I was just thinking about, you know, for the sports car situation, that run down from, you know, turn 7 to the hurry downs, that's pretty much single file stuff for the GT3s. So it'd be interesting to see. I don't know about these guys, but if it's me, if I get held up in there, I'm going to wait until the carousel if I'm in a prototype to try and go around the GT3s, which for Avery Miller.
We've got a new ball.
Joe Manzoli off the track.
Yeah, it showed him as being off track, but I didn't think that there was going to be a big crash or anything. Let's have a look at the replay, I suppose. That's fine. Nice and strong. Oh, too strong.
Too strong.
Oh, that sucks. He's going really well there for a little bit. Wasn't quite at the pointy end of the field, but managed to keep it on the lead lap. And unfortunately, I think that they're going to lose that here. I think they've also used their fast repair. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Delta V Racing managing to recoup some of the positions they lost after they went off in turn 8. Oh, Joe Manzoli just struggling to make his way back to the pits. Gets off the racing surface and makes his way back to the pits. So catch up with them later. Oh, and not only is it a meatball, I think the off-track gave them a black flag as well, so they'll have a penalty to serve here.
Oh boy, that's just
Day goes from
everything going wrong at once. Yeah.
Let's have a look at some other fights here and save NMPX the plushes here. Same Stockholm Aerokinetics. Chasing Delta V. Two hours to go here. We have a interview lined up with one of the FZR guys.
Excellent.
We'll just try and get that sorted. And he is in. He is waiting for us, so I shall try to segue us here. So we'll just stay with this fight for a little bit whilst we get things sorted.
Oh. Sorry, I'm working on. I keep notes when I can take notes, but I'm up to right now. So one of the things that I think is really impressive right now is we're going to see these poor guys when they start having to guess in terms of closing rates because it gets too dark and all they can see is these headlights in their mirrors. I would, and you can probably speak to this, that it's rather disorienting.
Yeah, especially if they if you're kind of getting chased by a guy that's like constantly flashing you. So, but I will say you might have the chance to ask that directly to the open interview for FZR. I will segue us into some ads, and then we'll be back on our spotlight interview.
Sounds like a plan.
hello everyone. We are very happy to announce that we've got in the booth with us Antonio Bove. I hope I said that correct.
Yep.
Nice. And thankfully, we've also got Austin to take away the proceedings here on the spotlight interview. This is technically the last one that we have scheduled. If people are interested in joining us, I'm only at DM Arena on Discord or a message on YouTube chat. Austin, Antonio, the floor is yours.
Absolutely. Thanks very much, Khalid. So, Antonio, I guess to start us out, give us your impressions of the race so far and your impressions of your stints driving.
Yeah. Well, first of all, thank you guys for having me. It's great to be here. I absolutely love this league. I think it's been great. I love the way you guys manage it. I think it's very nice. I enjoyed majors. I raced in the majors. It was a very, very nice experience. As for this race, I will admit I was at work, so I didn't miss a lot of it. But I was just watching, and I was with this team actually. I was seeing where they were, what their pace was like, and they were doing okay. But it seemed they got caught up in some incidents. They did just get caught up in an incident. At the beginning of the race, it seemed they got an early drive-through with the penalties adding up. So a little unfortunate, but seems to be doing all right. We have another car in Split 2. They're doing very well. Last time I checked in, they were P2, but there's a whole debacle I heard with the red flag with the rain and whole big thing. Yeah, pretty positive, I guess.
Absolutely. So when that happens, maybe you can walk us through a little bit of the track transition. When it comes down, and we talked about it some while I was on the air earlier this morning. The rain will completely wash away any rubber. It'll dilute any of the oils that are down on the track surface. So walk us through a transition for that, both going into the rain and then coming back to a dry track. How do you know when it's, say, time to go to rain tires, how long you want to stay on rain tires, and when to roll the dice on going back to slicks?
It seems very tricky. Lots of people think, oh, the rain's clearing up or the rain's just starting. I can work with it, so maybe I can ease into the tires a little bit later, but sometimes it's not the case. Sometimes the track is at its slickest when it's just very damp. Sometimes you have to be careful with the humidity, how long the track's been run on. Is there a lot of rubber on the track? Is precipitation high? You have to take all these things to account. Sometimes you even have to take into account it stops. When are they coming up? When was our last? Sometimes it can be a lot trickier than others, where sometimes it's pretty simple. It's rain's coming out and it's like, oh, okay, well, we're pitting in 10 laps, we'll just slap wets on, or vice versa. But sometimes it can be a race decider. I know I just did the Watkins 6-hour race and we actually got a podium. I think mainly because of how on it we were with the strategy when the rain came out. But yeah, it's a matter of paying attention.
Cool. So, and correct me, you haven't raced in this race?
I have not.
Okay.
I actually own the team. I own the team.
Okay.
Yes,
Fair
yes.
enough.
Yeah.
I'm new to the majors broadcast crew.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
And so I'm catching up on all those small notes and whatnot. But hopefully by this time next year I'm pretty fluent. So maybe you can just give us some insight. How radically did the grip level drop at Watkins Glen, and maybe be able to give us some idea of how it would have changed here. The only real time experience I have in racing was a little bit of shifter kart racing when I was in Denver. Well, actually, it was a lot of fun, but it was also insane. But we didn't, typically race in the rain and the high plains because we don't see rain after about in June. So how radically does grip level drop, and where on the circuit, particularly at some place like Road America, do you expect it to be the biggest issue?
Bottom of the hills, bottom of any hills. They tend to pull there, and especially at the curbs. For some reason, you think, well, maybe it's a little bit higher at the curb. It'll pool in the middle. No, that's not true. They're just, the wetness is just attracted to the curbs, and it's very annoying because, obviously when you're racing, you go curb to curb when you're on a corner, and you think you're doing the right thing when you're taking the corner correctly, and then a huge puddle and you spin out wide. So it can be tricky. Yeah, you have to adapt. It's a lot easier to adapt when you're in a stint where it starts dry and then ends wet. Whereas if you're the guy who's racing after, now it was dry a couple hours ago, now all of a sudden you're racing in a very wet track, and it's a lot harder to get it to grips. Whereas you're easing into it, you're understanding, what's going on. Okay, it's progressing or degressing at this rate, and you're in the car, you know what's going on. But it can be a little tricky when you just hop right in. But yeah, it tends to pull, especially I've noticed at the final. No, not the final. Third to last corner, right at that little dip. Oh, it's yeah, it can be tricky sometimes.
Fair enough. So, what as an owner in a extended race like a 12-hour, how does that typically differ? And you feel free to talk about changing weather conditions, the transition to night into day or day into night. How does it change how you approach from the team-over standpoint in terms of say a 3-hour or a 6-hour or a 12-hour race?
Okay, so the transition, yeah, the day and night can be tricky. See, it's different when you're in person and you do an actual real life, like the real drivers do WEC races and IMSA races. They're live, and it's all right. It's daytime, it's nighttime, and that's it. But here you have to deal with daytime and nighttime in game, where temperatures are changing. Obviously, the weather will change, this, that, and the other. And then you look outside, and it's still bright out, but it's like 1 o'clock in the morning in the game. It can be a little. You think it wouldn't be, but it actually can be an effect on you, because you just have to get tired sometimes. You get a lot tired quicker when it's nighttime in the game and you're racing for however many odd hours in a we'll say a 8-hour plus race. Whereas if you're doing anything less than that, it's pretty simple. Well, for some of the experienced drivers, they might disagree, but I'm only touch and go with racing. But yeah, I know some of my drivers would be experienced enough to have it all down pat. Even in a 24-hour race, they don't seem bothered. But yeah, for the most normal humans, they can find it tricky with the day to night.
Sure. So that leads me to a very technical question. I think about the ambient air temperature, and it's plummeting right now at Road America as we watch as the darkness sets in. How hard is it to get the core heat into the front tires right now on an outlap, or even over the course of a few laps after your pit stop?
I've never necessarily had a problem with a lack of temperature in these cars. You see, I always tend to overdrive them, and I always scrub them, so the front tires. I've never had that problem, but I know some people have that problem, and they seem to find it a little bit harder. They can usually tend to change brake biases or ABS and stuff like that.
Okay.
I've seen lots of wacky things from people, but yeah, I've personally never had a cold tire problem. I wish I had that problem. That's unfortunately a problem I never have. I'm always running hot.
Fair enough. I guess another thing that I would ask, and we talked about it just briefly before you joined us in the booth, I was asking about the closing rate from, say, prototypes to GT3s. What's that like at night when your only judgment in the mirror is headlights and they're bearing down on you? You don't really have that visual reference of the entire car. You just have these bright lights that are being thrown back in your eyes. Is it as terrifying as it seems like it, or is that something you just get used to?
Sometimes it's it's pretty jarring. Other times you don't even notice, and that could be equally as jarring. Sometimes you get so jaded in a race, you've been racing for so long, and a car comes flying past you, and you have no idea what just happened, and you're like, oh, it was just a GTP, and I'm in a GTD. Wow, that kind of scared me. I should be paying more attention. Or you could be focusing too much, and you see the headlights, you're like, is that someone following me? Is he in my class? Is he not in my class? You get a little scared, but sometimes you can find that even balance where you're just absolutely honed in onto what you're doing, and you have an engineer like telling you who's coming up, who you're fighting, and all that fun stuff. So it's
great.
It's a matter of mind state of how long you've been in that race, I suppose.
Sure, and we were talking about it earlier on the broadcast that this is a very difficult time here. Particularly, I rejoined back at about 3 hours to go, but this is a critical time in the race because, and maybe you can walk us through a little bit of that. This is when, if a strategy is broken, you don't have time to fix it, but at the same time, you've got to stay in the race because it's too early to celebrate. How does that weigh on you as you go forward in the course of finishing up a race that's over 8 hours?
Well, yeah, strategy is a huge thing. I know, unfortunately, for the 742 team right now, they seem to be a little unfortunate with some of the incidents they've been in, so strategy can't really save them at the moment. But when, obviously you're in those earlier stages, strategy is a huge thing. Fuel saving can save you many minutes sometimes of lap time, where if you fuel save enough, you can actually chop off pit stops and you can seemingly fly past everybody because of it. But yeah, strategy is huge, and I think that's what's really nice about this kind of racing is you can really get that technicality of it, whereas something like F1 or NASCAR, you don't always have that. I know F1 you sometimes do, NASCAR you do as well, but these races are very tricky, very tricky. One little thing could mean 24 hours of problems, which is bad and good in a way, because if you get it right, it's extremely rewarding.
Right on. Well, okay. This being the season's finale for the Majors MEC, how aggressive are you guys being right now? Are you all out, or are you playing defense and trying to protect where you're at?
Well, for this car, for example, we've been on the offense. We're currently fighting for the podium in the championship. Right now we're teetering. We're going to need a lot of luck on our side to actually obtain that podium here today, Road America. But yeah, P21 unfortunately won't cut it for us. But we're gonna need a miracle for some of the. I think it was wild card racing. There was someone that was just ahead of us, and we were pushing to pass. But it seems they're doing not too bad at the moment. So that's a problem for me. But regardless, I think these drivers, my drivers here, have done a great job. I know Tobias de Rumpf and Oliver Rosquist were the two main drivers in this car specifically, the 742 team. They've done exceptionally well this season. I'm very proud of them. And unfortunately for me, but fortunate for, well, hopefully not fortunate for him, but Oliver Rosquist, this is his last race with the team. He will be moving on to another team, and I wish him nothing but the best. I think he was he's done a lot behind the scenes. He was our head manager, and he's done a lot. He's done a lot for me. I'll tell you that much. So I wish him nothing but the best.
Very good. Well, here as we head on towards wrapping up, is there anything, anyone that you want to give a shout out to, or anything that you'd like to pass along to our audience today?
I would like to say that we will be competing in the next season for MEC, and we're going to be coming with a lot more steam this time. I think this was we're actually an early team. We've only been racing for not a couple, almost a year. It was the beginning of August last year that we opened the team to the public, and only done a very few amount of seasons. This is our first MEC season, and I really, really enjoyed it. I really want to compete next time, personally. So maybe we'll get a couple more cars out there. Yeah, I think FCR will be. I think we're going to be ones to watch next season. So
Excellent.
put that in your notes.
I already did. So yeah, that sounds great, man. Well, we look forward to seeing you next season. We look forward to hopefully you guys are in that podium spot on the championship standings. And you know, it's been a pleasure, sir. I appreciate your time and joining us.
Yeah, I hope you as well. But thank you. This has been a pleasure. I'm very happy to be here.
All right. You have a great night.
You guys did great with this. Thank you. All right. Ciao, ciao.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, what we're seeing right now is Tobias Duramp is still highlighted. Emmerich Padrines is Padrinas, maybe? Running P2 for the GT3 cars right now in the wild card racing. And here we've now moved to taking a look at Tobias Duramp. Having a rough night being in P21 right now in the 742 car. Here's Gilles Capin in P5 for the LMP2 position, under attack from the SRN Esports Gold card. Tracking all the way out, put a little Scott Pruitt fade on him, shut down and move to the inside. Avery Miller in our inset right here. Looks to the outside. Really closing up on him. 35 of Gilles Capin. Again, looks to the inside for an outbraking, just side by side here as they go up through. Can't get it done. Some really excellent side by side action. There he goes. He clears him right there. So when they come back past the scoring loop this time, Gilles Capin will have taken over. No, I take that back.
Just checking back in on the stream. Got a in full position here in P5. I did manage to catch Antonio on the way out, so I hope you had a lovely chat with him.
We did. An excellent chat. Got a very good perspective on a few of the driving things and a few of the ownership things that he wanted to bring up, so worked out well.
Oh, the donk has crashed elsewhere. I wanted to kind of focus in on the GTP because they're shuffling. A lot of GTPs going off in a short succession.
Nope.
Meanwhile, we have a look at the donk as well. This was so he was the first of the GTPs to hit in the pit stop shuffle. So this is, I would assume, cold tires.
Just kind of overshot there.
Almost like kind of like, you know, in the rain where the car just refused to brake, so the like it's kind of bone dry. So I guess he just took it easy rather than wanting to push the new tires too hard and up either the front of the wheels.
Sure. Can't discount the fact that you know, the track is still changing gradually. They're not giving up a lot of heat. And it could be an issue of cold tires, cold track, combination thereof. Could just be the mental load of being this far into the race.
About a single stage. 2 in class right now.
2.3 seconds, yeah, back from it, but it looks like that interval is falling rather dramatically as it goes through. And part of that is just the concertina effect, but the other part is the fact that he's making up a tenth or two every lap.
So, in terms of just behind the track, that's they are due a pit stop. One of the last remaining pit. So we saw Callum and MK races was going to get hit with a penalty. So quite interesting to see. Niccolo Fiorino, 69 taking the car. Passing, I believe that's the Air Athletics orange car. Local Delta V racing car. They've managed to take over the lead of the race, so this is net lead. That's good to see. As with looking at the GTP, look at the championship standings for so we've got the Tatum Mystic 60 involved but they are a bit too far behind the points there, about 20 points. So each position down costing about 5 points per. So Tatum Mystics 96 is in about as good of a position as they can have. MK have been taken out of contention thanks to the penalty after the protest. So Tatum is effectively in a position of just finish the race. Both motorsports are way too far behind the points for them to have a say in this title fight. Interesting how things pan out of 12 hours, I suppose.
Yes, it does. It is, because when you pulled that up, I don't know, 20 or 30 minutes before I signed off this morning, the gap from first to second was 21. So to think they'd made up 6 points, I don't recall which teams it was. But, and if this is as they run now, then it's definitely Tatum ResTech 96. It's their race to lose, and that's they're running a P3 right now, running pretty much standard lap times. Have themselves dialed in right now. I would imagine they're not looking for necessarily an overall win. They're just simply riding it out to the championship and playing the chess game.
Kind of harking back to what we mentioned earlier in the Lunar Motorsports Spotlight. These guys, if they're not doing absolute 100% setting blistering race fastest time times, it is kind of a credit to them that their lap where they are kind of like not giving 100%, but just kind of doing 90%, 95%, just giving something consistent, is still considerably faster than what most people can manage. So for us to kind of look at this car in P3, it is kind of testament to the fact that if you were asking Tatum ResTech 96 to give us the absolute best, they probably do have more that they can pull out, but they know that this pace that they are managing right now is more than enough for a championship. So,
certainly,
yeah.
There's a big part of racing that is managing risk, and that's exactly what you'll see them doing. They know they can sew it up with just a podium finish. That's what they're going to do, because that minimizes the risk to the car, to the drivers. These are less than ideal conditions when it comes down to it, because of the fact that it is dark and the temperature is changing. So it's a very dynamic track, and it's one of those deals where it's their championship to lose at this point. So I would expect them, and it sounds like you would as well, expect them to just continue as they are, hold station.
Absolutely. And I think it was Alan Prost who said it, that it is in their own interest for figuring out the slowest way to win the race. Like, just give it the absolute kind of minimum in terms of like not putting anything at risk, not risking damaging the car, or making a mistake or anything like that, and kind of just winning the championship as is. There is that Verstappen way of just absolutely just blitzing the whole field and going dozens of seconds clear. Whatever gets the job done, I guess, especially in a crunch time situation like this with an hour and a half to go. Much respect to them, and we hope we manage to see them on the top step in the championship at the end of the race. Continuing on down the classes, we've got Magnus taking the race by the scruff of the neck, if you will. It is kind of interesting to see in terms of what the championship is like if you bring up the MP2 field. We saw that Fusion 19 were in essence in lead of the race, because they were kind of like at the front of the field. Fusion 19 were, I believe, about P4 or something. If you bring up the gaps, you can see, or like, rather the gains, that Fusion 19 are now effectively positioned down when they started in class, whereas Morales decided to hell with it. We're going to fight all the way through to the front of the field and then make this race our own. So well clear of the 6 points they needed. Well, technically Fusion could still have a say here if they decide, you know what, we're going to give it our best go, we're going to try and get that second place. And then they'd only lose 5 points to Morales, which still gives them enough for the championship. So this could go right down to the wire. So yeah, definitely interesting to see how this plays out for much closer than in GT.
Yes, it is. Funnily enough, though, the fact that the intervals are much larger, although the intervals are growing in GTP, but LMP2, the intervals have grown out. They're getting really strung out. So one of those deals that you hope as a driver that the GT3 cars that you're going to encounter are going to play nice, because of the fact that they can really slow you down and give Fusion a chance to make a run at you.
Yeah, that's...
Or JWR, for that matter, you know.
Yeah, I mean JWR is considerably further back. I think they're now listed as over half of a lap down,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
depends on whether we get a safety car. I believe we do have a kind of the safety car taking a sabbatical towards the end of the race, so we'll see if JWR gets a chance to find their way back into this fight. The position suggests that that's not the case. Meanwhile, we've got GT3s all up in the pits. Delta V comes out ahead of them. Charlie Bobby, very connected to GT3. So they've just come out as well. There's JWR car we were just watching makes their way past. And it's pretty happy the standings for them in GT3. So again, we've got two separate standings. We've got GT3 Elite, which is what we're looking at. Negative Delta by 4. They're in third place overall, just a bit further behind, previously just out of shot. Pretty driven by Vailo Wojciech. The hurry up. We're leading for quite a bit of the race just now. And they've kind of got it in the back. 20 plus minutes, so they can afford to just finish in Q4, and that would kind of guarantee them the championship. Similar situation with GTP. The GTP leader, 96 car. However, the other cars for contention are there or thereabouts. FZR, unfortunately, at the point earlier, Spotlight TV. FZR is way down in the standings. Massive incidents there into the outside. You could argue that negative delta kind of has things in the back.
I presume.
A whole lot of content is cursing all over here. Those supposed to be so currently listed as a GT3 as well, but so they're directly fighting the Valhalla Motorsports car, which is their car, the car that they are tied in for position. See Valhalla Motorsports in first on the standings.
Well, that's a 45% point gulf for North Sim Racing. They were having a good day when I left earlier. Contention right now in the GT3 to really make that up, does it? 35 points, or excuse me, 45 points would be too big of a goal for them anyway. But I would, would have been interested to see them racing just for the sake of racing.
Rough going of it this race. So they're passing the JWR car very deep. JWR are managing to tighten up on exit there. Be careful there, because some people will track out onto that space. Delta can be very fast. Aerokinetics car, Tweety Mustang, Delta. Getting lapped. A hurry up flash, I suppose.
Yeah. Drive faster or move. Got a number of my favorite racers that have given drive faster or move signals. Typically, it's not with headlights though.
Oh, that car's crashing. Watch your rejoin.
Eric Muxa from Myrmica Group.
Slow after the king. Everyone please be aware there is a car
some grass.
slow after the king.
For it. You just got a black flag too.
As well, they've got a black flag as well. This is pretty sure this is for incident points.
Ooh.
What was that? Was that the Ether Trickworks car? It might have been. What happened there? I'd like to think that was netcode, but was that the left rear that he was on? Let's have a look. Eric Muska.
Okay, the slow car is now off the circuit. Slow car is off the circuit.
Oh, wrong car angle. So that was a GTP. I can't quite.
It's coming right up to him. I don't know if there's. Oh, it looks like contacted me, but I could be wrong.
It's not a fantastic camera angle. I do have to apologize. Oh, that's the Lumen car. I think it is.
Yep.
Oof. So let's see if we can. I'd like to have thought this was netcode, but dear lord, that was very rough going there. So they've used their fast repair, I think.
Still displaying a black flag for him. He's gonna have to come back around. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. So drive through. So if you don't, you can still take service, but you still need to serve the drive through. So go way down.
Makes for a long night when those sorts of mistakes happen. Gauge high with the Valhalla.
Very surprising. Because we saw these two big cars right next to each other on the track. Way down now.
We got an 18th.
They pitted.
Oh.
Yeah, I had pit events hidden on my events log, so kind of makes sense now. I have kept track of what was happening. In terms of what is happening, you can see Mermica Group and Esports just at the end of the GT3 standings, serving their drive-through. So Dr. Chooch is set to pit as well. Bunch of cars fight for position right now.
Well wide, yeah. Making use of all of that track and boy, the temperatures being what they are. I don't know how much that's.
Well.
95% humidity, so all your turbocharger is going to be working real well with that thick atmosphere. Track temp is 21 Celsius. I don't know what that translates to because I'm a dumb American who doesn't use Celsius. Nine. Boy, that that's like driving out of a skating rink for these guys. It'll be a very tight track through to the end here, and the other part of it is that, what you've got now, as these guys cycle into their last pit stops, that's what they're going to have, It's you've rolled the dice, you've done whatever you can with your setup. Of course, you still have your driver aids in car, your roll bars, and your ABS, traction control, and your brake bias, and different things like that. But the long and short of it is what you got is what you got, and particularly for the finale of the championship, boy, it can be very difficult for a driver to, if they're a little frustrated, if they're a little upset with how the race is going, to keep their head in the game and race hard to the end. Sure.
By moving the center of the screen as long as it can go. I kind of wish I could reset it because I don't think we're too interested in pit strategies right at the start of the race.
Not terribly.
No. Let's have a look at this one. Right up on the back of motorsports.
just a testament as to how much higher their entry speeds are at the corners at this time of night, because the track's cooled down and the grip is there, and the cars are really coming to them in terms of velocity.
And also, just iRacing specifically, the fact that well, it's not really just take the extra space if you can have it. Really one of those things that really nice to think on that kind of white line.
P7, 21 seconds back still. See what happened here.
Let's just go back to normal speed. It's just a slow speed.
Oh, you got a little deep and got a little bit of oversteer.
Oh, and just a little bit more time there. So obviously the counter on the side of the car says it was P4, but that's obviously before. Like you said, only P7. So this is kind of Morales is to lose at the moment. Fusion 19, their goal really is P2 at worst. If Morales decides that they want to win this thing. Got a fight further back. The entire field seems like they're over here. All very close. The only outlier is the FZR SudSpeed car. Just behind the focus car. Black and blue car. So much time here trying to check that. Inside.
It's on the back side of the track. Yeah, absolutely. Just narrow, very, very narrow out there without any real spots to make the overtake. So they got to be. Well, I hope they aren't pulling their hair out. So wearing hopefully have their hands on the steering wheel. Like you said, getting held up badly by all of that. So yeah, we'll probably be seeing the last pit stops of the night in 10 to 12 minutes as people, like I say, dial up into the last setup of the day.
Not really had a chance to have a look at them since the restart. Not had as much action directly, especially since the MK car managed to get really impressive pace from them. About half a second lap, second to see the edge. Properly dark now, so it's going to be very difficult just to tell what cars what. As well as
Fiorini out front by. He's got an 8.5, almost a 9-second lead right now. So he is comfortably in the captain's seat. Carlos Coxino for the Ronan in the PT MEC car. P10 and GT3. Caught up in some traffic right now. Like you said, it looks like a bunch of that field is all bunched together too, small and P2 machines.
Let's see if we can bring up the track lap as well. Just a second. Right next to cars there. Hopefully, I'll turn up my audio as well. Should make things a little bit easier for people to hear, or to be heard rather. And as always, if anybody has any requests, people they want to see, people they want to shout out on the stream, we are only a request away. So do ask if there's anybody that you want featured. We do have Rafael dos Santos at the moment, giving it to Obsidian Edge. Again, Tatum Restek, as they are, have effectively already one hand on the GTP Championship trophy. Anything extra is just for the sponsors and the pictures after the race. So, Tatum Restek 1-2. We've already had one of those in this season. You could argue Obsidian Edge, if they really wanted to fight the P2, they could decide to give it a good go and then rely on the 96 car to not want to risk it all. We see that so often in real life races where you've got a car that only needs like a 6th place, and then everyone behind him decides, okay, I'm going to risk it all because I know he only needs 6th place.
Yeah, you bring that up, and I actually think about the 2006 Formula One season where Schumacher was in second place to Fernando Alonso, who was winning his second championship with with Renault.
Yeah.
And I remember, the idea of Schumacher had to finish 8th or worse, whereas and Alonso only had to finish like in the top something or other. He had to finish the race, and then Schumacher would have to finish 8th or worse or Alonso would have to finish 8th or worse for Schumacher to win. And I just remember watching some names that you hadn't heard, including some of these guys like Kimi Räikkönen and some of these guys that hadn't yet transitioned to major teams, throwing everything that they could at a very wet, very chaotic race in Brazil that year. So, and I kind of like that. That's one of the reasons that I love watching the season, whether it's going to be MEC if I stick with you guys, which I hope I'm invited to do, through to the end, is watching the narrative as people go, we don't have anything to lose at this point in the race, so we can just we can go out there. I think one of the things that we'll see here as we enter this last cycle of pit stops is guys trying to stretch a little bit and go on a short fuel for the last stint. I think there's, like you say, there's the guys that are going to play it safe because they've effectively got their foot on the podium as it is. Where they're going to finish is going to be where they finish. The wild card, of course, is if someone goes off and has a lot of damage and we have a safety car.
Yep. Still an hour to go, or just over an hour to go for Rafael dos Santos. Right up on the Obsidian Edge car, goes defensive. See them top of screen side by side, heading into turn 1. Decides to go right on the outside. Still there next to him. So he's probably going to go a bit deep here. There he goes. Hopefully you get a bit of space on the outside. So now where's the GT3 decides he wants none of this. Negative delta car. Gets out of the way. And that's the position there.
There it is.
And we're done. And Obsidian behind is now having to defend. And there's the Civitalk Sensations car right there as well.
having to defend against everyone, it looks like.
Yeah. So Tatum Restek 1-2. Or 2-1, I mean. the championship leader is second place right here.
Right. You know, it's one of the things, you know, we've been talking about it a little bit, but the risk mitigation is going to be very interesting. Some of these guys that are wanting to send it because it is the finale, they're not in contention for the championship, so they want to see just how good they can go. Meanwhile, we've got you know, guys like Tatum Restag 96. They're going to be giving everyone a wide berth. They're going to be lifting 50 meters before they get to Canada. They're going to be letting the the GT3 cars know exactly where they're at all times and moving around them with 3 feet to spare. It really becomes an interesting dynamic here. And maybe you as a driver can speak to this. The psychological pressure right now has got to be, it's just different, I would think, because if you look like you're in a position to win the championship, you don't want to make a mistake. But if you're in the position where you want to prove something here at the end of the season, you're really going hard. So maybe you can give some insight into that.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I've not really been in that scenario too often of, oh, I'm in a championship fight, as we got the Vulcan Motorsports car going side by side with Obsidian. I'll try and answer your question afterwards if possible.
Sure.
Civitalk lurking in the background. And Obsidian Edge is moving backwards at this tail end of the race. Sevacornes really been given the good and proper here. There goes Civitalk.
Inside.
Good move.
Oh,
Tracks out properly.
He held it. He held it. Yep.
Yeah. Obsidian Edge has now lost 3 positions in the course of what, 2 laps, I think.
Yep.
Down to 5. And I think that's kind of like what wanting to segue into answering your question about kind of mindset here. Like, if you're not in the championship fight, some people take to that really well. Like, I have nothing to fight for, so I'll just give it my all. And they really like give it a good go. But then others might get too polite and say, "Oh, I'm not in a championship fight. I don't want to interfere here." Like Obsidian Edge, I think Vulcan Motorsports, for example, they might decide, "Oh, you know what? I don't want to immediately get involved in the championship fight." And I don't think people would blame me. But on the other hand, surely we're all in it to race. People paid money to enter this race, so give it a good go. And I think these guys have done so. Actually, a lot of the time the racing has been hard but fair. Very few cases where we've had penalties handed down from up above. So really good fight. Really good fight. I think we might get a little bit more. Oh, we've got Maradness in the pits. So there should be a scheduled pit stop. Just passing the FZR car there in the GT3s. Really unfortunate to see them having dropped 14 places after that incident. Let's see if we can highlight a few guys. Negative Delta, we mentioned them earlier. Having been way down the order, have now fought themselves back up to top 3, which I'm pretty sure is more than enough for them to get the championship points. Very good. Let's bring up the standings. As you can see, 20 points, 21 points clear of FZR, way down on the standings. Aerokinetics have managed to put in a really good run to get up to 2nd place. Charlie Bobby. But yeah, they would need the negative Delta car to drop to about P5, P6, and then for them to win the race, which Delta V decided not if they have a word to say. So
yeah, they may have something to say about that.
Dr. Chooch has the Pro-Am standings, I think, sorted. So that they've got they were tied dead on with Valhalla Motorsports, but they are head and shoulders of pretty much every other Pro-Am car, I think. So 1 hour to go. For things to be resolved, and that picture is forming right now. So with the hour to go, it probably gives us the chance to give credit to one of our main sponsors again, Whiplash Sim Cams. They've been so helpful in sorting out the cameras that you see, and to be able to do justice to all of the action that we've got on track. So we'll just let them take the floor for a little bit with ads whilst we take a break, and we'll come back soon right after.
Welcome back, folks. For anyone just joining us, this is the Majors MEC season finale at Road America, 12 Hours of Road America in association with SudSpeed. Right now, we are looking at the last 54 minutes of the race, so lots of storylines going on, both with championship contention and also with how the race is going on. So, here with Khalid, he is giving me a hand both on the production side and conversational side. We are broadcasting live on YouTube. We have the chat up, so if you have any interview requests or have any points that you want us to address, feel free to jump in and join in the conversation. So right now we have in GTP, we have Tatum Reztech 69 leading by 10 seconds over their teammates at Tatum Reztech 96. Tatum Reztech 96 is the championship leader for GTP. On a separate page here on my station, I've got the standings pulled up. To my knowledge, unless something catastrophic happens with Tatum Reztech 96, they're going to be in a very good position to go ahead and tie up that championship as they go along tonight. Yeah, they are 15 points ahead as they run now over MK Nexus Esports. With Tatum Reztech 69 at 355 points, so 20 points back. That'll be the championship podium in GTP3 as they run presently. In LMP2, Fusion 19 appears to have things tightened up in the standings. 341 points. They are presently 16 points ahead of Maradness. 335, but Maradness is leading LMP2 on track right now by quite a sizable interval of 20-some points. I am not familiar enough with the point structure yet to know if that's going to change things or not.
So I can cut in here. Yeah. So again, first place in a race gets you 100 points. Nice and round, big round number. And then 5 points down per position. So second place will get 95, third 90, and so on and so forth. So as we can tell, Maradness are only about 6 points behind in the championship. But again, as a reminder, Fusion 19 are now 5th place. So these guys, Fusion 19 will have to overtake a lot of people up to 2nd place if they want to take the championship from Maradness. JWR just entered the pit lane as well. So they are another team in contention.
But they are. Pull that back up. JWR 11 points back is also, they absolutely, if they could run down and move into 2nd place. But Maradness would have to have something change for that one. 11 points is a lot to make up at this late stage in the race.
Yep.
Insofar as you want to transition to GT3?
Yes.
You want to do that? GT3 really is something to watch, folks, because we have Valhalla Motorsports and Advanced Poodle Walking presented by Dr. Chooch, both tied at 375 points coming into today's race. So, someone is going to wind up winning that right now. Both of them are quite a way. Dr. Chooch is running P10. So, not... Valhalla has fallen off quite a bit, if I recall. They had a couple of rough goes at it back in, mid-teens. So there they are. The 38 is sitting in 15th. Yep, that's what it is. I got to quit switching between my computer and the main screen here. That kind of gives you folks a rundown of where the standings are. Again, we are present in chat. Feel free to join in the conversation. Right now, taking a look at Gage Himes from Valhalla Motorsports, working his way through the dark. Boy, Road America does turn out to be rather inky black at night. This is the first time I think I've ever looked at a night race, either real world or virtual, at Road America at night.
Yeah. I think it's probably one of the things that I'm not too much of a fan of in iRacing in terms of the day-night transitions as well, though I think the fact that it gets so completely pitch black probably also lends its fact to it being kind of like no real like trackside lighting, which fair enough. The real track doesn't really have like lights beaming down on the track like you might get elsewhere, but just the fact that there's no other real light sources outside of the track, which you kind of would in real life, like tents nearby or marshal's posts. You don't even get like the odd yellow flag that's kind of illuminates the track or anything like that, like the yellow digi flag. So it does get very like pitch black in iRacing.
Well, and Road America in particular is not going to lend itself. Well, it's going to lend itself to being pitch black because it drives through forested areas and through heavy wooded areas, and it's it's over 4 miles long. It's a really extensive track. So you see these guys with their headlight beams. We saw some before we took a break and had some ads. We saw quite a gaggle of GT3 cars put together at one point. And the amount of being blinded by headlights in your mirrors has got to be staggering when they get stacked up like that.
So what's happened to Wilbertsberger? So just a slow spin at turn 5. Kind of was par for the course. Gets out of the way. And continues on this way. Kind of day going from bad to worse, I think. Very good photo, though.
Yeah, excellent stuff. I thank Whiplash SimCams for that.
We've got a fight for GTP. So I think this is the outlap for Seba Cornes. Yeah, so this is now about the time that the GTPs are going to be pitting.
There's got to be some tension from drivers and teams right now thinking about what they want to do. For anyone in the championship contention, they're probably pretty sold on what they're doing. But right now, you got some guys that may try and short fuel the car to leapfrog a rival. You got some guys that may take the full splash and surrender a little track position just so they can go full rich to the end. It'll be really interesting to see what happens at these pit stops right here.
Absolutely, and I think it probably lends more credence to your background in kind of like real life motorsports. At least here in iRacing, we don't really have the chance to change fuel mixture. So the only real considerations when it comes to fuel is just kind of your stint length math in terms of being able to kind of make it to the end. You might see some people run like quite, not necessarily lean, but light in terms of underfueling and then going really heavy in on the lift and coast.
Right.
But beyond that, especially now with 46 minutes to go, I'm pretty sure everybody here is just going to be doing the minimum fuel to the end.
Yeah. You see on cold tires there, even putting down the power, he jiggled just a little bit.
Yeah.
That's the difference between cold tires and warm tires at this point in the night. With the track being extra cold at this point, it's been losing heat for about the last 3 hours.
Yeah.
So we'll be seeing some of that as people re-enter the pits at the blend line.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And these guys will be very glad to, well, some people will be very glad to not have the kind of rain make an appearance this late, because it has been known to make things very difficult as we kind of try to grab a roll bar cab. I think we should be able... We've been watching them for so long that I realize we've not actually caught a bump start on any of these cars, which is a shame, because it's probably one of the best things they've added in iRacing. There we go.
Very nice.
Maybe I needed an external cam. We can just stick with Jeffrey Lawler here. There's not really too much of a fight elsewhere. Let's see how much that GTP loses on the mid-corner on those cold tires.
Yeah. Like night and day.
Yep.
He did. He about to make the observation that Wilder seems to be dialed in pretty well for a cold tire setup right now. But he's in relatively clean air right now as well. As he encounters traffic, we'll see how that's set up.
Fight further up ahead. Over motorsports. Tatum Restek side by side. Tatum Restek takes the position from Vulcan up ahead. Richard Hennetier, Semi-Top Sensations, also takes the position from Tatum Restek 96. This is the outlap, I think.
Outlap. I was about to say it must be an outlap because of the way he's getting past left and right. So give him half a lap or a lap, and his tires are back up to temp. He may be able to make some of that back up.
Gotta be careful with these GT3s as well on cold tires. These GT3s will give you a good old sniff on the rear bumper, especially kind of a mid-corner exit for a brief second.
Just thinking about how dark it actually is, and Canada Corner in the best of situations is blind as hell, so it's going to be a black hole in conditions like this at night. Come out of Billy Mitchell Bend there at 150 and brake hard into a 90-degree right. On a cold track with your visual references washed away.
Yep.
Man, you gotta love it, huh?
Absolutely, absolutely. And of note here, as it is now, Tatum Restek would be getting 80 points to the, so that's the 96 car would be getting 80 points to the full 100 for the 69 car, which means that the 69 car would get the 20-point gap to first. So I am completely unaware of what the tie-break situation is for those two cars. So it's kind of on Rafaela De Santis now to make sure that they are above that 4th place cutoff, just to take it out of the tiebreak and into their own hands. SRM Esports Gold pitting in NMP2. Got a bit of a fight further back as well. Transition back to our local feed. We have turn 5. We're jumping towards the nose.
Oh, sends him a little wide. Gonna be side by side as they come out of it.
This is for 10th place in GT3. Negative delta sent it as well.
Yep. Clean passes all around.
Delta. Oh!
Whoa, big wiggle.
Yeah. The aerokinetics looked like they were going to help him along the way, but I think wisely got after the throttle. So that's nicely done. Negative Delta are kind of way down the order, but they are one of the first to pit to go to the end. I think the rest of the GT3 field will follow suit soon. No big surprises here. I'll take the chance to go to Moradness. We've been running away with it.
Yep. 23 seconds now. And it hasn't been, a dramatic runaway. They've just been adding 2/10 here, 3/10 there. as they go lap by lap. And when you have that kind of consistency, that's you were bringing up Alain Prost here earlier today, and I think of him. Since I'm a dinosaur, I'm lucky enough to have watched in the middle of the night when he was still racing, and that was his big thing was consistency. It's one thing to be a hero on the track, but to hit your marks consistently, particularly in a race like today when we've had changing conditions with the weather, and as we entered into night, that's what gives you the race win and gives you championships.
Bringing up the championship hopefuls. At the moment, Rafael dos Santos is kind of tied on points here, the 96 car with the 69 sister car as well. But the hope is that they can catch up to the cars ahead for position in the time that they have left. Whereas Moradness at the moment are well and proper on their way to a possible LMP2 championship win. And as far
does
as
look that way.
That's what we got to.
No, I was saying it does look that way. It's again a testament to how tight the racing is in this series. That's what we like to see.
Yep, absolutely. I've just lost control of my second PC. That decided to just lock itself. Thankfully, my main PC is still going, so I do still have control over the feed itself. It does mean that the second feed will be locked to the 96 car, which I think is not too much of an issue. We'll just be focusing in on the championship hopefuls for now. Twinter SR in the pits in 6th place and 2. They're going to be dropping that a little bit, I think. I'm wondering if there's been anybody on the stream that has not actually featured that much on the stream. I think the Lumen Race Anywhere car, they've been out of the race for a while. Heracles Performance have been out of the race for a while. So the FZR car at the moment, so they are the last car on track in terms of laps down that are still running. And I think they're technically only about a lap down on the leader of GT3. 2 laps down. Okay.
2 laps down.
Visit Esports, we've seen them a few times. They just went for a move on Alan Aldea in the Sorrento Motorsports car. I don't think we've actually had the chance to look at the Sorrento Motorsports car for a little while.
So quite the livery.
Yeah. I've been more acquainted with their other car, and I believe it was GTP from previous rounds. Oh, Fusion 19 into the pits as well. It's kind of a shame because they managed to, in their pit cycle, get all the way up to P3, but that wasn't the net position that they were supposed to have. Just kind of look at them in the pit lane. About 24 seconds back to P4. Remember the pit laps we can see. So they're one of the first LMP2s to pit to go to the end of the race. I think the others might be able to go to the end, but I'm unaware of the LMP2 fuel tanks and their situation if they can do that or not.
If they do, I would expect them to be doing a fair amount of what some people call making fuel, and you talked about it earlier, lifting and coasting, so that they don't have the same amount of fuel burn as they would on flyer laps. And the unfortunate reality is sometimes that's what you got to do to maintain any position.
Miraculous. If that was the SNR LMP2. If you can bring up the battle box, we can get a better idea. No, that was JWR. Okay, so that was somewhat indirectly for the championship. So the gaps are...
One other thing,
really
yeah, they are. They're really stretching out. One of the things that I think is important to remind our viewers is that you know, those LMP2s, they don't have the hybrid available to deploy, so they can't stretch their fuel the same way the prototypes can. They have just less cornering speed a lot of the times. They have less downforce typically. All of them are subject to getting held up by the GT3s. But you know, with the field spread out right now, I don't anticipate huge changes unless someone does something drastic or we get to a very, very late safety car.
Yeah. Though interestingly enough, the way it is in iRacing, the fact that the LMP2s are so much more nimble and lighter than the GTPs. Once it starts raining, the LMP2s usually get right up on the gearbox of the GTPs, if not outright be faster than them. I've had special events in the past in iRacing where you might have an LMP2 be leading overall because the race was just a rain fest, and the LMP2s decided they wanted to bully some GTPs, which I think was fair enough given the pace they were doing. Meanwhile, we can have a look at the championship hopeful, Rafaela De Santis. Currently tied on points with the 69 car, and push has got come to shove here. Like, these guys do not want it to go down to tiebreak, I assume. Do not know the tiebreak situation for these guys.
I believe Mike spoke about that earlier today. He said it would go to race wins, but since they're in the same class, someone's going to finish ahead of the other one.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I don't know if I'm able to get the standings up or have a look at the class wins and such, because I don't think it's actually covered on
It's not on my standings page, I can tell you that.
No. So
hey, there's columns, but they're not filled in, so...
I will go and find it out, if possible.
Okay. One of the things that I think is really interesting to see here is how DeSantis is just... He's not being terribly aggressive. He's just being consistent with his lines.
Absolutely. These guys are measured professionals.
Beautiful to see those brake rotors glowing in the dark. Tells you just how physically demanding driving the LMP1 would be.
Oh.
Lots of management that has to go out, and you know, this is a good time to bring it up with half an hour to go. You know, one of the things, and we've talked about it a little bit. One of the things that I think the drivers and anyone would have to fight on, and we talked about it even as commentary, is fighting the mental creep. You know, when you've been staring at a screen and you've had your hands on the wheel for hours then, or you've been staring at a screen and trying to juggle production or anything, just it takes a toll. For the drivers in particular, it's managing the closing rates on slower classes. It's understanding how to take care of your tire degradation, how to take care of your fuel stint, all of these things that are going on. And particularly for these guys that are racing here on a tight track, a cold track, potentially for a championship or a podium, that it wears on a person in the way that I don't think is a lot of times given credit for.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Just taking a chance to have a look at some standings again, just to be sure we've got our numbers correct. Still trying to figure out what the tie-break situation is. But as far as I'm aware, most of the other fields are pretty much sorted. Negative Delta pretty much just need to finish the race. They are ahead of the Aerokinetics car. Both Aerokinetics cars. And Rodin PT as well. Rodin PT is considerably further behind, where I don't think it's going to be a big concern. Wildcard D Racing as well. Technically, mathematically in the fight, not too far back to be of worry. Madness has just decided to pit. So we'll see how that manages to do. I think these are planned pit stops.
We'll take a look at how he handles his outlap here just momentarily.
Yep.
When it's this cold, it can take, at Road America, it can take tires over a lap to come up to full temperature.
Yep.
So how he manages his outlap is going to be, could have championship implications.
So Cronus GG continues on. I think they're due to pit as well. But it is testament to Muradna's pace by Alec Bergstrom right here that they are well ahead of the championship hopefuls of JWR and Fusion 19. So Quinton Verdonk is in the pits. Race leader Nicolo Fioroni just passed the Muradna's car. He's done everything he needed to do to keep it going, so he's currently in the race. Tatum Restek 96 is now leading on track as Quinton was required to pit. So as it is right now, you are looking at the championship provisional winner, just depending on whether these guys need to pit or not. I don't think that is the case. So we're just coming up to the end of a fascinating 12-hour race. Both GG in LMP2 deciding to pit. So that will then relinquish the lead to Muradnas. Still following on board with the 96 Tatum Restek car. Particular shout-outs here to Simatox Sensations. They had all sorts of issues at the start of the race and managed to fight their way back towards the front of the field. Fantastic pace as well. Obsidian Edge as well, we saw them get involved in a few fights. Lumen Motorsport considerably further behind, but I think for them to be on the lead lap after all of their issues and impromptu repairs that they needed, they've managed to keep things going just fine. Side by side with the Vulcan Motorsports car.
This was car for Lumen.
had a look at Moradness for a little while. Cronus GG pitted and now around 20 seconds behind the leaders in LMP2. JWR almost a full minute behind. Very unfortunate with the penalties that they had earlier. And it's also of interest that with all that said, a minute behind of Moradness at the moment. Fusion 19, even further behind, heading into turn 5. These guys were in a very good position early on, but kind of just fell off in the latter third of the race. That's kind of how it stands with them. Towards the pointy end of GT3, Delta V, kind of mixing up with the negative delta for most of the opening half of the race, and then decided to just take over. Wildcard racing right up on their bumper.
Looks like we could be having a fight for position right here, particularly as he's having to take the turn wide due to prototype passing him.
Yep.
Beautiful shot here. Giving us a chance to really appreciate how he's working the draft. Closing the gap. Going to try and outbrake him, but he's going to have to go around the outside here. All right, he's pulling up on the quarter panel. He might be able to get into it. There it is. Side by side on the exit. Has to give up the position. Has to get out of it. That's all right. Excellent side-by-side racing. And I doubt that's going to be his last attempt here with 22 minutes to go.
I'd hope they get a few more goals just for the sake of the broadcast.
Yeah, absolutely.
So no direct championship implications here. Negative delta pretty much has it in the bag. 10 seconds behind through. So these guys are free to just give it a good go for the race.
Another slipstream, slowly closing the gap, as you can see. The part of that is that he may well be just biding his time and filling his mirrors, trying to force a mistake as well. 255 kilometers, almost 260 kilometers per hour. Closes the gap pretty effectively, using all of the track. Love this camera angle. This is how I used to race on Ford. Sets up inside. He's going to have to go around the long way here. Side by side through the apex. He's really taking it to him the very best he can. Excellent racing by Nosbrum right now. One of the things he has to be careful about here is being aggressive. Hope he doesn't burn his tires up too quickly.
I've seen so often cars give it their all and really push the tires, and then with 15 minutes to go you realise like, oh, I've got nothing else in the tank.
Yep, nothing there.
MP2. Cronus, I believe. This drone camera giving us some real good action shots here.
Looks like he's going to have a run headed down to, whoa, there he is. medium right. Oh, little contact.
Oh, a bit more.
And again. Yep. Don't wreck each other out, fellas.
That's the move done. It's been a lap and a half.
A lap and a half. Yep. 3 different attempts. Finally got it.
Oh, a bit shaky there.
Oh, but he's been given a black flag.
Oh, he's got a black flag for track limits.
That's, oh my.
Oh, goodness. Oh.
Real.
He had the move done. He had it done.
What a heartbreaker.
Oh, that's right.
Well, I wonder if they're going to appeal that later.
Let's see. So you just let him go.
They're still going. Yeah. Still going to make him serve a drive-through for track limits, he said, huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
It was a bit of door banging, a little bit there as well. That's fine, and then the off track is just here on corner exit. So you can see here. So he got that 4-wheel slide, and no chance right there. Yeah.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Such a good fight as well for a little while. I'm assuming he's going to be in to serve it straight away. Unless he wants to just have another fight for the lead for a little while. Yeah. Might as well just stretch it out as long as you can go before you have to serve your penalty. I think you're in such a good spot on track as well. No real traffic.
Well, that'll pull them out and move negative delta up into P2, which pretty well solidifies even further their championship right there.
Yep. A few fights further behind. So I'll take the chance to go away. Had a little bit of a fight here for P5 in LMP2. I think that was Ty Gill being somewhat aggrieved. We'll have a look at the replay to see if that was the case. A little bit of weaving there. Just stay with them a little bit. I think that might be the Obsidian Edge GTP behind. It's getting very difficult to tell just from the skins. The numbers are somewhat easy to read. That's the SRN.
There's Fiorini.
That's the leader. Right, so let's have a look at the fight. So we just missed this. So SRN Esports Gold. He was going back and forth. He's gone for a move.
Ooh, really trying it.
Ran him narrow, but I think that's all kosher in my eyes.
I'm not displaying any penalty flags or anything, so yeah.
It's got to be a bit sweet.
And he's extended and escaped after he pulled that move anyway, so.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we've got a very close fight here. Nicolas Junquini, SRP Racing, SDK giving Eric Nicholas orange. The chase here, Maxwell and Phillips at the head of this train. Right,
get them on the passenger side door. Gives them the inside line. The exit of the apex, but it looks like, yep. Gonna try to come back on the outside. Nope. Lock in. Single file.
On board here.
Yep. angle. Right on his bumper, right up in the gearbox. The prototype making way. Make it go around the outside. Oh, inches apart.
Stay behaved, boys. You've got the overall leader coming up on you as well. How soon is that? 15 minutes to go to the end of this race. No championship.
Just not giving us play. Outside there. See that. JWR on pit lane as well. Oh, he's setting up inside for the outbreak. Oh, side by side through the apex. He's going to clear him.
Outside. Some talk sensations. GTP enters the scene. Oh.
Yeah, now he's clear.
Yeah, and then Maxwell might lose another position right here.
Yeah, shape to make sure that the TikTok racing got through.
Maxwell deciding to send it well deep. Tracks out. Very decisive move. Stops the bleeding. Gaps equalized a little bit around the 7/10 mark. Very good racing there.
Absolutely. That's what we like to see. People that'll race it to the end, regardless of the championship implications.